Chapter 36 of the Virginians. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Virginians by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 36, which seems to mean Mischief. Though she had clearly had the worst of the battle described in the last chapter, the Baroness Bernstein, when she next met her niece, showed no rancour or anger. "Of course, my Lady Maria," she said, "you can't suppose that I, as Harry Warrington's near relative, can be pleased at the idea of his marrying a woman who is as old as his mother, and has not a penny to her fortune. But if he chooses to do so silly a thing, the affair is none of mine, and I doubt whether I should have been much inclined to be taken au sérieux with regard to that offer of £5,000 which I made in the heat of our talk. So it was already at Castlewood that this pretty affair was arranged. Had I known how far it had gone, my dear, I should have spared some needless opposition. When a pitcher is broken, what railing can mend it?" "Madam!" here interposed Maria. "Pardon me, I mean nothing against your ladyship's honour or character, which no doubt are quite safe. Harry says so, and you say so. What more can one ask?" "You have talked to Mr. Warrington, madam?" "And he has owned that he made you a promise at Castlewood, that you have it in his writing." "Certainly I have, madam," says Lady Maria. "Ah!" The elder lady did not wince at this. "And I own, too, that at first I put a wrong construction upon the tenor of your letters to him. They implicate other members of the family, who have spoken most wickedly of me, and endeavoured to prejudice me in every way in my dear Mr. Warrington's eyes. Yes, madam, I own I have written against them, to justify myself, but, of course, are pained to think that any wretch should get possession of stories to the disadvantage of our family, and make them public scandal. Hence your disquiet just now." "Exactly so," said Lady Maria. "From Mr. Warrington I could have nothing concealed henceforth, and spoke freely to him. But that is a very different thing from wishing all the world to know the disputes of a noble family. Upon my word, Maria, I admire you, and have done you injustice these 20 years, let us say." "I am very glad, madam, that you end by doing me justice at all," said the niece. "When I saw you last night opening the ball with my nephew, can you guess what I thought of, my dear?" "I really have no idea what the Baroness de Bernstein thought of," said Lady Maria haughtily. "I remembered that you had performed to that very tune with the dancing master at Kensington, my dear. Madam, it was an infamous calumny, by which the poor dancing master got a cudgelling for nothing. It is cruel and unkind, madam, to recall that calumny, and I shall beg to decline living any longer with any one who utters it," continued Maria, with great spirit. "You wish to go home? I can fancy you won't like Tunbridge. It will be very hot for you if those letters are found." "There was not a word against you in them, madam. About that I can make your mind easy." "So Harry said, and did your ladyship justice. Well, my dear, we are tired of one another, and shall be better apart for a while." "That is precisely my own opinion," said Lady Maria, dropping a curtsey. "Mr. Sampson can escort you to Castlewood. You and your maid can take a post-chaise." "We can take a post-chaise, and Mr. Sampson can escort me," echoed the younger lady. "You see, madam, I act like a dutiful niece." "Do you know, my dear, I have a notion that Sampson has got the letters," said the Baroness, frankly. "I confess that such a notion has passed through my own mind." "And you want to go home in the chaise, and coax the letters from him? Delilah! Well, they can be no good to me, and I trust you may get them. When will you go? The sooner the better, you say. We are women of the world, Maria. We only call names when we are in a passion. We don't want each other's company, and we part on good terms. Shall we go to my Lady Yarmouth's? 'Tis her night. There is nothing like a change of scene after one of those little nervous attacks you have had, and cards drive away unpleasant thoughts better than any doctor." Lady Maria agreed to go to Lady Yarmouth's cards, and was dressed and ready first, awaiting her aunt in the drawing-room. Madame Bernstein, as she came down, remarked Maria's door was left open. "She has the letters upon her," thought the old lady. And the pair went off to their entertainment in their respective chairs, and exhibited towards each other that charming cordiality and respect which women can show after and even during the bitterest quarrels. That night, on their return from the Countess's drum, Mrs. Brett, Madame Bernstein's maid, presented herself to my Lady Maria's call when that lady rang her handbell upon retiring to her room. Betty, Mrs. Brett was ashamed to say, was not in a fit state to come before my lady. Betty had been a junketing and merry-making with Mr. Warrington's black gentleman, with my Lord Bamborough's valet, and several more ladies and gentlemen of that station, and the liquor, Mrs. Brett was shocked to own it, had proved too much for Mrs. Betty. Should Mrs. Brett undress my lady? My lady said she would undress without a maid, and gave Mrs. Brett leave to withdraw. "She has the letters in her stays," thought Madame Bernstein. They had bidden each other an amicable good night on the stairs. Mrs. Betty had a scolding the next morning when she came to wait on her mistress, from the closet adjoining Lady Maria's apartment, in which Betty lay. She owned with contrition her partiality for rum punch, which Mr. Gumbo had the knack of brewing most delicate. She took her scolding with meekness, and, having performed her usual duties about her lady's person, retired. Now Betty was one of the Castlewood girls who had been so fascinated by Gumbo, and was a very good-looking, blue-eyed lass, upon whom Mr. Case, Madame Bernstein's confidential man, had also cast the eyes of affection. Hence, between Messrs. Gumbo and Case, there had been jealousies and even quarrels, which had caused Gumbo, who was of a peaceful disposition, to be rather shy of the Baroness's gentleman, the chief of whom vowed he would break the bones or have the life of Gumbo if he persisted in his attentions to Miss Betty. But on the night of the rum punch, though Mr. Case found Gumbo and Mrs. Betty whispering in the doorway, in the cool breeze, and Gumbo would have turned pale with fear had he been able to do so, no one could be more gracious than Mr. Case. It was he who proposed the bowl of punch which was brewed and drunk in Mrs. Betty's room, and which Gumbo concocted with exquisite skill. He complimented Gumbo on his music. Though a sober man ordinarily, he insisted upon more and more drinking, until poor Mrs. Betty was reduced to the state which occasioned her ladyship's just censure. As for Mr. Case himself, who lay out of the house, he was so ill with the punch that he kept his bed the whole of the next day, and did not get strength to make his appearance and wait on his ladies until supper time, when his mistress good-naturedly rebuked him, saying that it was not often that he sinned in that way. "Why, Case, I could have made oath it was you I saw on horseback this morning galloping on the London road," said Mr. Warrington, who was supping with his relatives. "Me? Law bless you, sir, I was abed, and I thought my head would come off with the aching. I ate a bit at 6 o'clock, and drunk a deal of small beer, and I am almost my own man again now. But that Gumbo, saving your honour's presence, I won't taste none of his punch again." And the honest major domo went on with his duties among the bottles and glasses. As they sat after their meal, Madame Bernstein was friendly enough. She prescribed strong fortifying drinks for Maria against the recurrence of her fainting fits. The lady had such attacks not unfrequently. She urged her to consult her London physician, and to set up an account of her case by Harry. "By Harry?" asked the lady. "Yes, Harry was going for 2 days on an errand for his aunt to London. I do not care to tell you, my dear, that it is on business which will do him good. I wish Mr. Draper to put him into my will, and as I am going travelling upon a round of visits when you and I part, I think for security I shall ask Mr. Warrington to take my trinket box in his postchaise to London with him, for there have been robberies of late, and I have no fancy for being stopped by highwaymen." Maria looked blank at the notion of the young gentleman's departure, but hoped that she might have his escort back to Castlewood, whither her elder brother had now returned. "Nay," says his aunt, The lad hath been tied to our apron strings long enough. A day in London will do him no harm. He can perform my errand for me, and be back with you by Saturday." "I would offer to accompany Mr. Warrington, but I preach on Friday before her ladyship," says Mr. Sampson. He was anxious that my Lady Yarmouth should judge of his powers as a preacher, and Madame Bernstein had exerted her influence with the King's favourite to induce her to hear the chaplain. Harry relished the notion of a rattling journey to London, and a day or two of sport there. He promised that his pistols were good, and that he would hand the diamonds over in safety to the banker's strong room. Would he occupy his aunt's London house? No, that would be a dreary lodging, with only a housemaid and a groom in charge of it. He would go to the Star and Garter, in Pall Mall, or to an inn in Covent Garden. "Ah, I have often talked over that journey," said Harry, his countenance saddening. "And with whom, sir?" asked Lady Maria. "With one who promised to make it with me," said the young man, thinking, as he always did, with an extreme tenderness, of the lost brother. "He has more heart, my good Maria, than some of us," says Harry's aunt, witnessing his emotion. Uncontrollable gusts of grief would not unfrequently still pass over the young man. The parting from his brother, the scene and circumstances of George's fall last year, the recollection of his words, or of some excursion at home which they had planned together, would recur to him and overcome him. "I doubt, madam," whispered the chaplain demurely to Madame Bernstein, after one of these bursts of sorrow, "whether some folks in England would suffer quite so much at the death of their elder brother. But, of course, this sorrow is not to be perpetual, and we can fancy Mr. Warrington setting out on his London journey eagerly enough, and very gay and happy, if it must be owned, to be rid of his elderly attachment. Yes, there was no help for it. At Castlewood, on one unlucky evening, he had made an offer of his heart and himself to his mature cousin, and she had accepted the foolish lad's offer. But the marriage now was out of the question. He must consult his mother. She was the mistress for life of the Virginia property. Of course she would refuse her consent to such a union. The thought of it was deferred to a late period. Meanwhile, it hung like a weight round the young man's neck, and caused him no small remorse and disquiet. No wonder that his spirits rose more gaily as he came near London, and that he looked with delight from his post-chaise windows upon the city as he advanced towards it. No highwayman stopped our traveller on Blackheath. Yonder are the gleaming domes of Greenwich canopied with woods. There is the famous Thames with its countless shipping. There actually is the Tower of London. Look, Gumbo, there is the Tower! Yes, master, says Gumbo, who has never heard of the Tower. But Harry has, and remembers how he has read about it in Howell's Medulla, and how he and his brother used to play at the Tower, and he thinks with delight now how he is actually going to see the armour and the jewels and the lions. They pass through Southwark, and over that famous London Bridge, which was all covered with houses like a street 2 years ago. Now there is only a single gate left, and that is coming down. Then the chaise rolls through the city, and look, Gumbo, that is St. Paul's. Yes, master, St. Paul's, says Gumbo, obsequiously, but little struck by the beauties of the architecture. And so by the well-known course we reach the Temple, and Gumbo and his master look up with awe at the rebel heads on Temple Bar. The chaise drives to Mr. Draper's chambers in Middle Temple Lane, where Harry handed the precious box over to Mr. Draper, and a letter from his aunt, which the gentleman read with some interest seemingly, and carefully put away. He then consigned the trinket box to his strong closet, went to the adjoining room, taking his clerk with him, and then was at Mr. Warrington's service to take him to an hotel. An hotel in Covent Garden was fixed upon as the best place for his residence. "I shall have to keep you for 2 or 3 days, Mr. Warrington," the lawyer said. "I don't think the papers which the Baroness wants can be ready until then. Meanwhile, I am at your service to see the town. I live out of it myself, and have a little box at Camberwell, where I shall be proud to have the honour of entertaining Mr. Warrington. But a young man, I suppose, will like his inn and his liberty best, sir?" Harry said yes, he thought the inn would be best, and the post-chaise, and a clerk of Mr. Draper's inside was dispatched to the Bedford, whither the two gentlemen agreed to walk on foot. Mr. Draper and Mr. Warrington sat and talked for a while. The Drapers, father and son, had been lawyers time out of mind to the Esmond family, and the attorney related to the young gentleman numerous stories regarding his ancestors of Castlewood. Of the present Earl, Mr. Draper was no longer the agent. His father and his lordship had had differences, and his lordship's business had been taken elsewhere. But the Baroness was still their honoured client, and very happy indeed was Mr. Draper to think that her ladyship was so well disposed towards her nephew. As they were taking their hats to go out, a young clerk of the house stopped his principal in the passage, and said, "If you please, sir, them papers of the Baroness was given to her ladyship's man, Mr. Case, 2 days ago." "Just please to mind your own business, Mr. Brown," said the lawyer, rather sharply. "This way, Mr. Warrington. Our Temple stairs are rather dark. Allow me to show you the way." Harry saw Mr. Draper darting a Parthian look of anger at Mr. Brown. "So it was Case I saw on the London road 2 days ago," he thought. "What business brought the old fox to London?" Wherewith, not choosing to be inquisitive about other folks' affairs, he dismissed the subject from his mind. Whither should they go first? First, Harry was for going to see the place where his grandfather and Lord Castlewood had fought a duel 56 years ago, in Leicester Field. Mr. Draper knew the place well, and all about the story. They might take Covent Garden on their way to Leicester Field, and see that Mr. Warrington was comfortably lodged. "And order dinner," says Mr. Warrington. No, Mr. Draper could not consent to that. Mr. Warrington must be so obliging as to honour him on that day. In fact, he had made so bold as to order a collation from the Cock. Mr. Warrington could not decline an invitation so pressing, and walked away gaily with his friend, passing under that arch where the heads were, and taking off his hat to them, much to the lawyer's astonishment. "They were gentlemen who died for their king, sir. My dear brother George and I always said we would salute 'em when we saw 'em," Mr. Warrington said. "You'll have a mob at your heels if you do, sir," said the alarmed lawyer. "Confound the mob, sir," said Mr. Harry, loftily; but the passers-by, thinking about their own affairs, did not take any notice of Mr. Warrington's conduct, and he walked up the thronging Strand, gazing with delight upon all he saw, remembering, I dare say, for his life after, the sights and impressions there presented to him, but maintaining a discreet reserve, for he did not care to let the lawyer know how much he was moved, or the public perceive that he was a stranger. He did not hear much of his companion's talk, though the latter chattered ceaselessly on the way, nor was Mr. Draper displeased by the young Virginian's silent and haughty demeanour. 100 years ago a gentleman was a gentleman, and his attorney his very humble servant. The chamberlain at the Bedford showed Mr. Warrington to his rooms, bowing before him with delightful obsequiousness, for Gumbo had already trumpeted his master's greatness, and Mr. Draper's clerk announced that the newcomer was a high feller. Then, the room surveyed, the two gentlemen went to Leicester Field, Mr. Gumbo strutting behind his master. And, having looked at the scene of his grandsire's wound and poor Lord Castlewood's tragedy, they returned to the Temple, to Mr. Draper's chambers. Who was that shabby-looking big man Mr. Warrington bowed to as they went out after dinner for a walk in the gardens? That was Mr. Johnson, an author, whom he had met at Tunbridge Wells. "Take the advice of a man of the world, sir," says Mr. Draper, eyeing the shabby man of letters very superciliously. "The less you have to do with that kind of person, the better. The business we have into our office about them literary men is not very pleasant, I can tell you." "Indeed?" says Mr. Warrington. He did not like his new friend the more, as the latter grew more familiar. The theatres were shut. Should they go to Sadler's Wells, or Marybone Gardens, or Ranelagh? Or how? "Not Ranelagh," says Mr. Draper, "because there's none of the nobility in town. But seeing in the newspaper that at the entertainment at Sadler's Wells, Islington, there would be the most singular kind of diversion on 8 handbells by Mr. Franklin, as well as the surprising performances of Signora Catharina, Harry wisely determined that he would go to Marybone Gardens, where they had a concert of music, a choice of tea, coffee, and all sorts of wines, and the benefit of Mr. Draper's ceaseless conversation. The lawyer's obsequiousness only ended at Harry's bedroom door, where, with haughty grandeur, the young gentleman bade his talkative host good night. The next morning Mr. Warrington, arrayed in his brocade bedgown, took his breakfast, read the newspaper, and enjoyed his ease in his inn. He read in the paper news from his own country, and when he saw the words, Williamsburg, Virginia, June 7th, his eyes grew dim somehow. He had just had letters by that packet of June 7th, but his mother did not tell him how a great number of the principal gentry of the colony have associated themselves under the command of the Honourable Peyton Randolph, Esquire, to march to the relief of their distressed fellow subjects, and revenge the cruelties of the French and their barbarous allies. They are in a uniform, viz., a plain blue frock, nankin or brown waistcoats and breeches, and plain hats. They are armed each with a light firelock, a brace of pistols, and a cutting sword. "Ah, why ain't we there, Gumbo?" cried out Harry. "Why ain't we there?" shouted Gumbo. "Why am I here dangling at women's trains?" continued the Virginian. "Think dangling at women's trains very pleasant, Master Harry," says the materialistic Gumbo, who was also very little affected by some further home news which his master read, viz., that the Lovely Sally, Virginia ship, had been taken in sight of port by a French privateer. And now, reading that the finest mare in England and a pair of very genteel bay geldings were to be sold at the Bull Inn, the lower end of Hatton Garden, Harry determined to go and look at the animals, and inquired his way to the place. He then and there bought the genteel bay geldings, and paid for them with easy generosity. He never said what he did on that day, being shy of appearing like a stranger, but it is believed that he took a coach and went to Westminster Abbey, from which he bade the coachman drive him to the Tower, then to Mr. Salmon's waxwork, then to Hyde Park and Kensington Palace. Then he had given orders to go to the Royal Exchange, but catching a glimpse of Covent Garden on his way to the Exchange, he bade Jehu take him to his inn, and cut short his enumeration of places to which he had been by flinging the fellow a guinea. Mr. Draper had called in his absence, and said he would come again; but Mr. Warrington, having dined sumptuously by himself, went off nimbly to Marybone Gardens again, in the same noble company. As he issued forth the next day, the bells of St. Paul's, Covent Garden, were ringing for morning prayers, and reminded him that friend Sampson was going to preach his sermon. Harry smiled. He had begun to have a shrewd and just opinion of the value of Mr. Sampson's sermons. End of chapter 36. Chapter 37 of the Virginians. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Virginians, by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 37, in which various matches are fought. Reading in the London Advertiser, which was served to his worship with his breakfast, an invitation to all lovers of manly British sport to come and witness a trial of skill between the great champions Sutton and Figg, Mr. Warrington determined upon attending these performances, and accordingly proceeded to the Wooden House in Marybone Fields, driving thither the pair of horses which he had purchased on the previous day. The young charioteer did not know the road very well, and veered and tacked very much more than was needful upon his journey from Covent Garden, losing himself in the green lanes behind Mr. Whitfield's round tabernacle of Tottenham Road, and the fields in the midst of which Middlesex Hospital stood. He reached his destination at length, however, and found no small company assembled to witness the valorous achievements of the two champions. A crowd of London blackguards was gathered round the doors of this temple of British valour, together with the horses and equipages of a few persons of fashion, who came, like Mr. Warrington, to patronise the sport. A variety of beggars and cripples hustled round the young gentleman, and whined to him for charity. Shoeblack boys tumbled over each other for the privilege of blacking his honour's boots. Nosegay women and flying fruiterers plied Mr. Gumbo with their wares. Piemen, pads, tramps, strollers of every variety, hung round the battle-ground. A flag was flying upon the building, and on to the stage in front, accompanied by a drummer and a hornblower, a manager repeatedly issued to announce to the crowd that the noble English sports were just about to begin. Mr. Warrington paid his money, and was accommodated with a seat in a gallery commanding a perfect view of the platform whereon the sports were performed. Mr. Gumbo took his seat in the amphitheatre below, or, when tired, issued forth into the outer world to drink a pot of beer, or play a game at cards with his brother lacqueys, and the gentlemen's coachmen on the boxes of the carriages waiting without. Lacqueys, liveries, footmen, the old society was encumbered with a prodigious quantity of these. Gentlemen or women could scarce move without one, sometimes two or three, vassals in attendance. Every theatre had its footmen's gallery; an army of the liveried race hustled around every chapel door. They swarmed in anterooms, they sprawled in halls and on landings; they guzzled, devoured, debauched, cheated, play cards, bullied visitors for vails. That noble old race of footmen is well nigh gone. A few thousand of them may still be left among us. Grand, tall, beautiful, melancholy, we still behold them on levee days, with their nosegays, with their buckles, their plush, and their powder. So have I seen in America specimens, nay, camps and villages of Red Indians. But the race is doomed. The fatal decree has gone forth, and Uncas with his tomahawk and eagle's plume, and James with his cocked hat and long cane, are passing out of the world where they once walked in glory. Before the principal combatants made their appearance, minor warriors and exercises were exhibited. A boxing match came off, but neither of the men were very game or severely punished, so that Mr. Warrington and the rest of the spectators had but little pleasure out of that encounter. Then ensued some cudgel playing, but the heads broken were of so little note, and the wounds given so trifling and unsatisfactory, that no wonder the company began to hiss, grumble, and show other signs of discontent. "The masters! The masters!" shouted the people, whereupon those famous champions at length thought fit to appear. The first who walked up the steps to the stage was the intrepid Sutton, sword in hand, who saluted the company with his warlike weapon, making an especial bow and salute to a private box or gallery in which sat a stout gentleman, who was seemingly a person of importance. Sutton was speedily followed by the famous Fig, to whom the stout gentleman waved a hand of approbation. Both men were in their shirts, their heads were shaven clean, but bore the cracks and scars of many former glorious battles. On his burly sword arm, each intrepid champion wore an armiger, or ribbon of his colour. And now the gladiators shook hands, and, as the contemporary poet says, the word it was Bilbo. The antiquarian reader knows the pleasant poem in the 6th volume of Dodsley's collection, in which the above combat is described. At the commencement of the combat, the great Fig dealt a blow so tremendous at his opponent, that, had it encountered the other's honest head, that comely noddle would have been shorn off as clean as a carving knife chops the carrot. But Sutton received his adversary's blade on his own sword, whilst Fig's blow was delivered so mightily that the weapon brake in his hands, less constant than the heart of him who wielded it. Other swords were now delivered to the warriors. The first blood drawn spouted from the panting side of Fig amidst a yell of delight from Sutton's supporters. But the veteran, appealing to his audience, and especially, as it seemed, to the stout individual in the private gallery, showed that his sword, broken in the previous encounter, had caused the wound. Whilst the parley occasioned by this incident was going on, Mr. Warrington saw a gentleman in a riding frock and plain scratch wig, enter the box devoted to the stout personage, and recognise with pleasure his Tunbridge Wells friend, my Lord of March and Ruglen. Lord March, who was by no means prodigal of politeness, seemed to show singular deference to the stout gentleman, and Harry remarked how his lordship received, with a profound bow, some bank bills which the other took out from a pocket-book and handed to him. Whilst thus engaged, Lord March spied out our Virginian, and, his interview with the stout personage finished, my lord came over to Harry's gallery and warmly greeted his young friend. They sat and beheld the combat waging with various success, but with immense skill and valour on both sides. After the warriors had sufficiently fought with swords, they fell to with the quarter-staff, and the result of this long and delightful battle was that victory remained with her ancient champion, Fig. Whilst the warriors were at battle, a thunderstorm had broken over the building, and Mr. Warrington gladly enough accepted a seat in my Lord March's chariot, leaving his own phaeton to be driven home by his groom. Harry was in great delectation with the noble sight he had witnessed. He pronounced this indeed to be something like sport, and of the best he had seen since his arrival in England; and, as usual, associating any pleasure which he enjoyed with the desire that the dear companion of his boyhood should share the amusement in common with him, he began by sighing out, "I wish—" Then he stopped. "No, I don't," says he. "What do you wish, and what don't you wish?" asks Lord March. "I was thinking, my lord, of my elder brother, and wished he had been with me. We had promised to have our sport together at home, you see, and many's the time we talked of it. But he wouldn't have liked this rough sort of sport, and didn't care for fighting, though he was the bravest lad alive." "Oh, he was the bravest lad alive, was he?" asks my lord, lolling on his cushion, and eyeing his Virginian friend with some curiosity. "You should have seen him in a quarrel with a very gallant officer, our friend, an absurd affair, but it was hard to keep George off him. I never saw a fellow so cool, nor more savage and determined. God help me! Ah, I wish for the honour of the country, you know, that he could have come here instead of me, and shown you a real Virginia gentleman." "Nay, sir, you'll do very well. What is this I hear of Lady Yarmouth taking you into favour?" said the amused nobleman. "I will do as well as another. I can ride, and, I think, I can shoot better than George. But then my brother had the head, sir, the head," says Harry, tapping his own honest skull. "Why, I give you my word, my lord, that he had read almost every book that was ever written, could play both on the fiddle and harpsichord, could compose poetry and sermons most elegant. What can I do? I am only good to ride and play at cards and drink Burgundy." And the penitent hung down his head. "But them I can do as well as most fellows, you see. In fact, my lord, I'll back myself," he resumed, to the other's great amusement. Lord March relished the young man's naivete, as the jaded voluptuary still to the end always can relish the juicy, wholesome mutton chop. "By gad, Mr. Warrington," says he, "you ought to be taken to Exeter Change and put in a show." "And for why?" "A gentleman from Virginia who has lost his elder brother, and absolutely regrets him. The breed ain't known in this country. Upon my honour and conscience, I believe that you would like to have him back again." "Believe!" cries the Virginian, growing red in the face. "That is, you believe you would like him back again. But depend on it, you wouldn't. 'Tis not in human nature, sir. Not as I read it, at least. Here are some fine houses we are coming to. That at the corner is Sir Richard Lyttleton's. That great one was my Lord Bingley's. 'Tis a pity they do nothing better with this great empty space of Cavendish Square than fence it with these unsightly boards. By George, I don't know where the town's running. There's Montague House made into a confounded Don Soltero's museum, with books and stuffed birds and rhinoceroses. They have actually run a cursed cut New Road, they call it at the back of Bedford House Gardens, and spoilt the Duke's comfort. though I guess they will console him in the pocket. I don't know where the town will stop. Shall we go down Tyburn Road and the Park, or through Swallow Street and into the habitable quarter of the town? We can dine at Pall Mall, or, if you like, with you; and we can spend the evening as you like, with the Queen of Spades, or " "With the Queen of Spades, if your lordship pleases," says Mr. Warrington, blushing. So the equipage drove to his hotel in Covent Garden, where the landlord came forward with his usual obsequiousness, and, recognising my Lord of March and Ruglen, bowed his wig on to my lord's shoes in his humble welcomes to his lordship. A rich young English peer in the reign of George II, a wealthy patrician in the reign of Augustus. Which would you rather have been? There is a question for any young gentlemen's debating clubs of the present day. The best English dinner which could be produced, of course, was at the service of the young Virginian and his noble friend. After dinner came wine in plenty, and of quality good enough even for the Epicurean Earl. Over the wine there was talk of going to see the fireworks at Vauxhall, or else of cards. Harry, who had never seen a firework beyond an exhibition of a dozen squibs at Williamsburg on the 5th of November, which he thought was a sublime display, would have liked the Vauxhall, but yielded to his guest's preference for piquet, and they were very soon absorbed in that game. Harry began by winning as usual, but in the course of a half hour the luck turned and favoured my Lord March, who was at first very surly when Mr. Draper, Mr. Warrington's man of business, came bowing into the room, where he accepted Harry's invitation to sit and drink. Mr. Warrington always asked everybody to sit and drink, and partake of his best. Had he a crust, he would divide it. Had he a haunch, he would share it. Had he a jug of water, he would drink a bout with a kindly spirit. Had he a bottle of Burgundy, it was gaily drunk with a thirsty friend. And don't fancy the virtue is common. You read of it in books, my dear sir, and fancy that you have it yourself, because you give 6 dinners of 20 people, and pay your acquaintance all round. But the welcome, the friendly spirit, the kindly heart, believe me, these are rare qualities in our selfish world. We may bring them with us from the country when we're young, but they mostly wither after transplantation, and droop and perish in the stifling London air. Draper did not care for wine very much, but it delighted the lawyer to be in the company of a great man. He protested that he liked nothing better than to see piquet played by 2 consummate players and men of fashion; and, taking a seat, undismayed by the sidelong scowls of his lordship, surveyed the game between the gentlemen. Harry was not near a match for the experienced player of the London clubs. To-night, too, Lord March held better cards to aid his skill. What their stakes were was no business of Mr. Draper's. The gentlemen said they would play for shillings, and afterwards counted up their gains and losses, with scarce any talking, and that in an undertone. A bow on both sides, a perfectly grave and polite manner on the part of each, and the game went on. But it was destined to a second interruption, which brought an execration from Lord March's lips. First was heard a scuffling without, then a whispering, then an outcry as of a woman in tears, and then, finally, a female rushed into the room, and produced that explosion of naughty language from Lord March. "I wish your women would take some other time for coming, confound them!" says my lord, laying his cards down in a pet. "What, Mrs. Betty?" cried Harry. Indeed, it was no other than Mrs. Betty, Lady Maria's maid, and Gumbo stood behind her, his fine countenance beslobbered with tears. "What has happened?" asks Mr. Warrington, in no little perturbation of spirit. "The Baroness is well?" "Help, help, sir, your honour!" ejaculates Mrs. Betty, and proceeds to fall on her knees. "Help whom?" A howl ensues from Gumbo. "Gumbo, you scoundrel, has anything happened between Mrs. Betty and you?" asks the black's master. Mr. Gumbo steps back with great dignity, laying his hand on his heart, and saying, "No, sir, nothing have happened 'twixt this lady and me." "It's my mistress, sir!" cries Betty. "Help, help! Here's the letter she have wrote, sir! They have gone and took her, sir!" Is it only that old Molly, Esmond? She's known to be over head and heels in debt. Dry your eyes in the next room, Mrs. Betty, and let me and Mr. Warrington go on with our game," says my lord, taking up his cards. "Help! Help her!" cries Betty again. "Oh, Mr. Harry, you won't be a going on with your cards when my lady calls out to you to come and help her. Your honour used to come quick enough when my lady used to send me to fetch you at Castlewood." "Confound you! Can't you hold your tongue?" says my lord, with more choice words and oaths. But Betty would not cease weeping, and it was decreed that Lord March was to cease winning for that night. Mr. Warrington rose from his seat and made for the bell, saying, "My dear lord, the game must be over for to-night. My relative writes to me in great distress, and I am bound to go to her." "Curse her! Why couldn't she wait till to-morrow?" cries my lord, testily. Mr. Warrington ordered a post-chaise instantly. His own horses would take him to Bromley. "Bet you don't do it within the hour. Bet you don't do it within 3/4 of an hour. Bet you 4 to 1, or I'll take your bet, which you please, that you're not robbed on Blackheath. Bet you are not at Tunbridge Wells before midnight," cries Lord March. "Done!" says Lord Warrington, and my lord carefully notes down the terms of the 4 wagers in his pocket book. Lady Maria's letter ran as follows: "My dear cousin, I am fell into a trap which I perceive the machinations of villains. I am a prisoner. Betty will tell you all. Ah, my Henrico, come to the rescue of your Molly." In half an hour after the receipt of this missive, Mr. Warrington was in his post-chaise, and galloping over Westminster Bridge on the road to succour his kinswoman. CHAPTER XXXVIII. Chapter 38 of the Virginians. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Virginians, by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 38. Sampson and the Philistines. My happy chance in early life led me to become intimate with a respectable person who was born in a certain island, which is pronounced to be the first gem of the ocean by, no doubt, impartial judges of maritime jewellery. The stories which that person imparted to me regarding his relatives who inhabited the gem above mentioned were such as used to make my young blood curdle with horror to think that there should be so much wickedness in the world. Every crime which you can think of. The entire 10 Commandments broken in a general smash. Such rogueries and knaveries as no story-teller could invent. Such murders and robberies as Thurtell or Turpin scarce ever perpetrated were by my informant accurately remembered and freely related, respecting his nearest kindred, to any one who chose to hear him. It was a wonder how any of the family still lived out of the hulks. Me brother Tim had brought his father's grey hairs with sorrow to the grave. Me brother Mick had robbed the parish church repeatedly. My sister Anna Maria had jilted the captain, and run off with the ensign, forged her grandmother's will, and stole the spoons, which Larry the knife boy was hanged for. The family of Atreus was as nothing, compared to the race of What-d'ye-call-'em, from which my friend sprung, but no power on earth would, of course, induce me to name the country whence he came. How great then used to be my naive astonishment to find these murderers, rogues, parricides, habitual forgers of bills of exchange, and so forth, every now and then writing to each other as my dearest brother, my dearest sister, and for months at a time living on the most amicable terms. With hands reeking with the blood of his murdered parents, Tim would mix a screeching tumbler and give Maria a glass from it. With lips black with the perjuries he had sworn in court respecting his grandmother's abstracted testament, or the murder of his poor brother Thaddeus' helpless orphans, Mick would kiss his sister Julia's bonny cheek, and they would have a jolly night, and cry as they talked about old times, and the dear old castle What-d'ye-call-'em, where they were born. and the fighting one chunk being quartered there, and the Major proposing for Caroline, and the tomb of their sainted mother, who had cheated them out of the property, Heaven bless her soul! They used to weep and kiss so profusely at meeting and parting, that it was touching to behold them. At the sight of their embraces one forgot those painful little stories, and those repeated previous assurances that, did they tell all, they could hang each other all round. What can there be finer than forgiveness? What more rational than, after calling a man by every bad name under the sun, to apologize, regret hasty expressions, and so forth, withdraw the decanter, say, which you have flung at your enemy's head, and be friends as before? Some folks possess this admirable, this angel-like gift of forgiveness. It was beautiful, for instance, to see our two ladies at Tunbridge Wells forgiving one another, smiling, joking, fondling almost, in spite of the hard words of yesterday. Yes, and forgetting bygones, though they couldn't help remembering them perfectly well. I wonder, can you and I do as much? Let us strive, my friend, to acquire this packable Christian spirit. My belief is that you may learn to forgive bad language employed to you. But then you must have a deal of practice, and be accustomed to hear and use it. You embrace after a quarrel, and mutual bad language. Heaven bless us, bad words are nothing when one is accustomed to them, and scarce need ruffle the temper on either side. So the aunt and niece played cards very amicably together, and drank to each other's health, and each took a wing of the chicken, and pulled a bone of the merry thought, and, in conversation, scratched their neighbours', not each other's, eyes out. Thus we have read how the Peninsular warriors, when the bugles sang truce, fraternized and exchanged tobacco pouches and wine, ready to seize their firelocks and knock each other's heads off when the truce was over. And thus our old soldiers, skilful in war, but knowing the charms of a quiet life, laid their weapons down for the nonce, and hobbed and nobbed gaily together. Of course, whilst drinking with Jack Frenchman, you have your piece handy to blow his brains out if he makes a hostile move. But meanwhile, it is a votre sante, mon camarade. Here's to you, monsieur, and everything is as pleasant as possible. Regarding Aunt Bernstein's threatened gout, the twinges had gone off. Maria was so glad. Maria's fainting fits, she had no return of them. A slight recurrence last night. The Baroness was so sorry. Her niece must see the best doctor, take everything to fortify her, continue to take the steel even after she left Tunbridge. How kind of Aunt Bernstein to offer to send some of the bottled waters after her. Suppose Madame Bernstein says in confidence to her own woman, "Fainting fits? Pooh! Epilepsy! Inherited from that horrible, scrofulous German mother." What means have we of knowing the private conversation of the old lady and her attendant? Suppose Lady Maria orders Mrs. Betty, her ladyship's maid, to taste every glass of medicinal water, first declaring that her aunt is capable of poisoning her. Very likely such conversations take place. These are but precautions. These are the firelocks which our old soldiers have at their sides, loaded and cocked, but at present lying quiet on the grass. Having Harry's bond in her pocket, the veteran Maria did not choose to press for payment. She knew the world too well for that. He was bound to her, but she gave him plenty of day rule, and leave of absence on parole. It was not her object needlessly to chafe and anger her young slave. She knew the difference of ages, and that Harry must have his pleasures and diversions. "Take your ease and amusement, cousin," says Lady Maria. "Frisk about, pretty little mousekin," says Grey Grimalkin, purring in the corner and keeping watch with her green eyes. About all that Harry was to see and do on his first visit to London his female relatives had of course talked and joked. Both of the ladies knew perfectly what were a young gentleman's ordinary amusements in those days, and spoke of them with the frankness which characterized those easy times. Our wily Calypso consoled herself then perfectly in the absence of her young wanderer, and took any diversion which came to hand. Mr. Jack Morris, the gentleman whom we have mentioned as rejoicing in the company of Lord March and Mr. Warrington, was one of these diversions. To live with titled personages was the delight of Jack Morris's life, and to lose money at cards to an earl's daughter was almost a pleasure to him. Now, the Lady Maria Esmond was an earl's daughter, who was very glad to win money. She obtained permission to take Mr. Morris to the Countess of Yarmouth's assembly, and played cards with him, and so everybody was pleased. Thus, the first 48 hours after Mr. Warrington's departure passed pretty cheerily at Tunbridge Wells, and Friday arrived, when the sermon was to be delivered which we have seen Mr. Sampson preparing. The company at the Wells were ready enough to listen to it. Sampson had a reputation for being a most amusing and eloquent preacher, and if there were no breakfast, conjurer, dancing bears, concert going on, the good Wells folk would put up with a sermon. He knew Lady Yarmouth was coming, and what a power she had in the giving of livings and the dispensing of bishoprics, the defender of the faith of that day having a remarkable confidence in her lady's opinion upon these matters, and so we may be sure that Mr. Sampson prepared his very best discourse for her hearing. When the great man is at home at the castle, and walks over to the little country church in the park, bringing the Duke, the Marquis, and a couple of cabinet ministers with him, has it ever been your lot to sit among the congregation and watch Mr. Trotter the curate and his sermon? He looks anxiously at the great pew, he falters as he gives out his text, and thinks, perhaps his lordship may give me a living. Mrs. Trotter and the girls look anxiously at the great pew, too, and watch the effects of papa's discourse, the well-known favourite discourse, upon the bigwigs assembled. Papa's first nervousness is over. His noble voice clears, warms to his sermon. He kindles. He takes his pocket handkerchief out. He is coming to that exquisite passage which has made them all cry at the parsonage. He has begun it. What is that humming noise which fills the edifice, and causes hobnailed Meliboeus to grin at smock-frocked Tityrus? It is the Right Honourable Lord Naseby snoring in the pew by the fire, and poor Trotter's visionary mitre disappears with the music. Sampson was the domestic chaplain of Madame Bernstein's nephew. The two ladies of the Esmond family patronized the preacher. On the day of the sermon, the Baroness had a little breakfast in his honour, at which Sampson made his appearance, rosy and handsome, with a fresh flowered wig and a smart rustling new cassock, which he had on credit from some church-admiring mercer at the Wells. By the side of his patronesses, their ladyships' lacqueys walking behind them with their great gilt prayer-books, Mr. Sampson marched from breakfast to church. Everyone remarked how well the Baroness Bernstein looked. She laughed, and was particularly friendly with her niece. She had a bow and a stately smile for all as she moved on with her tortoiseshell cane. At the door there was a dazzling conflux of rank and fashion, all the fine company of the Wells trooping in, and her Lady of Yarmouth, conspicuous with vermilion cheeks and a rose of flame-coloured taffeta. There were shabby people present besides the fine company, though these latter were by far the most numerous. What an odd-looking pair, for instance, were those in ragged coats, one of them with his carroty hair appearing under his scratch-wig, and who entered the church just as the organ stopped. Nay, he could not have been a Protestant, for he mechanically crossed himself as he entered the place, saying to his comrade, "Bedad, Tim, I forgot," by which I conclude that the individual came from an island which has been mentioned at the commencement of this chapter. Wherever they go, a rich fragrance of whisky spreads itself. A man may be a heretic, but possess genius. These Catholic gentlemen have come to pay homage to Mr. Sampson. Nay, there are not only members of the old religion present, but disciples of a creed still older. Who were those two individuals with hooked noses and sallow countenances who walked into the church in spite of some little opposition on the part of the beadle? Seeing the greasy appearance of these Hebrew strangers, Mr. Beadle was for denying them admission, but one whispered into his ear, "We wants to be converted, governor." Another slips money into his hand. Mr. Beadle lifts up the mace with which he was barring the doorway, and the Hebrew gentlemen enter. There goes the organ. The doors have closed. Shall we go in and listen to Mr. Sampson's sermon, or lie on the grass without? Preceded by that beadle in gold lace, Sampson walked up to the pulpit as rosy and jolly a man as you could wish to see. Presently, when he surged up out of his plump pulpit cushion, why did his reverence turn as pale as death? He looked to the western church door. There, on each side of it, were those horrible Hebrew caryatides. He then looked to the vestry door, which was hard by the rector's pew in which Sampson had been sitting during the service alongside of their ladyships his patronesses. Suddenly a couple of perfumed Hibernian gentlemen slipped out of an adjacent seat, and placed themselves on a bench close by that vestry door and rector's pew, and so sat till the conclusion of the sermon, with eyes meekly cast down to the ground. How can we describe that sermon, if the preacher himself never knew how it came to an end? Nevertheless, it was considered an excellent sermon. When it was over, the fine ladies buzzed into one another's ears over the pews, and uttered their praise and comments. Madame Walmoden, who was in the next pew to our friends, said it was beautiful, and made her tremble all over. Madame Bernstein said it was excellent. Lady Maria was pleased to think that the family chaplain should so distinguish himself. She looked up at him, and strove to catch his reverence's eye as he still sat in his pulpit. She greeted him with a little wave of the hand and flutter of her handkerchief. He scarcely seemed to note the compliment. His face was pale. His eyes were looking yonder towards the font, where those Hebrews still remained. The stream of people passed by them, in a rush when they were lost to sight, in a throng, in a march of twos and threes, in a dribble of one at a time. Everybody was gone. The two Hebrews were still there by the door. The Baroness de Bernstein and her niece still lingered in the rector's pew, where the old lady was deep in conversation with that gentleman. "Who were those horrible men at the door? And what a smell of spirits there is!" cries Lady Maria to Mrs. Brett, her aunt's woman, who had attended the two ladies. "Farewell, doctor. You have a darling little boy. Is he to be a clergyman, too?" asks Madame de Bernstein. "Are you ready, my dear?" And the pew is thrown open, and Madame Bernstein, whose father was only a viscount, insists that her niece, Lady Maria, who was an earl's daughter, should go first out of the pew. As she steps forward, those individuals whom her ladyship designated as two horrible men advance. One of them pulls a long strip of paper out of his pocket, and her ladyship starts and turns pale. She makes for the vestry in a vague hope that she can clear the door and close it behind her. The two whiskified gentlemen are up with her, however. One of them actually lays his hand on her shoulder, and says, "At the suit of Mistress Pincott, of Kensington Mercer, I have the honour of arresting your ladyship. My name is Costigan, madam, a poor gentleman of Ireland, binding to circumstances and forced to follow a disagreeable profession. Will your ladyship walk, or shall me man go fetch a chair?" For reply, Lady Maria Esmond gives 3 shrieks, and falls swooning to the ground. "Keep the door, Mick!" shouts Mr. Costigan. "Best let in and no one else, madam," he says, very politely, to Madame de Bernstein. "Her ladyship is fallen in a fainting fit, and will recover here at her age." "Unlace her, Brett!" cries the old lady, whose eyes twinkle oddly; and as soon as that operation is performed, Madame Bernstein seizes a little bag suspended by a hair chain, which Lady Maria wears round her neck, and snips the necklace in twain. "Dash some cold water over her face. It always recovers her," says the Baroness. "You stay with her, Brett, How much is your suit, gentlemen? Mr. Costigan says, "The deem we have against her ladyship for £132, in which she is indebted to Mistress Eliza Pincott." Meanwhile, where is the Reverend Mr. Sampson? Like the fabled opossum we have read of, who, when he spied the unerring gunner from his gum tree, said, "It's no use, Major, I will come down," so Sampson gave himself up to his pursuers. "At whose suit, Simons?" he sadly asked. Sampson knew Simons. They had met many a time before. "Buckleby Cordwainer," says Mr. Simons. £48 in charges, I know, says Mr. Sampson with a sigh. "I haven't got the money. What officer is there here?" Mr. Simons' companion, Mr. Lyons, here stepped forward, and said his house was most convenient and often used by gentlemen, and he should be most happy and proud to accommodate his reverence. 2 chairs happened to be in waiting outside the chapel. In those 2 chairs my Lady Maria Esmond and Mr. Sampson placed themselves, and went to Mr. Lyons' residence, escorted by the gentleman to whom we have just been introduced. Very soon after the capture, the Baroness Bernstein sent Mr. Case, her confidential servant, with a note to her niece, full of expressions of the most ardent affection, but regretting that her heavy losses at cards rendered the payment of such a sum as that in which Lady Maria stood indebted quite impossible. She had written off to Mrs. Pincott by that very post, however, to entreat her to grant time, and as soon as ever she had an answer, would not fail to acquaint her dear unhappy niece. Mrs. Betty came over to console her mistress, and the 2 poor women cast about for money enough to provide a horse and chaise for Mrs. Betty, who had very nearly come to misfortune too. Both my Lady Maria and her maid had been unlucky at cards, and could not muster more than 18 shillings between them. So it was agreed that Betty should sell a gold chain belonging to her lady, and with the money travel to London. Now, Betty took the chain to the very toy-shop man who had sold it to Mr. Warrington, who had given it to his cousin; and the toy-shop man, supposing that she had stolen the chain, was for bringing in a constable to Betty. Hence, she had to make explanations, and to say how her mistress was in durance; and ere the night closed, all Tunbridge Wells knew that my Lady Maria Esmond was in the hands of bailiffs. Meanwhile, however, the money was found, and Mrs. Betty whisked up to London in search of the champion in whom the poor prisoner confided. "Don't say anything about that paper being gone. Oh, the wretch, the wretch! She shall pay it me." I presume that Lady Maria meant her aunt by the word wretch. Mr. Sampson read a sermon to her ladyship, and they passed the evening over revenge and backgammon, with well-grounded hopes that Harry Warrington would rush to their rescue as soon as ever he heard of their mishap. Though ere the evening was over, every soul at the Wells knew what had happened to Lady Maria, and a great deal more. Though they knew she was taken in execution, the house where she lay, the amount, nay, 10 times the amount, for which she was captured, and that she was obliged to pawn her trinkets to get a little money to keep her in jail. Though everybody said that old fiend of a Bernstein was at the bottom of the business, of course they were all civil and bland in society; and at my Lady Trumpington's cards that night, where Madame Bernstein appeared, and as long as she was within hearing, not a word was said regarding the morning's transactions. Lady Yarmouth asked the Baroness news of her bready nephew, and heard Mr. Warrington was in London. My Lady Maria was not coming to Lady Trumpington's that evening? My Lady Maria was indisposed, had fainted at church that morning, and was obliged to keep her room. The cards were dealt, the fiddles sang, the wine went round. The gentlefolks talked, laughed, yawned, chattered. The footmen waylaid the supper. The chairmen drank and swore. The stars climbed the sky, just as though no Lady Maria was imprisoned, and no poor Sampson arrested. 'Tis certain, dearly beloved brethren, that the little griefs, stings, annoyances, which you and I feel acutely in our own persons, don't prevent our neighbours from sleeping; and that when we slip out of the world does not miss us. Is this humiliating to our vanity? So much the better. But, on the other hand, is it not a comfortable and consoling truth? And mayn't we be thankful for our humble condition? If we were not selfish, passez-moi le mot, s'il vous plaît, and if we had to care for other people's griefs as much as our own, how intolerable human life would be. If my neighbour's tight boot pinched my corn, if the calumny uttered against Jones set Brown into fury, if Mrs. A's death plunged Messrs. B, C, D, E, F into distraction, would there be any bearing of the world's burthen? Do not let us be in the least angry or surprised if all the company played on and were happy, although Lady Maria had come to grief. Countess, the deal is with you. Are you going to Stubblefield to shoot as usual, Sir John? Captain, we shall have you running off to the bath after the widow. So the clatter goes on. The light burns, the beau and the ladies flirt, laugh, ogle. The prisoner rages in his cell, the sick man tosses on his bed. Perhaps Madame de Bernstein stayed at the assembly until the very last, not willing to allow the company the chance of speaking of her as soon as her back should be turned. Ah, what a comfort it is, I say again, that we have backs, and that our ears don't grow on them. He that has ears to hear, let him stuff them with cotton. Madame Bernstein might have heard folks say it was heartless of her to come abroad, and play at cards, and make merry when her niece was in trouble. As if she could help Maria by staying at home! Indeed, at her age it is dangerous to disturb an old lady's tranquillity. Don't tell me, says Lady Yarmouth, the Bernstein would play at cards over her niece's coffin. Talk about her heart! Whoever said she had one? That old spy lost it to the Chevalier 1,000 years ago, and has lived ever since perfectly well without one. For how much is the Maria put in prison? If it were only a small sum, we would pay it. It would vex her aunt so. Find out, Fuchs, in the morning, for how much Lady Maria Esmond is put in prison. And the faithful Fuchs bowed, and promised to do her Excellency's will. Meanwhile, about midnight, Madame de Bernstein went home, and presently fell into a sound sleep, from which she did not wake up until a late hour of the morning, when she summoned her usual attendant, who arrived with her ladyship's morning dish of tea. If I told you she took a dram with it, you would be shocked. Some of our great-grandmothers used to have cordials in their closets. Have you not read of the fine lady of Walpole, who said, "If I drink more, I shall be muckybus"? As surely as Mr. Guff is alive now, our ancestresses were accustomed to partake pretty freely of strong waters. So, having tipped off the cordial, Madame Bernstein rouses and asks Mrs. Brett the news. "He can give it to you," says the waiting woman, sulkily. "He? Who?" Mrs. Brett names Harry, and says Mr. Warrington arrived about midnight yesterday, and Betty, my Lady Maria's maid, was with him, and my Lady Maria sends your ladyship her love and duty, and hopes you slept well, says Brett. "Excellently, poor thing! Is Betty gone to her?" "No, she is here," says Mrs. Brett. "Let me see her directly," cries the old lady. "I'll tell her," replies the obsequious Brett, and goes away upon her mistress's errand, leaving the old lady placidly reposing on her pillows. Presently 2 pair of high-heeled shoes are heard pattering over the deal floor of the bedchamber. Carpets were luxuries scarcely known in bedrooms of those days. "So, Mrs. Betty, you were in London yesterday?" calls Bernstein from her curtains. "It is not Betty, it is I. Good morning, dear aunt. I hope you slept well," cries a voice which made old Bernstein start on her pillow. It was the voice of Lady Maria, who drew the curtains aside and dropped her aunt a low curtsey. Lady Maria looked very pretty, rosy, and happy, and with the little surprise incident at her appearance through Madame Bernstein's curtains, I think we may bring this chapter to a close. End of chapter 38. Chapter 39 of the Virginians. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Virginians by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 39. Harry to the Rescue. My dear Lord March, wrote Mr. Warrington from Tunbridge Wells on Saturday morning, the 25th August, 1756. This is to inform you with satisfaction that I have won all our 3 bets. I was at Bromley 2 minutes within the hour. My new horses kept a-going at a capital rate. I drove them myself, having the postilion by me to show me the way, and my black man inside with Mrs. Betty. Hope they found the drive very pleasant. We were not stopped on Blackheath, though 2 fellows on horseback rode up to us, but not liking the looks of our countenances, rode off again, and we got into Tunbridge Wells, where I transacted my business, at 45 minutes after 11. This makes me quits with your lordship after yesterday's piquet, which I shall be very happy to give your revenge, and am your most obliged faithful servant, H. Esmond Warrington. And now, perhaps, the reader will understand by what means Lady Maria Esmond was enabled to surprise her dear aunt in her bed on Saturday morning, and walk out of the house of captivity. Having dispatched Mrs. Betty to London, she scarcely expected that her emissary would return on the day of her departure, and she and the chaplain were playing their cards at midnight, after a small refection which the bailiff's wife had provided for them, when the rapid whirring of wheels was heard approaching their house, and caused the lady to lay her trumps down, and her heart to beat with more than ordinary emotion. Whirr came the wheels. The carriage stopped at the very door. There was a parley at the gate. Then appeared Mrs. Betty, with a face radiant with joy, though her eyes were full of tears. And next, who is that tall young gentleman who enters? Can any of my readers guess? Will they be very angry if I say that the chaplain slapped down his cards with a huzzay, whilst Lady Maria, turning as white as a sheet, rose up from her chair, tottered forward a step or 2, and, with a hysterical shriek, flung herself in her cousin's arms? How many kisses did he give her? If they were mille, diende centum, diende mille altera, diende segunda centum, and so on. I am not going to cry out. He had come to rescue her. She knew he would. He was her champion, her preserver from bondage and ignominy. She wept a genuine flood of tears upon his shoulder, and as she reclines there, giving way to a hearty emotion, I protest I think she looks handsomer than she has looked during the whole course of this history. She did not faint this time. She went home, leaning lovingly on her cousin's arm, and may have had 1 or 2 hysterical outbreaks in the night, but Madame Bernstein slept soundly, and did not hear her. "You are both free to go home," were the first words Harry said. "Get my lady's hat and cardinal, Betty, and, chaplain, we'll smoke a pipe together at our lodgings. It will refresh me after my ride." The chaplain, who, too, had a great deal of available sensibility, was very much overcome. He burst into tears as he seized Harry's hand and kissed it, and prayed God to bless his dear, generous young patron. Mr. Warrington felt a glow of pleasure thrill through his frame. It is good to be able to help the suffering and the poor. It is good to be able to turn sorrow into joy. Not a little proud and elated was our young champion, as, with his hat cocked, he marched by the side of his rescued princess. His feelings came out to meet him, as it were, and beautiful happinesses, with kind eyes and smiles, danced before him, and clad him in a robe of honour, and scattered flowers on his path, and blew trumpets and shawms of sweet gratulation, calling, "Here comes the conqueror! Make way for the champion!" And so they led him up to the king's house, and seated him in the hall of complacency, upon the cushions of comfort. And yet it was not much he had done, only a kindness. He had but to put his hand in his pocket, and with an easy talisman drive off the dragon which kept the gate, and cause the tyrant to lay down his axe who had got Lady Maria in execution. Never mind if his vanity is puffed up. He is very good-natured. He has rescued two unfortunate people, and pumped tears of goodwill and happiness out of their eyes. And if he brags a little to-night, and swaggers somewhat to the chaplain, and talks about London, and Lord March, and White's, and Almack's, with the air of a macaroni, I don't think we need like him much the less." Sampson continued to be prodigiously affected. This man had a nature most easily worked upon, and extraordinarily quick to receive pain and pleasure, to tears, gratitude, laughter, hatred, liking. In his preaching profession he had educated and trained his sensibilities, so that they were of great use to him. He was, for the moment, what he acted. He wept quite genuine tears, finding that he could produce them freely. He loved you whilst he was with you. He had a real pang of grief as he mingled his sorrow with the widow or orphan, and meeting Jack as he came out of the door, went to the tavern opposite, and laughed and roared over the bottle. He gave money very readily, but never repaid when he borrowed. He was, on this night, in a rapture of gratitude and flattery towards Harry Warrington. In all London, perhaps, the unlucky fortunate youth could not have found a more dangerous companion. To-night he was in his grateful mood, and full of enthusiasm for the benefactor who had released him from durance. With each bumper his admiration grew stronger. He exalted Harry as the best and noblest of men, and the complacent young simpleton, as we have said, was disposed to take these praises as very well deserved. "The younger branch of our family," said Mr. Harry, with a superb air, "have treated you scurvily; but, by Jove, Sampson, my boy, I'll stand by you." At a certain period of Burgundian excitement Mr. Warrington was always very eloquent respecting the splendour of his family. "I am very glad I was enabled to help you in your strait. Count on me whenever you want me, Sampson. Did you not say you had a sister at boarding school? You will want money for her, sir. Here's a little bill which may help to pay her schooling." And the liberal young fellow passed a bank note across to the chaplain. Again the man was affected to tears. Harry's generosity smote him. "Mr. Warrington," he said, putting the bank note a short distance from him, I don't deserve your kindness. By George, I don't!" And he swore an oath to corroborate his passionate assertion. "Psha!" says Harry. "I have plenty more of 'em. There was no money in that confounded pocket book which I lost last week." "No, sir, there was no money," said Mr. Sampson, dropping his head. "Hallo! How do you know, Mr. Chaplain?" asked the young gentleman. "I know because I am a villain, sir. I am not worthy of your kindness. I told you so. I found the book, sir, that night, when you had too much wine at Barbeau's." "And read the letters?" asked Mr. Warrington, starting up and turning very red. "They told me nothing I did not know, sir," said the chaplain. "You have had spies about you whom you little suspect, from whom you are much too young and simple to be able to keep your secret." "Are those stories about Lady Fanny and my cousin Will and his doings true, then?" inquired Harry. "Yes, they are true," sighed the chaplain. "The house of Castlewood has not been fortunate, sir, since your honour's branch, the elder branch, left it." "Sir, you don't dare for to breathe a word against my Lady Maria!" Harry cried out. "Oh, not for worlds!" says Mr. Sampson, with a queer look at his young friend. "I may think she is too old for your honour, and that 'tis a pity you should not have a wife better suited to your own age, though I admit she looks very young for hers, and hath every virtue and accomplishment." "She is too old, Sampson. I know she is," says Mr. Warrington, with much majesty. "But she has my word, and you see, sir, how fond she is of me. Go bring me the letters, sir, which you found, and let me try and forgive you for having seized upon them." "My benefactor, let me try and forgive myself!" cries Mr. Sampson, and departs towards his chamber, leaving his young patron alone over his wine. Sampson returned presently, looking very pale. "What has happened, sir?" asked Harry, with an imperious air. The chaplain held out a pocket book. "With your name in it, sir," he says. "My brother's name in it," says Harry. "It was George who gave it to me." I kept it in a locked chest, sir, in which I left it this morning before I was taken by those people. Here is the book, sir, but the letters are gone. My trunk and valise have also been tampered with. And I am a miserable, guilty man, unable to make you the restitution which I owe you." Sampson looked the picture of woe as he uttered these sentiments. He clasped his hands together, and almost knelt before Harry in an attitude the most pathetic. Who had been in the rooms in Mr. Sampson's and Mr. Warrington's absence? The landlady was ready to go on her knees and declare that nobody had come in; nor, indeed, was Mr. Warrington's chamber in the least disturbed, nor anything abstracted from Mr. Sampson's scanty wardrobe and possessions, except those papers of which he deplored the absence. Whose interest was it to seize them? Lady Maria's? The poor woman had been a prisoner all day, and during the time when the capture was effected. She certainly was guiltless of the rape of the letters. The sudden seizure of the two, Case, the house steward's secret journey to London, Case, who knew the shoemaker at whose house Sampson lodged in London, and all the secret affairs of the Esmond family. These points, considered together and separately, might make Mr. Sampson think that the Baroness Bernstein was at the bottom of the mischief. But why arrest Lady Maria? The chaplain knew nothing as yet about that letter which her ladyship had lost, for poor Maria had not thought it necessary to confide her secret to him. As for the pocket-book and its contents, Mr. Harry was so swollen up with self-satisfaction that evening, at winning his 3 bets, at rescuing his 2 friends, at the capital premature cold supper of partridges and ancient Burgundy, which obsequious Monsieur Barbeau had sent over to the young gentleman's lodgings, that he accepted Sampson's vows of contrition, and solemn promises of future fidelity, and reached his gracious hand to the chaplain, and condoned his offence. When the latter swore his great gods that henceforth he would be Harry's truest, humblest friend and follower, and at any moment would be ready to die for Mr. Warrington, Harry said majestically, "I think, Sampson, you would. I hope you would. My family, the Esmond family, has always been accustomed to have faithful friends round about 'em, and to reward 'em, too. The wine's with you, chaplain. What toast do you call, sir?" "I call a blessing on the house of Esmond Warrington," cries the chaplain, with real tears in his eyes. "We are the elder branch, sir. My grandfather was the Marquis of Esmond," says Mr. Harry, in a voice noble but somewhat indistinct. "Here's to you, chaplain, and I forgive you, sir. And God bless you, sir, and if you had been took for 3 times as much, I'd have paid it. Why, what's that I see through the shutters? I am blessed if the sun hasn't risen again. We have no need of candles to go to bed. Ha, ha!" And once more extending his blessing to his chaplain, the young fellow went off to sleep. About noon, Madame de Bernstein sent over a servant to say that she would be glad if her nephew would come over and drink a dish of chocolate with her. Whereupon our young friend rose and walked to his aunt's lodgings. She remarked, not without pleasure, some alteration in his toilette. In his brief sojourn in London he had visited a tailor or two, and had been introduced by my Lord March to some of his lordship's purveyors and tradesmen. Aunt Bernstein called him my dearest child, and thanked him for his noble, his generous behaviour to dear Maria. What a shock that seizure in church had been to her! A still greater shock that she had lost 300 only on the Wednesday night to Lady Yarmouth, and was quite a sec. "Why," said the Baroness, "I had to send Case to London to my agent to get me money to pay. I could not leave Tunbridge in her debt." "So Case did go to London?" says Mr. Harry. "Of course he did. The Baroness de Bernstein can't afford to say she is court d'argent. Canst thou lend me some, child?" "I can give your ladyship £22," said Harry, blushing very red. "I have but 44 left till I get my Virginian remittances. I have bought horses and clothes, and been very extravagant, aunt." "And rescued your poor relations in distress, you prodigal good boy. No, child, I do not want thy money. I can give thee some. Here is a note upon my agent for £50, vaurien. Go and spend it, and be merry. I dare say thy mother will repay me, though she does not love me." And she looked quite affectionate, and held out a pretty hand, which the youth kissed. "Your mother did not love me, but your mother's father did once. Mind, sir, you always come to me when you have need of me." When bent on exhibiting them, nothing could exceed Beatrix Bernstein's grace or good humour. "I can't help loving you, child," she continued, "and yet I am so angry with you that I have scarce the patience to speak to you. So you have actually engaged yourself to poor Maria, who is as old as your mother? What will Madam Esmond say? She may live 300 years, and you will not have wherewithal to support yourselves." "I have £10,000 from my father of my own, now my poor brother is gone," said Harry. "That will go some way." "Why, the interest will not keep you in card money." "We must give up cards," says Harry. "It is more than Maria is capable of. She will pawn the coat off your back to play. The rage for it runs in all my brother's family. In me, too. I own it. I warned you. I prayed you not to play with them, and now a lad of 20 to engage himself to a woman of 42, to write letters on his knees and signed with his heart's blood, which he spells like hartshorn, and say that he will marry no other woman than his adorable cousin, Lady Maria Esmond. Oh, it's cruel, cruel!" "Great heavens, madam! Who showed you my letter?" asked Harry, burning with a blush again. "An accident. She fainted when she was taken by those bailiffs. Brett cut her laces for her, and when she was carried off, poor thing, we found a little sachet on the floor, which I opened, not knowing in the least what it contained, and in it was Mr. Warrington's precious letter. And here, sir, is the case." A pang shot through Harry's heart. "Great heavens! Why didn't she destroy it?" he thought. I will give it back to Maria," he said, stretching out his hand for the little locket. "My dear, I have burned the foolish letter," said the old lady. "If you choose to betray me, I must take the consequence. If you choose to write another, I cannot help thee. But in that case, Harry Esmond, I had rather never see thee again. Will you keep my secret? Will you believe an old woman who loves you and knows the world better than you do? I tell you, if you keep that foolish promise, misery and ruin are surely in store for you. What is a lad like you in the hands of a wily woman of the world, who makes a toy of you? She has entrapped you into a promise, and your old aunt has cut the strings and set you free. Go back again. Betray me if you will, Harry." "I am not angry with you, aunt. I wish I were," said Mr. Warrington, with very great emotion. I shall not repeat what you told me." "Maria never will, child. Mark my words!" cried the old lady, eagerly. "She will never own that she has lost that paper. She will tell you that she has it." "But I am sure she is very fond of me. You should have seen her last night," faltered Harry. "Must I tell more stories against my own flesh and blood?" sobs out the Baroness. "Child, you do not know her past life." "And I must not, and I will not!" cries Harry, starting up. "Written or said, it does not matter which. But my word is given. They may play with such things in England, but we gentlemen of Virginia don't break 'em. If she holds me to my word, she shall have me. If we are miserable, as I dare say we shall be, I'll take a firelock and go join the King of Prussia, or let a ball put an end to me. I have no more to say. Will you be pleased to ring that bell? I wish you a good morning, Mr. Warrington." And dropping a very stately curtsey, the old lady rose on her tortoiseshell stick, and turned towards the door. But as she made her first step, she put her hand to her heart, sank on the sofa again, and shed the first tears that had dropped for long years from Beatrix Esmond's eyes. Harry was greatly moved, too. He knelt down by her. He seized her cold hand and kissed it. He told her in his artless way how very keenly he had felt her love for him, and how with all his heart he returned it. "Ah, aunt," said he, "you don't know what a villain I feel myself. When you told me just now how that paper was burned, oh, I was ashamed to think how glad I was." He bowed his comely head over her hand. She felt hot drops from his eyes raining on it. She had loved this boy. For half a century past, never, perhaps, in the course of her whole worldly life, had she felt a sensation so tender and so pure. The hard heart was wounded now, softened, overcome. She put her two hands on his shoulders, and lightly kissed his forehead. "You will not tell her what I have done, child?" she said. He declared never, never, and demure Mrs. Brett, entering at her mistress's summons, found the nephew and aunt in this sentimental attitude. End of chapter 39. Chapter 40 of the Virginians. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Virginians, by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 40, in which Harry pays off an old debt and incurs some new ones. Our Tunbridge friends were now weary of the Wells, and eager to take their departure. When the autumn should arrive, Bath was Madame de Bernstein's mark. There were more cards, company, life there. She would reach it after paying a few visits to her country friends. Harry promised, with rather a bad grace, to ride with Lady Maria and the chaplain to Castlewood. Again they passed by Oakhurst village, and the hospitable house where Harry had been so kindly entertained. Maria made so many keen remarks about the young ladies of Oakhurst, and their setting their caps at Harry, and the mother's evident desire to catch him for one of them, that, somewhat in a pet, Mr. Warrington said he would pass his friend's door, as her ladyship disliked and abused them, and was very haughty and sulky that evening at the inn where they stopped, some few miles farther on the road. At supper, my Lady Maria's smiles brought no corresponding good humour to Harry's face. Her tears, which her ladyship had at command, did not seem to create the least sympathy for Mr. Warrington. To her querulous remarks he growled a surly reply, and my lady was obliged to go to bed at length without getting a single tete-a-tete with her cousin, that obstinate chaplain, as if by order, persisting in staying in the room. Had Harry given Sampson orders to remain? She departed with a sigh. He bowed her to the door with an obstinate politeness, and consigned her to the care of the landlady and her maid. What horse was that which galloped out of the inn yard 10 minutes after Lady Maria had gone to her chamber? An hour after her departure from the supper room, Mrs. Betty came in for her lady's bottle of smelling salts, and found Parson Sampson smoking a pipe alone. Mr. Warrington was gone to bed, was gone to fetch a walk in the moonlight. How should he know where Mr. Harry was? Sampson answered, in reply to the maid's interrogatories. Mr. Warrington was ready to set forward the next morning, and took his place by the side of Lady Maria's carriage. But his brow was black. The dark spirit was still on him. He hardly spoke to her during the journey. Great heavens! She must have told him that she stole it, thought Lady Maria within her own mind. The fact is, that as they were walking up that steep hill which lies about 3 miles from Oakhurst on the Westerham road, Lady Maria Esmond, leaning on her fond youth's arm, and indeed very much in love with him, had warbled into his ear the most sentimental vows, protests, and expressions of affection. As she grew fonder, he grew colder. As she looked up in his face, the sun shone down upon hers, which, fresh and well preserved as it was, yet showed some of the lines and wrinkles of 20 years, and poor Harry, with that arm leaning on his, felt it intolerably weighty, and by no means relished his walk up the hill. To think that all his life that drag was to be upon him! It was a dreary look forward, and he cursed the moonlight walk, and the hot evening, and the hot wine which had made him give that silly pledge by which he was fatally bound. Maria's praises and raptures annoyed Harry beyond measure. The poor thing poured out scraps of the few plays which she knew, that had reference to her case, and strove with her utmost power to charm her young companion. She called him over and over again her champion, her Henrico, her preserver, and vowed that his Melinda would be ever, ever faithful to him. She clung to him. Ah, child, have I not thy precious image, thy precious hair, thy precious writing here? she said, looking in his face. "Shall it not go with me to the grave? It would, sir, were I to meet with unkindness from my Enrico," she sighed out. Here was a strange story. Madame Bernstein had given him the little silken case. She had burned the hair and the note which the case contained, and Maria had it still on her heart. It was then, at the start which Harry gave as she was leaning on his arm, at the sudden movement as if he would drop hers, that Lady Maria felt her first pang of remorse that she had told a fib, or rather, that she was found out in telling a fib, which is far more cogent reason for repentance. Heaven help us, if some people were to do penance for telling lies, would they ever be out of sackcloth and ashes? Arrived at Castlewood, Mr. Harry's good humour was not increased. My lord was from home. The ladies also were away. The only member of the family whom Harry found was Mr. Will, who returned from partridge shooting just as the chaise and cavalcade reached the gate, and who turned very pale when he saw his cousin, and received a sulky scowl of recognition from the young Virginian. Nevertheless, he thought to put a good face on the matter, and they met at supper, where, before my Lady Maria, their conversation was at first civil, but not lively. Mr. Will had been to some races? To several. He had been pretty successful in his bets, Mr. Warrington hopes? Pretty well. "And you have brought back my horse sound?" asked Mr. Warrington. "Your horse? What horse?" asked Mr. Will. "What horse? My horse!" says Mr. Harry, curtly. "Protest I don't understand you," says Will. "The brown horse for which I played you, and which I won of you the night before you rode away upon it," says Mr. Warrington, sternly. "You remember the horse, Mr. Esmond?" "Mr. Warrington, I perfectly well remember playing you for a horse, which my servant handed over to you on the day of your departure. The chaplain was present at our play. Mr. Sampson, will you be umpire between us?" Mr. Warrington said, with much gentleness. "I am bound to decide that Mr. Warrington played for the brown horse," says Mr. Sampson. "Well, he got the other one," said sulky Mr. Will, with a grin. "And sold it for 30 shillings," said Mr. Warrington, always preserving his calm tone. Will was waggish. 30 shillings, and a devilish good price, too, for the broken-kneed old rip. Ha, ha! "Not a word more. 'Tis only a question about a bet, my dear Lady Maria. Shall I serve you some more chicken?" Nothing could be more studiously courteous and gay than Mr. Warrington was, so long as the lady remained in the room. When she rose to go, Harry followed her to the door, and closed it upon her with the most courtly bow of farewell. He stood at the closed door for a moment, and then he bade the servants retire. When those menials were gone, Mr. Warrington locked the heavy door before them, and pocketed the key. As it clicked in the lock, Mr. Will, who had been sitting over his punch, looking now and then askance at his cousin, asked, with one of the oaths which commonly garnished his conversation, what the hell Mr. Warrington meant by that. "I guess there's going to be a quarrel," said Mr. Warrington, blandly, "and there is no use in having these fellows look on at rows between their betters." "Who is going to quarrel here, I should like to know?" asked Will, looking very pale, and grasping a knife. "Mr. Sampson, you were present when I played Mr. Will 50 guineas against his brown horse?" "Against his horse!" bawls out Mr. Will. "I am not such a something fool as you take me for," says Mr. Warrington, "although I do come from Virginia." And he repeated his question. "Mr. Sampson, you were here when I played the Honourable William Esmond, Esquire, 50 guineas against his brown horse?" "I must own it, sir," says the chaplain, with a deprecatory look towards his lord's brother. "I don't own no such thing," says Mr. Will, with rather a forced laugh. "No, sir, because it costs you no more pains to lie than to cheat," said Mr. Warrington, walking up to his cousin. "Hands off, Mr. Chaplain, and see fair play, because you are no better than a ha! No better than a what we can't say, and shall never know. For as Harry uttered the exclamation, his dear cousin flung a wine bottle at Mr. Warrington's head, who bobbed just in time, so that the missile flew across the room and broke against the wainscot opposite, breaking the face of a pictured ancestor of the Esmond family, and then itself against the wall, whence it spirted a pint of good port wine over the chaplain's face and flowered wig. "Great heavens, gentlemen, I pray you to be quiet!" cried the parson, dripping with gore. But gentlemen are not inclined, at some moments, to remember the commands of the Church. The bottle having failed, Mr. Esmond seized the large silver-handled knife and drove at his cousin. But Harry caught up the other's right hand with his left, as he had seen the boxers do at Marybone, and delivered a rapid blow upon Mr. Esmond's nose, which sent him reeling up against the oak panels, and I dare say caused him to see 10,000 illuminations. He dropped his knife in his retreat against the wall, which his rapid antagonist kicked under the table. Now Will, too, had been at Marybone and Hockey in the Hole, and after a gasp for breath and a glare over his bleeding nose at his enemy, he dashed forward his head as though it had been a battering ram intending to project it into Mr. Harry Warrington's stomach. This manoeuvre Harry had seen, too, on his visit to Marybone, and amongst the negroes upon the maternal estate, who would meet in combat like two concutient cannon balls, each harder than the other. But Harry had seen and marked the civilized practice of the white man. He skipped aside, and, saluting his advancing enemy with a tremendous blow on the right ear, felled him, so that he struck his head against the heavy oak table, and sank lifeless to the ground. "Chaplain, you will bear witness that it has been a fair fight," said Mr. Warrington, still quivering with the excitement of the combat, but striving with all his might to restrain himself and look cool. And he drew the key from his pocket and opened the door in the lobby, behind which 3 or 4 servants were gathered. A crash of broken glass, a cry, a shout, an oath or two, had told them that some violent scene was occurring within, and they entered, and behold 2 victims bedabbled with red, the chaplain bleeding port wine, and the Honourable William Esmond, Esquire, stretched in his own gore. "Mr. Sampson will bear witness that I struck fair, and that Mr. Esmond hit the first blow," said Mr. Warrington. "Undo his neckcloth, somebody. He may be dead. And get a fleam, Gumbo, and bleed him. Stop, he is coming to himself. Lift him up, you, and tell a maid to wash the floor." Indeed, in a minute, Mr. Will did come to himself. First his eyes rolled about, or rather, I am ashamed to say, his eye, one having been closed by Mr. Warrington's first blow. First, then, his eye rolled about, then he gasped and uttered an inarticulate moan or two, and then began to swear and curse very freely and articulately. "He is getting well," said Mr. Warrington. "Oh, praise be mussy!" sighs the sentimental Betty. "Ask him, Gumbo, whether he would like any more," said Mr. Warrington, with a stern humour. "Massa Harry say, will you like any more?" asked obedient Gumbo, bowing over the prostrate gentleman. "No, curse you, you black devil!" says Mr. Will, hitting up at the black object before him. "So he nearly cut my tongue in 2 in my mouth," Gumbo explained to the pitying Betty. "No, that is yes, you infernal Mohock! Why does not somebody kick him out of the place?" "Because nobody dares, Mr. Esmond," says Mr. Warrington with great state, arranging his ruffles, his ruffled ruffles. "And nobody won't either," growled the men. They had all grown to love Harry, whereas Mr. Will had nobody's good word. "We know all's fair, sir. It ain't the first time Master William has been served so." "And I hope it won't be the last," cries shrill Betty. "To go for to strike a poor black gentleman so!" Mr. Will had gathered himself up by this time, had wiped his bleeding face with a napkin, and was skulking off to bed. "Surely it's manners to say good night to the company." "Good night, Mr. Esmond," says Mr. Warrington, whose jokes, though few, were not very brilliant; but the honest lad relished the brilliant sally, and laughed at it inwardly. "He's had his supper, and he goes to bed," says Betty, in her native dialect, at which everybody laughed outright, except Mr. William, who went away leaving a black fume of curses, as it were, rolling out of that funnel, his mouth. It must be owned that Mr. Warrington continued to be witty the next morning. He sent a note to Mr. Will, begging to know whether he was for a ride to town or anywheres else. If he was for London, that he would frighten the highwayman on Hounslow Heath, and look a very genteel figure at the Chocolate House; which letter, I fear, Mr. Will received with his usual violence, requesting the writer to go to some place, not Hounslow. And besides the parley between Will and Harry, there comes a maiden simpering to Mr. Warrington's door, and Gumbo advances holding something white and triangular in his ebon fingers. Harry knew what it was well enough. "Of course it's a letter," groans he. "Melinda greets her Enrico, etc., etc., etc. No sleep has she known that night," and so forth, and so forth, and so forth. "Has Enrico slept well in the halls of his father? Und so weiter, und so weiter. He must never, never quarrel and be so cruel again. Keine Loipe." And I protest that I shan't quote any more of this letter. Ah, tablets, golden once, are you now faded leaves? Where is the juggler who transmuted you? And why is the glamour over? After the little scandal with cousin Will, Harry's dignity would not allow him to stay longer at Castlewood. He wrote a majestic letter to the lord of the mansion, explaining the circumstances which had occurred, and, as he called in Parson Sampson to supervise the document, no doubt it contained none of those eccentricities in spelling which figured in his ordinary correspondence at this period. He represented to poor Maria that after blackening the eye and damaging the nose of a son of the house, he should remain in it with a very bad grace, and she was forced to acquiesce in the opinion that, for the present, his absence would best become him. Of course she wept plentiful tears at parting with him. He would go to London and see younger beauties. He would find none who would love him like his fond Maria. I fear Mr. Warrington did not exhibit any profound emotion on leaving her. Nay, he cheered up immediately after he crossed Castlewood Bridge, and made his horses whisk over the road at 10 miles an hour. He sang to them to go along. He nodded to the pretty girls by the roadside. He chucked my landlady under the chin. He certainly was not inconsolable. Truth is, he longed to be back in London again, to make a figure at St. James's, at Newmarket, wherever the men of fashion congregated. All that petty Tunbridge society of women and card playing seemed child's play to him now he had tasted the delight of London life. By the time he reached London again, almost all the £44 which we have seen that he possessed at Tunbridge had slipped out of his pocket, and further supplies were necessary. Regarding these he made himself presently easy. There were two sums of £5,000 in his own and his brother's name, of which he was the master. He would take up a little money, and with a run or two of good luck at play he could easily replace it. Meantime he must live in a manner becoming his station, and it must be explained to Madam Esmond that a gentleman of his rank cannot keep fitting company, and appear as becomes him in society, upon a miserable pittance of 200 a year. Mr. Warrington sojourned at the Bedford Coffee House as before, but only for a short while. He sought out proper lodgings at the Court end of the town, and fixed on some apartments in Bond Street, where he and Gumbo installed themselves, his horses standing at a neighbouring livery stable. And now tailors, mercers, and shoemakers were put in requisition. Not without a pang of remorse, he laid aside his mourning, and figured in a laced hat and waistcoat. Gumbo was always dexterous in the art of dressing hair, and with a little powder flung into his fair locks, Mr. Warrington's head was as modish as that of any gentleman in the Mall. He figured in the ring in his phaeton. Reports of his great wealth had long since preceded him to London, and not a little curiosity was excited about the fortunate Virginian. Until our young friend could be balloted for at the proper season, my Lord March had written down his name for the club at White's Chocolate House, as a distinguished gentleman from America. There were as yet but few persons of fashion in London, but with a pocketful of money at 1 and 20, a young fellow can make himself happy even out of the season, and Mr. Harry was determined to enjoy. He ordered Mr. Draper then to sell £500 of his stock. What would his poor mother have said had she known that the young spendthrift was already beginning to dissipate his patrimony? He dined at the tavern, he supped at the club, where Jack Morris introduced him with immense eulogiums to such gentlemen as were in town. Life and youth and pleasure were before him, the wine was set a running, and the eager lad was greedy to drink. Do you see, far away in the west yonder, the pious widow at her prayers for her son? Behind the trees at Oakhurst a tender little heart, too, is beating for him, perhaps. When the prodigal son was away carousing, were not love and forgiveness still on the watch for him? Amongst the inedited letters of the late Lord Orford, there is one which the present learned editor, Mr. Peter Cunningham, has omitted from his collection, doubting possibly the authenticity of the document. Nay, I myself have only seen a copy of it in the Warrington papers, in Madam Esmond's prim handwriting, and noted, Mr. H. Walpole's account of my son Henry at London, and of Baroness Tusher, wrote to General Conway. Arlington Street, Friday night. I have come away, child, for a day or two from my devotions to Our Lady of Strawberry. Have I not been on my knees to her these 3 weeks, and aren't the poor old joints full of rheumatism? A fit took me that I would pay London a visit, that I would go to Vauxhall and Ranelagh. Quoi? May I not have my rattle as well as other elderly babies? Suppose, after being so long virtuous, I take a fancy to cakes and ale, shall your reverence say nay to me? George Selwyn and Tony Storer and your humble servant took boat at Westminster t'other night. Was it Tuesday? No, Tuesday I was with their Graces of Norfolk, who are just from Tunbridge. It was Wednesday. How should I know? Wasn't I dead drunk with a whole pint of lemonade I took at White's? The Norfolk folk had been entertaining me on Tuesday with the account of a savage young Iroquois, Choctaw, or Virginian, who has lately been making a little noise in our quarter of the globe. He is an offshoot of that disreputable family of Esmond Castlewood, of whom all the men are gamblers and spendthrifts, and all the women, well, I shan't say the word, lest Lady Aylesbury should be looking over your shoulder. Both the late lords, my father told me, were in his pay, and the last one, a beau of Queen Anne's reign, from a viscount advanced to be an earl through the merits and intercession of his notorious old sister Bernstein, late Tusher, nee Esmond, a great beauty, too, of her day, a favourite of the Old Pretender. She sold his secrets to my papa, who paid her for them; and, being nowise particular in her love for the Stuarts, came over to the august Hanoverian house at present reigning over us. Will Horace Walpole's tongue never stop scandal? Says your wife over your shoulder. I kiss your ladyship's hand. I am dumb. The Bernstein is a model of virtue. She had no good reasons for marrying her father's chaplain. Many of the nobility omit the marriage altogether. She wasn't ashamed of being Mrs. Tusher, and didn't take a German Baroncino for a second husband, whom nobody out of Hanover ever saw. The Yarmouth bears no malice. Esther and Vashti are very good friends, and have been cheating each other at Tunbridge at cards all the summer. And what has all this to do with the Iroquois? Says your ladyship. The Iroquois has been at Tunbridge, too. Not cheating, perhaps, but winning vastly. They say he has bled Lord March of thousands. Lord March, by whom so much blood hath been shed, that he hath quarrelled with everybody, fought with everybody, rode over everybody, been fallen in love with by everybody's wife except Mr. Conway's, and not excepting her present Majesty the Countess of England, Scotland, France, and Ireland, Queen of Walmoden and Yarmouth, whom Heaven preserve to us. You know an offensive little creature, de par le monde, one Jack Morris, who skips in and out of all the houses of London. When we were at Vauxhall, Mr. Jack gave us a nod under the shoulder of a pretty young fellow enough, on whose arm he was leaning, and who appeared usually delighted with the enchantments of the garden. Lord, how he stared at the fireworks! Gods! how he huzzayed at the singing of a horrible painted wench who shrieked the ears off my head! A twopenny string of glass beads and a strip of tawdry cloth are treasures in Iroquois land, and our savage valued them accordingly. A buzz went about the place that this was the Fortunate Youth. He won 300 at White's last night very genteelly from Rockingham and my precious nephew, and here he was bellowing and huzzaying over the music so as to do you good to hear. I do not love a puppet show, but I love to treat children to one, Miss Conway. I present your ladyship my compliments, and hope we shall go and see the dolls together." When the singing woman came down from her throne, Jack Morris must introduce my Virginian to her. I saw him blush up to the eyes, and make her, upon my word, a very fine bow, such as I had no idea was practised in wigwams. There is a certain Jenny Squaw about her, and that's why the savage likes her, George said. A joke certainly not as brilliant as a firework. After which it seemed to me that the savage and the savages retired together. Having had a great deal too much to eat and drink 3 hours before, my partners must have chicken and rack punch at Vauxhall, where George fell asleep straightway, and for my sins I must tell Tony Storer what I knew about this Virginian's amiable family, especially some of the Bernstein's antecedents, and the history of another elderly beauty of the family, a certain Lady Maria, who was en mieux with the late Prince of Wales. What did I say? I protest not half of what I knew, and of course not a tenth part of what I was going to tell. For who should start out upon us but my savage, this time quite red in the face, and in his war paint. The wretch had been drinking fire-water in the next box. He cocked his hat, clapped his hand to his sword, asked which of the gentlemen was it that was maligning his family, so that I was obliged to entreat him not to make such a noise, lest he should wake my friend Mr. George Selwyn. And I added, "I assure you, sir, I had no idea that you were near me, and most sincerely apologise for giving you pain." The Huron took his hand off his tomahawk at this pacific rejoinder, made a bow not ungraciously, said he could not, of course, ask more than an apology from a gentleman of my age, merci, monsieur, and, hearing the name of Mr. Selwyn, made another bow to George, and said he had a letter to him from Lord March, which he had had the ill fortune to mislay. George has put him up for the club, it appears, in conjunction with March, and no doubt these three lambs will fleece each other. Meanwhile, my pacified savage sat down with us and buried the hatchet in another bowl of punch, for which these gentlemen must call. Heaven help us! 'Tis 11 o'clock, and here comes Bedson with my gruel. H. W. To the Honourable H. S. Conway. End of Chapter 40. Chapter 41 of the Virginians. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Virginians by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 41. Rake's Progress. People were still very busy in Harry Warrington's time, not that our young gentleman took much heed of the controversy, in determining the relative literary merits of the ancients and the moderns, and the learned, and the world with them, indeed, pretty generally pronounced in favour of the former. The moderns of that day are the ancients of ours, and we speculate upon them in the present year of grace, as our grandchildren 100 years hence will give their judgment about us. As for your book learning, O respectable ancestors, though to be sure you have the mighty Gibbon with you, I think you will own that you are beaten, and could point to a couple of professors at Cambridge and Glasgow who know more Greek than was to be had in your time in all the universities of Europe, including that of Athens, if such a one existed.
As for science, you were scarce more advanced than those heathen to whom in literature you owned yourselves inferior. And in public and private morality, which is the better, this actual year, 1858, or its predecessor a century back? Gentlemen of Mr. Disraeli's House of Commons, has every one of you his price, as in Walpole's or Newcastle's time? Or, and that is the delicate question, have you almost all of you had it? Ladies, I do not say that you are a society of Vestals, but the chronicles of 100 years since contain such an amount of scandal, that you may be thankful that you did not live in such dangerous times. No, on my conscience, I believe that men and women are both better. Not only that the Susannas are more numerous, but that the elders are not nearly so wicked. Did you ever hear of such books as Clarissa, Tom Jones, Roderick Random, paintings by contemporary artists, of the men and women, the life and society of their day? Suppose we were to describe the doings of such a person as Mr. Lovelace, or my Lady Bellaston, or that wonderful lady of quality who lent her memoirs to the author of Peregrine Pickle. How the pure and outraged 19th century would blush, scream, run out of the room, call away the young ladies, and order Mr. Moody never to send one of that odious author's books again. You are 58 years old, madam, and it may be that you are too squeamish, that you cry out before you are hurt, and when nobody had any intention of offending your ladyship. Also, it may be that the novelist's art is injured by the restraints put upon him, as many an honest, harmless statue at St. Peter's and the Vatican is spoiled by the tin draperies in which ecclesiastical old women have swaddled the fair limbs of the marble. But in your prudery there is reason. So there is in the state censorship of the press. The page may contain matter dangerous to bonos mores. Out with your scissors, censor, and clip off the prurient paragraph. We have nothing for it but to submit. Society, the despot, has given his imperial decree. We may think the statue has been seen to greater advantage without the tin drapery. We may plead that the moral were better, might we recite the whole fable. Away with him! Not a word. I never saw the pianofortes in the United States with the frilled muslin trousers on their legs; but, depend on it, the muslin covered some of the notes as well as the mahogany, muffled the music, and stopped the player. To what does this prelude introduce us? I am thinking of Harry Warrington, Esquire, in his lodgings in Bond Street, London, and of the life which he and many of the young bucks of fashion led in those times, and how I can no more take my fair young reader into them than Lady Squeams can take her daughter to Cremorne Gardens on an ordinary evening. My dear Miss Diana, psha! I know you are 38, although you are wonderfully shy, and want to make us believe you have just left off schoolroom dinners and a pinafore. When your grandfather was a young man about town, and a member of one of the clubs at White's, and dined at Pontack's off the feast provided by Braund and Lebec, and rode to Newmarket with March and Rockingham, and toasted the best in England with Gilly Williams and George Selwyn, and didn't understand George's jokes, of which, indeed, the flavour has very much evaporated since the bottling, the old gentleman led a life of which your noble aunt, author of the legends of the Squeams, or Fair Fruits of a Family Tree, has not given you the slightest idea. It was before your grandmother adopted those serious views for which she was distinguished during her last long residence at Bath, and after Colonel Tybalt married Miss Lye, the rich soap boiler's heiress, that her ladyship's wild oats were sown. When she was young, she was as giddy as the rest of the genteel world. At her house in Hill Street, she had 10 card tables on Wednesdays and Sunday evenings, except for a short time when Ranelagh was open on Sundays. Every night of her life she gambled for 8, 9, 10 hours. Everybody else in society did the like. She lost, she won, she cheated, she pawned her jewels. Who knows what else she was not ready to pawn so as to find funds to supply her fury for play? What was that after-supper duel at the Shakespeare's Head in Covent Garden between your grandfather and Colonel Tybalt, where they drew swords and engaged only in the presence of Sir John Screwby, who was drunk under the table? They were interrupted by Mr. John Fielding's people, and your grandfather was carried home to Hill Street, wounded, in a chair. I tell you, those gentlemen in powder and ruffles, who turned out the toes of their buckled pumps so delicately, were terrible fellows. Swords were perpetually being drawn. Bottles after bottles were drunk. Oaths roared unceasingly in conversation. Tavern drawers and watchmen were pinked and maimed. Chairmen belaboured. Citizens insulted by reeling pleasure hunters. You have been to Cremorne with proper vouchers, of course. Do you remember our great theatres 30 years ago? You were too good to go to a play? Well, you have no idea what the playhouses were, or what the green boxes were, when Garrick and Mrs. Pritchard were playing before them. And I, for my children's sake, thank that good actor in his retirement who was the first to banish that shame from the theatre. No, madam, you are mistaken. I do not plume myself on my superior virtue. I do not say you are naturally better than your ancestress in her wild, rouged, gambling, flaring, tearing days, or even than poor Polly Fogle, who was just taken up for shoplifting and would have been hung for it 100 years ago. Only I am heartily thankful that my temptations are less, having quite enough to do with those of the present century. So, if Harry Warrington rides down to Newmarket to the October meeting, and loses or wins his money there, if he makes one of a party at the Shakespeare or Bedford Head, if he dines at White's Ordinary, and sits down to Mocco and Lansquenet afterwards, if he boxes the watch and makes his appearance at the Roundhouse, if he turns out for a short space a wild, dissipated, harum-scarum young Harry Warrington, I, knowing the weakness of human nature, am not going to be surprised, and, quite aware of my own shortcomings, don't intend to be very savage at my neighbours. Mr. Sampson was. In his chapel in Long Acre he whipped vice tremendously, gave sin no quarter, outcursed blasphemy with superior anathemas, knocked drunkenness down, and trampled on the prostrate brute wallowing in the gutter, dragged out conjugal infidelity, and pounded her with endless stones of rhetoric. And after service came to dinner at the Star and Garter, made a bowl of punch for Harry and his friends at the Bedford Head, or took a hand at whist at Mr. Warrington's lodgings, or my Lord March's, or wherever there was a supper and good company for him. I often think, however, in respect of Mr. Warrington's doings at this period of his coming to London, that I may have taken my usual degrading and uncharitable views of him. For, you see, I have not uttered a single word of virtuous indignation against his conduct, and, if it was not reprehensible, have certainly judged him most cruelly. Oh, the truthful! Oh, the beautiful! Oh, modesty! Oh, benevolence! Oh, pudor! Oh, mores! Oh, blushing shame! Oh, namby-pamby! Each with your respective capital letters to your honoured names! Oh, niminy! Oh, piminy! How shall I dare to go for to say that a young man ever was a young man? No doubt, dear young lady, I am calumniating Mr. Warrington according to my heartless custom. As a proof, here is a letter out of the Warrington collection from Harry to his mother, in which there is not a single word that would lead you to suppose he was leading a wild life. And such a letter from an only son to a fond and exemplary parent, we know must be true. Bond Street, London, October 25, 1756. Honoured Madam, I take up my pen to acknowledge your honoured favour of 10 July, per lively Virginia packet, which has duly come to hand, forwarded by our Bristol agent, and rejoice to hear that the prospect of the crops is so good. 'Tis Tully who says that agriculture is the noblest pursuit. How delightful when that pursuit is also profitable! Since my last, dated from Tunbridge Wells, 1 or 2 incidents have occurred, of which it is necessary. This word has been much operated upon with the penknife, but is left sick
no doubt to the writer's satisfaction. I should advise my honoured mother. Our party there broke up end of August, the partridge shooting commencing. Baroness Bernstein, whose kindness to me has been most invariable, has been to Bath, her usual winter resort, and has made me a welcome present of a £50 bill. I rode back with Reverend Mr. Sampson, whose instructions I find most valuable, and my cousin Lady Maria to Castlewood. Could Parson Sampson have been dictating the above remarks to Mr. Warrington? I paid a flying visit on the way to my dear kind friends, Colonel and Mrs. Lambert, Oakhurst House, who send my honoured mother their most affectionate remembrances. The youngest Miss Lambert, I grieve to say, was delicate, and her parents in some anxiety. At Castlewood, I lament to state, my stay was short, owing to a quarrel with my cousin William. He is a young man of violent passions, and, alas, addicted to liquor, when he has no control over them. In a trifling dispute about a horse, high words arose between us, and he aimed a blow at me, or its equivalent, which my grandfather's, my honoured mother's child, could not brook. I rejoined and felled him to the ground, whence he was carried almost senseless to bed. I sent to inquire after his health in the morning, but having no further news of him, came away to London, where I have been ever since, with brief intervals of absence. Knowing you would wish me to see my dear grandfather's University of Cambridge, I rode thither lately in company with some friends, passing through part of Harts, and lying at the famous bed of Ware. The October meeting was just begun at Cambridge when I went. I saw the students in their gowns and caps, and rode over to the famous Newmarket Heath, where there happened to be some races. My friend Lord March's horse, Marrowbones by Cleaver, coming off winner of a large stake. It was an amusing day. The jockeys, horses, etc., very different to our poor races at home. The betting awful. The richest noblemen here mix with the jocks, and bet all round. Cambridge pleased me, especially King's College Chapel, of a rich but elegant Gothic. I have been out into the world, and am made member of the club at White's, where I meet gentlemen of the first fashion. My Lords Rockingham, Carlisle, Orford, Bolingbroke, Coventry, are of my friends, introduced to me by my Lord March, of whom I have often wrote before. Lady Coventry is a fine woman, but thin. Every lady paints here, old and young, so if you and Mountain and Fanny wish to be in fashion, I must send you out some rouge pots. Everybody plays. 8, 10 card tables at every house on every receiving night. I am sorry to say, all do not play fair, and some do not pay fair. I have been obliged to sit down and do as Rome does, and have actually seen ladies whom I could name take my counters from before my face. One day, his regiment, the 20th, being paraded in St. James's Park, a friend of mine, Mr. Wolfe, did me the honour to present me to his Royal Highness the Captain General, who is most gracious. A fat, jolly prince, if I may speak so without disrespect, reminding me in his manner of that unhappy General Braddock whom we knew to our sorrow last year. When he heard my name, and how dearest George had served and fallen in Braddock's unfortunate campaign, he talked a great deal with me, asked me why a young fellow like me did not serve too, why I did not go to the King of Prussia, who was a great general, and see a campaign or two, and whether that would not be better than dawdling about at routs and card parties in London. I said I would like to go with all my heart, but was an only son now, on leave from my mother, and belonged to our estate in Virginia. His Highness said Mr. Braddock had wrote home accounts of Mrs. Esmond's loyalty, and that he would gladly serve me. Mr. Wolfe and I have waited on him since at his Royal Highness's house in Pall Mall. The latter, who is still quite a young man, made the Scots campaign with his Highness, whom Mr. Dempster loves so much at home. To be sure, he was too severe, if anything can be too severe against rebels in arms. Mr. Draper has had half the stock, my late papa's property, transferred to my name. Until there can be no doubt of that painful loss in our family which I would give my right hand to replace, the remaining stock must remain in the trustee's name, in behalf of him who inherited it. Ah, dear mother, there is no day, scarce any hour, when I don't think of him. I wish he were by me often. I feel like as if I was better when I am thinking of him, and would like, for the honour of my family, that he was representing of it here, instead of, Honoured Madam, your dutiful and affectionate son, Henry Esmond Warrington. P.S. I am like your sex, who always, they say, put their chief news in a postscript. I had something to tell you about a person to whom my heart is engaged. I shall write more about it, which there is no hurry. Suffice, she is a nobleman's daughter, and her family as good as our own. Clarges Street, London, October 23, 1756. I think, my good sister, we have been all our lives a little more than kin and less than kind, to use the words of a poet whom your dear father loved dearly. When you were born in our western principality, my mother was not as old as Isaac's, but even then I was much more than old enough to be yours. And though she gave you all she could leave or give, including the little portion of love that ought to have been my share, yet if we can have goodwill for one another, we may learn to do without affection, and some little kindness you owe me for your son's sake, as well as your father's, whom I loved and admired more than any man I think I ever knew in this world. He was greater than almost all, though he made no noise in it. I have seen very many who have, and, believe me, have found but few with such good heads and good hearts as Mr. Esmond. Had we been better acquainted, I might have given you some advice regarding your young gentleman's introduction to Europe, which you would have taken or not, as people do in this world. At least you would have said afterwards, what she counselled me was right, and had Harry done as Madam Beatrix wished, it had been better for him. My good sister, it was not for you to know, or for me, to whom you never wrote, to tell you, but your boy, in coming to England and Castlewood, found but ill friends there, except one, an old aunt, of whom all kind of evil hath been spoken and said these 50 years past, and not without cause too, perhaps. Now I must tell Harry's mother what will doubtless scarce astonish her, that almost everybody who knows him loves him. He is prudent of his tongue, generous of his money, as bold as a lion, with an imperious, domineering way that sets well upon him. You know whether he is handsome or not, my dear. I like him none the less for not being overly witty or wise. I never cared for the set the Thames afire gentlemen, who were so much more clever than their neighbours. Your father's great friend, Mr. Addison, seemed to me but a supercilious prig, and his follower, Sir Dick Steele, was not pleasant in his cups nor out of them. And, revenons à lui, your Master Harry will certainly not burn the river up with his wits. Of book learning he is as ignorant as any lord in England, and for this I hold him none the worse. If Heaven have not given him a turn that way, 'tis of no use trying to bend him. Considering the place he is to hold in his own colony when he returns, and the stock he comes from, let me tell you that he hath not means enough allowed him to support his station, and is likely to make the more depence from the narrowness of his income. From sheer despair breaking out of all bounds, and becoming extravagant, which is not his turn. But he likes to live as well as the rest of his company, and between ourselves has fell into some of the finest and most rakish in England. He thinks 'tis for the honour of the family not to go back, and many a time calls for ortolans and champagne, when he would as lief dine with a steak and a mug of beer. And in this kind of spirit I have no doubt, from what he hath told me in his talk, which is very naif, as the French say, that his mamma hath encouraged him in his high opinion of himself. We women like our belongings to have it, however little we love to pay the cost. Will you have your lad make a figure in London? Treble his allowance at the very least, and his Aunt Bernstein, with his honoured mamma's permission, will add a little more on to whatever sum you give him. Otherwise he will be spending the little capital I learn he has in this country, which, when a lad once begins to manger, there is very soon an end to the loaf. Please God, I shall be able to leave Henry Esmond's grandson something at my death, but my savings are small, and the pension with which my gracious sovereign hath endowed me dies with me. As for you, Monsieur de Bernstein, he left only debt at his decease. The officers of his Majesty's Electoral Court of Hanover are but scantily paid. A lady who is present very high in his Majesty's confidence hath taken a great fancy to your lad, and will take an early occasion to bring him to the sovereign's favourable notice. His Royal Highness the Duke he hath seen. If live in America he must, why should not Mr. Esmond Warrington return as Governor of Virginia, and with a title to his name? That is what I hope for him. Meanwhile, I must be candid with you, and tell you I fear he hath entangled himself here in a very silly engagement. Even to marry an old woman for money is scarce pardonable. The game ne valant guère la chandelle. Mr. Bernstein, when alive, more than once assured me of this fact, and I believe him, poor gentleman. To engage yourself to an old woman without money, and to marry her merely because you have promised her, this seems to me a folly which only very young lads fall into, and I fear Mr. Warrington is one. How, or for what consideration, I know not, but my niece Maria Esmond has Esquimote a promise from Harry. He knows nothing of her antecedents, which I do. She has laid herself out for 20 husbands these 20 years past. I care not how she hath got the promise from him. 'Tis a sin and a shame that a woman more than 40 years old should surprise the honour of a child like that, and hold him to his word. She is not the woman she pretends to be. Our horse jockey, he saith, cannot take him in. But a woman... I write this news to you advisedly, displeasant as it must be. Perhaps 'twill bring you to England, but I would be very cautious, above all, very gentle, for the bit will instantly make his spirit restive. I fear the property is entailed, so that threats of cutting him off from it will not move Maria. Otherwise I know her to be so mercenary that, though she really hath a great fancy for this handsome lad, without money she would not hear of him. All I could, and more than I ought, I have done to prevent the match. What and more I will not say in writing, but that I am, for Henry Esmond's sake, his grandson's sincerest friend, and, madam, your faithful sister and servant, Beatrix Baroness de Bernstein. To Mrs. Esmond Warrington of Castlewood, in Virginia. On the back of this letter is written, in Madam Esmond's hand, "My sister Bernstein's letter, received with Henry's December 24th, on receipt of which it was determined my son should instantly go home." End of chapter 41.
Chapter 42 of the Virginians. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Virginians by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 42. Fortunatus Nimium. Though Harry Warrington persisted in his determination to keep that dismal promise which his cousin had extracted from him, we trust no benevolent reader will think so ill of him as to suppose that the engagement was to the young fellow's taste, and that he would not be heartily glad to be rid of it. Very likely the beating administered to poor Will was to this end, and Harry may have thought, a boxing match between us is sure to bring on a quarrel with the family. In the quarrel with the family, Maria may take her brother's side. I, of course, will make no retraction or apology. Will, in that case, may call me to account, when I know which is the better man. In the midst of the feud, the agreement may come to an end.
and I may be a free man once more." So honest Harry laid his train and fired it, but, the explosion over, no harm was found to be done, except that William Esmond's nose was swollen, and his eye black for a week. He did not send a challenge to his cousin Harry Warrington, and, in consequence, neither killed Harry nor was killed by him. Will was knocked down, and he got up again. How many men of sense would do the same, could they get their little accounts settled in a private place, with nobody to tell how the score was paid? Maria by no means took her family side in the quarrel, but declared for her cousin, as did my lord when advised of the disturbance. Will had struck the first blow, Lord Castlewood said, by the chaplain's showing. It was not the first or the 10th time he had been found quarrelling in his cups. Mr. Warrington only showed a proper spirit in resenting the injury, and it was for Will, not for Harry, to ask pardon. Harry said he would accept no apology as long as his horse was not returned or his bet paid. The chronicler has not been able to find out from any of the papers which have come under his view how that affair of the bet was finally arranged, but 'tis certain the cousins presently met in the houses of various friends, and without mauling each other. Maria's elder brother had been at first quite willing that his sister, who had remained unmarried for so many years, and on the train of whose robe, in her long course over the path of life, so many briars, so much mud, so many rents and stains had naturally gathered, should marry with any bridegroom who presented himself, and if with a gentleman from Virginia, so much the better. She would retire to his wigwam in the forest, and there be disposed of. In the natural course of things, Harry would survive his elderly bride, and might console himself or not, as he preferred, after her departure. But after an interview with Aunt Bernstein, which his lordship had on his coming to London, he changed his opinion, and even went so far as to try and dissuade Maria from the match, and to profess a pity for the young fellow who was made to undergo a life of misery on account of a silly promise given at 21. Misery, indeed! Maria was at a loss to know why he was to be miserable. Pity, forsooth! My Lord of Castlewood had thought it was no pity at all. Maria knew what pity meant. Her brother had been with Aunt Bernstein. Aunt Bernstein had offered money to break this match off. She understood what my lord meant, but Mr. Warrington was a man of honour, and she could trust him. Away upon this walks my lord to White's, or to whatever haunts he frequented. It is probable that his sister had guessed too accurately what the nature of his conversation with Madame Bernstein had been. And so, thinks he, the end of my virtue is likely to be that the Mohawk will fall a prey to others, and that there is no earthly use in my sparing him. Quem Deus vult. What was that schoolmaster's adage? If I don't have him, somebody else will, that is clear. My brother has had a slice. My dear sister wants to swallow the whole of him bodily. Here have I been at home respecting his youth and innocence, forsooth, declining to play beyond the value of a sixpence, and acting guardian and mentor to him. Why, I am but a fool to fatten a goose for other people to feed off. Not many a good action have I done in this life, and here is this one, that serves to benefit whom? Other folks. Talk of remorse! By all the fires and furies, the remorse I have is for things I haven't done and might have done. Why did I spare Lucretia? She hated me ever after, and her husband went the way for which he was predestined. Why have I let this lad off? That March and the rest, who don't want him, may pluck him. And I have a bad repute? And I am the man people point at and call the wicked lord, and against whom women warn their sons? Pardy, I am not a penny worse, only a great deal more unlucky than my neighbours, and 'tis only my cursed weakness that has been my greatest enemy. Here, manifestly, in setting down a speech which a gentleman only thought, a chronicler overdraws his account with the patient reader, who has a right not to accept this draught on his credulity. But have not Livy and Thucydides and a score more of historians made speeches for their heroes, which we know the latter never thought of delivering? How much more may we then, knowing my Lord Castlewood's character so intimately as we do, declare what was passing in his mind, and transcribe his thoughts on this paper? What! A whole pack of the wolves are on the hunt after this lamb, and will make a meal of him presently, and one hungry old hunter is to stand by and not have a single cutlet? Who has not admired that noble speech of my Lord Clive, when reproached on his return from India with making rather too free with jaghires, locks, gold mohurs, diamonds, pearls, and what not? Upon my life, said the hero of Plassey, when I think of my opportunities, I am surprised I took so little. To tell disagreeable stories of a gentleman, until one is in a manner forced to impart them, is always painful to a feeling mind. Hence, though I have known before the very first page of this history was written what sort of a person my Lord Castlewood was, and in what esteem he was held by his contemporaries, I have kept back much that was unpleasant about him, only allowing the candid reader to perceive that he was a nobleman who ought not to be at all of our liking. It is true that my Lord March, and other gentlemen of whom he complained, would have thought no more of betting with Mr. Warrington for his last shilling, and taking their winnings, than they would scruple to pick the bones of a chicken. That they would take any advantage of the game, or their superior skill in it, of the race, and their private knowledge of the horses engaged. In so far they followed the practice of all gentlemen. But when they played fair, and when they lost, they paid. Now, Madame Bernstein was loath to tell her Virginian nephew all she knew to his family's discredit. She was even touched by my lord's forbearance in regard to Harry on his first arrival in Europe, and pleased with his lordship's compliance with her wishes in this particular. But in the conversation which she had with her nephew Castlewood, regarding Maria's designs on Harry, he had spoken his mind out of his usual cynicism, voted himself a fool for having spared a lad whom no sparing would eventually keep from ruin, pointed out Mr. Harry's undeniable extravagances and spendthrift associates, his nights at Faro and Hazard, and his rides to Newmarket, and asked why he alone should keep his hands from the young fellow. In vain Madame Bernstein pleaded that Harry was poor. Bah! He was heir to a principality which ought to have been his, Castlewood's, and might have set up their ruined family. Indeed, Madame Bernstein thought Mr. Warrington's Virginian property much greater than it was. Were there not money lenders in the town who would give him money on pasta bits in plenty? Castlewood knew as much to his cost. He had applied to them in his father's lifetime, and the cursed crew had eaten up 2/3 of his miserable income. He spoke with such desperate candour and ill humour that Madame Bernstein began to be alarmed for her favourite, and determined to caution him at the first opportunity. That evening she began to pen a billet to Mr. Warrington, but all her life long she was slow with her pen, and disliked using it. I never knew any good come of writing more than bonjour or business, she used to say. What is the use of writing ill when there are so many clever people who can do it well? And even then it were best left alone. So she sent one of her men to Mr. Harry's lodgings, bidding him come and drink a dish of tea with her next day, when she proposed to warn him. But the next morning she was indisposed, and could not receive Mr. Harry when he came. And she kept her chamber for a couple of days, and the next day there was a great engagement, and the next day Mr. Harry was off on some expedition of his own. In the whirl of London life, what man sees his neighbour, what brother his sister, what schoolfellow his old friend? Ever so many days passed before Mr. Warrington and his aunt had that confidential conversation which the latter desired. She began by scolding him mildly about his extravagance and madcap frolics, though in truth she was charmed with him for both. He replied that young men will be young men, and that it was in dutifully waiting in attendance on his aunt he had made the acquaintance with whom he mostly lived at present. She then, with some prelude, began to warn him regarding his cousin, Lord Castlewood, on which he broke into a bitter laugh, and said the good-natured world had taught him plenty about Lord Castlewood already. To say of a man of his lordship's rank, or of any gentleman, "Don't play with him," is more than I like to do, continued the lady. But "Oh, you may say on, aunt," said Harry, with something like an imprecation on his lips. "And you have played with your cousin already?" asked the young man's worldly old monitress. "And won and lost, madam," answers Harry, gallantly. "It don't become me to say which. If we have a bout with a neighbour in Virginia, a bottle, or a pack of cards, or a quarrel, we don't go home and tell our mothers. I mean no offence, aunt." And in blushing, the handsome young fellow went up and kissed the old lady. He looked very brave and brilliant, with his rich lace, his fair face and hair, his fine new suit of velvet and gold. On taking leave of his aunt, he gave his usual sumptuous benefaction to her servants, who crowded round him. It was a rainy, wintry day, and my gentleman, to save his fine silk stockings, must come in a chair. "To White's!" he called out to the chairmen, and away they carried him to the place where he passed a great deal of his time. Our Virginian's friends might have wished that he had been a less sedulous frequenter of that house of entertainment, but so much may be said in favour of Mr. Warrington, that having engaged in play, he fought his battle like a hero. He was not flustered by good luck, and perfectly calm when the chances went against him. If fortune is proverbially fickle to men at play, how many men are fickle to fortune, run away frightened from her advances, and desert her, who perhaps had never thought of leaving them but for their cowardice? "By George, Mr. Warrington," said Mr. Selwyn, waking up in a rare fit of enthusiasm, "you deserve to win. You treat your luck as a gentleman should, and as long as she remains with you, behave to her with the most perfect politeness. Si celeres quatit penas. You know the rest. No? Well, you are not much the worse off. You will call her ladyship's coach, and make her a bow at the step. Look at Lord Castlewood yonder, passing the box. Did you ever hear a fellow curse and swear so at losing 5 or 6 pieces? She must be a jade indeed, if she long give her favours to such a niggardly canaille as that." "We don't consider our family canaille, sir," says Mr. Warrington, "and my Lord Castlewood is one of them." I forgot, and ask your pardon, and I make you my compliment upon my lord, and Mr. Will Esmond, his brother," says Harry's neighbour at the hazard table. "The box is with me, 5's the main. Deuce ace, my usual luck. Virtute mea in volvo." And he sinks back in his chair. Whether it was upon this occasion of taking the box that Mr. Harry threw the 15 mains, mentioned in one of those other letters of Mr. Walpole's which have not come into his present learned editor's hands, I know not, but certain it is that on his first appearance at White's, Harry had 5 or 6 evenings of prodigious good luck, and seemed more than ever the fortunate youth. The £500 withdrawn from his patrimonial inheritance had multiplied into thousands. He bought fine clothes, purchased fine horses, gave grand entertainments, made handsome presents, lived as if he had been as rich as Sir James Lowther or his Grace of Bedford, and yet the £5,000 never seemed to diminish. No wonder that he gave where giving was so easy. No wonder that he was generous with Fortunatus's purse in his pocket. I say no wonder that he gave, for such was his nature. Other Fortunati tie up the endless purse, drink small beer, and go to bed with a tallow candle. During this vein of his luck, what must Mr. Harry do but find out from Lady Maria what her ladyship's debts were, and pay them off to the last shilling? Her stepmother and half-sister, who did not love her, he treated to all sorts of magnificent presents. "Had you not better get yourself arrested, Will?" my lord sardonically said to his brother. "Although you bid him in that affair of the horse, the Mohawk will certainly take you out of pawn." It was then that Mr. William felt a true remorse, although not of that humble kind which sent the repentant prodigal to his knees. "Confound it!" he groaned. "To think that I have let this fellow slip for such a little matter as £40! Why, he was good for 1,000 at least." As for Maria, that generous creature accepted the good fortune sent her with a grateful heart, and was ready to accept as much more as you pleased. Having paid off her debts to her various milliners, tradesmen, and purveyors, she forthwith proceeded to contract new ones. Mrs. Betty, her ladyship's maid, went round informing the tradespeople that her mistress was about to contract a matrimonial alliance with a young gentleman of immense fortune, so that they might give my lady credit to any amount. Having heard the same story twice or thrice before, the tradesfolk might not give it entire credit, but their bills were paid. Even to Mrs. Pincott of Kensington my lady showed no rancour, and affably ordered fresh supplies from her. And when she drove about from the mercer to the toy shop, and from the toy shop to the jeweller, in a coach, with her maid and Mr. Warrington inside, they thought her a fortunate woman indeed to have secured the fortunate youth, though they might wonder at the taste of this latter in having selected so elderly a beauty. Mr. Sparks, of Tavistock Street, Covent Garden, took the liberty of waiting upon Mr. Warrington at his lodgings in Bond Street, with the pearl necklace and the gold etui which he had bought in Lady Maria's company the day before, and asking whether he, Sparks, should leave them at his honour's lodging, or send them to her ladyship with his honour's compliments. Harry added a ring out of the stock which the jeweller happened to bring with him, to the necklace and the etui, and sumptuously bidding that individual to send him in the bill, took a majestic leave of Mr. Sparks, who retired, bowing even to Gumbo as he quitted his honour's presence. Nor did his bounties end here. Ere many days the pleased young fellow drove up in his phaeton to Mr. Sparks's shop, and took a couple of trinkets for two young ladies whose parents had been kind to him, and for whom he entertained a sincere regard. "Ah!" thought he, "how I wish I had my poor George's wit and genius for poetry! I would send these presents with pretty verses to Hetty and Theo. I am sure if goodwill and real regard could make a poet of me, I should have no difficulty in finding rhymes." And so he called in Parson Sampson, and they concocted a billet together. End of chapter 42. Chapter 43 of the Virginians. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Virginians by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 43, in which Harry flies high. So Mr. Harry Warrington of Virginia had his lodgings in Bond Street, London, England, and lived upon the fat of the land, and drank bumpers of the best wine thereof. His title of Fortunate Youth was pretty generally recognized. Being young, wealthy, good-looking, and fortunate, the fashionable world took him by the hand and made him welcome. And don't, my dear brethren, let us cry out too loudly against the selfishness of the world for being kind to the young, handsome, and fortunate, and frowning upon you and me, who may be, for argument's sake, old, ugly, and the miserablest dogs under the sun. If I have a right to choose my acquaintance, and, at the club, let us say, prefer the company of a lively, handsome, well-dressed, gentlemanlike young man who amuses me, to that of a slouching, ill-washed, misanthropic H-murderer, a ceaselessly prating coxcomb, or what not, has not society, the aggregate you and I, a right to the same choice? Harry was liked because he was likeable, because he was rich, handsome, jovial, well-born, well-bred, brave; because, with jolly topers, he liked a jolly song and a bottle; because, with gentlemen sportsmen, he loved any game that was afoot or a horseback; because, with ladies, he had a modest, blushing timidity which rendered the lad interesting; because, to those humbler than himself in degree, he was always magnificently liberal and anxious to spare annoyance. Our Virginian was very grand and high and mighty, to be sure, but in those times, when the distinction of ranks yet obtained, to be high and distant with his inferiors brought no unpopularity to a gentleman. Remember that, in those days, the Secretary of State always knelt when he went to the King with his despatches of a morning, and the Under Secretary never dared to sit down in his chief's presence. If I were Secretary of State, and such there have been amongst men of letters since Addison's days, I should not like to kneel when I went into my audience with my despatch bag. If I were Under Secretary, I should not like to have to stand whilst the Right Honourable Benjamin or the Right Honourable Sir Edward looked over the papers. But there is a modus in rebus. There are certain lines which must be drawn, and I am only half pleased for my part when Bob Bowstreet, whose connection with letters is through policemen X and Y, and Tom Garbage, who is an esteemed contributor to the Kennel Miscellany, propose to join fellowship as brother literary men, slap me on the back, and call me "old boy," or by my Christian name. As much pleasure as the town could give in the winter season of 1756-57, Mr. Warrington had for the asking. There were operas for him, in which he took but moderate delight. A prodigious deal of satire was brought to bear against these Italian operas, and they were assailed for being foolish, popish, unmanly, unmeaning. But people went, nevertheless. There were the theatres, with Mr. Garrick and Mrs. Pritchard at one house and Mrs. Clive at another. There were masquerades and ridottos frequented by all the fine society. There were their lordships' and ladyships' own private drums and assemblies, which began and ended with cards, and which Mr. Warrington did not like so well as White's, because the play there was neither so high nor so fair as at the club table. One day his kinsman, Lord Castlewood, took him to court, and presented Harry to his Majesty, who was now come to town from Kensington. But that gracious sovereign either did not like Harry's introducer, or had other reasons for being sulky. His Majesty only said, "Oh, heard of you from Lady Yarmouth." The Earl of Castlewood, turning to his lordship and speaking in German, shall tell him that he plays too much. And so saying, the defender of the faith turned his royal back. Lord Castlewood shrank back, quite frightened at this cold reception of his august master. "What does he say?" asked Harry. "His Majesty thinks they play too high at White's, and is displeased," whispered the nobleman. "If he does not want us, we had better not come again, that is all," said Harry, simply. "Hush, for heaven's sake! Hold your confounded colonial tongue!" cries out my lord. "Don't you see the walls here have ears?" "And what then?" asks Mr. Warrington. "Why, look at the people! Hang me if it is not quite a curiosity! They were all shaking hands with me, and bowing to me, and flattering me just now, and at present they avoid me as if I were the plague." "Shake hands, nephew," said a broad-faced, broad-shouldered gentleman in a scarlet-laced waistcoat and a great old-fashioned wig. "I heard what you said. I have ears like the wall, look you. And now, if other people show you the cold shoulder, I'll give you my hand." And so saying, the gentleman put out a great brown hand, with which he grasped Harry's. "Something of my brother about your eyes and face, though I suppose in your island you grow more wiry and thin-like. I am thine uncle, child. My name is Sir Miles Warrington. My lord knows me well enough." My lord looked very frightened and yellow. "Yes, my dear Harry, this is your paternal uncle, Sir Miles Warrington. Might as well have come to see us in Norfolk as dangle about playing the fool at Tunbridge Wells, Mr. Warrington, or Mr. Esmond. What do you call yourself?" said the Baronet. "The old lady calls herself Madam Esmond, doesn't she?" "My mother is not ashamed of her father's name, nor am I, uncle," said Mr. Harry, rather proudly. "Well said, lad. Come home and eat a bit of mutton with Lady Warrington at 3 in Hill Street. That is, if you can do without your White's kickshaws. You need not look frightened, my Lord Castlewood. I shall tell no tales out of school. I am sure Sir Miles Warrington will act as a gentleman," says my lord, in much perturbation. "Belike he will," growled the Baronet, turning on his heel. "And thou wilt come, young man, at 3? And mind, good roast mutton waits for nobody. Thou hast a great look of thy father. Lord bless us, how we used to beat each other! He was smaller than me, and in course younger, but many a time he had the best of it. Take it, he was henpecked when he married, and Madam Esmond took the spirit out of him when she got him in her island. Virginia is an island. Ain't it an island?" Harry laughed and said, "No," and the jolly Baronet, going off, said, "Well, island or not, thou must come and tell all about it to my lady. She'll know whether 'tis an island or not." "My dear Mr. Warrington," said my lord, with an appealing look, "I need not tell you that in this great city every man has enemies, and that there is a great, great deal of detraction and scandal. I never spoke to you about Sir Miles Warrington precisely because I did know him, and because we have had differences together. Should he permit himself remarks to my disparagement, you will receive them cum grano, and remember that it is from an enemy they come." And the pair walked out of the King's apartments and into St. James's Street. Harry found the news of his cold reception at court had already preceded him to White's. The King had turned his back upon him. The King was jealous of Harry's favour with the favourite. Harry was au mieux with Lady Yarmouth. A score of gentlemen wished him a compliment upon his conquest. Before night it was a settled matter that this was amongst the other victories of the Fortunate Youth. Sir Miles told his wife and Harry as much when the young man appeared at the appointed hour at the Baronet's dinner table, and he rallied Harry in his simple rustic fashion. The lady, at first a grand and stately personage, told Harry on their further acquaintance that the reputation which the world had made for him was so bad that at first she had given him but a frigid welcome. With the young ladies, Sir Miles's daughters, it was "How do you do, cousin?" and "No, thank you, cousin," and a number of prim curtseys to the Virginian as they greeted him and took leave of him. The little boy, the heir of the house, dined at table under the care of his governor, and, having his glass of port by papa after dinner, gave a loose to his innocent tongue, and asked many questions of his cousin. At last the innocent youth said, after looking hard in Harry's face, "Are you wicked, cousin Harry? You don't look very wicked." "My dear Master Miles!" expostulates the tutor, turning very red. "But you know you said he was wicked!" cried the child. "We are all miserable sinners, Miley," explains papa. "Haven't you heard the clergyman say so every Sunday? Yes, but not so very wicked as cousin Harry. Is it true that you gamble, cousin, and drink all night with wicked men, and frequent the company of wicked women? You know you said so, Mr. Walker. And mamma said so, too, that Lady Yarmouth was a wicked woman." "And you are a little pitcher," cries papa. "And my wife, nephew Harry, is a staunch Jacobite. You won't like her the worse for that. Take Miles to his sisters, Mr. Walker, and Topsham shall give thee a ride in the park, child, on thy little horse." The idea of the little horse consoled Master Miles, for when his father ordered him away to his sisters he had begun to cry bitterly, bawling out that he would far rather stay with his wicked cousin. "They have made you a sad reputation among 'em, nephew," says the jolly Baronet. "My wife, you must know, of late years, and since the death of my poor eldest son, has taken to Tottenham Court Road, and Mr. Whitfield's preaching. And we have had one ward about the house, a friend of Mr. Walker's yonder, who has recounted sad stories about you and your brother at home." "About me, Sir Miles, as much as he pleases," cries Harry, warm with port. "But I'll break any man's bones who dares say a word against my brother. Why, sir, that fellow is not fit to buckle my dear George's shoe; and if I find him repeating at home what he dared to say in our house in Virginia, I promise him a second caning." "You seem to stand up for your friends, nephew Harry," says the Baronet. "Fill thy glass, lad. Thou art not as bad as thou hast been painted. I always told my lady so. I drink Madam Esmond Warrington's health, of Virginia, and we'll have a full bumper for that toast." Harry, as in duty bound, emptied his glass, filled again, and drank Lady Warrington and Master Miles. "Thou wouldst be heir to 4,000 acres in Norfolk, did he die, though," said the Baronet. "God forbid, sir! And be praised that I have acres enough in Virginia of my own," says Mr. Warrington. He went up presently and took a dish of coffee with Lady Warrington. He talked to the young ladies of the house. He was quite easy, pleasant, and natural. There was one of them somewhat like Fanny Mountain, and this young lady became his special favourite. When he went away, they all agreed their wicked cousin was not near so wicked as they had imagined him to be. At any rate, my lady had strong hopes of rescuing him from the pit. She sent him a good book that evening whilst Mr. Harry was at White's, with a pretty note, praying that Law's call might be of service to him, and, this despatched, she and her daughters went off to a rout at the house of a minister's lady. But Harry, before he went to White's, had driven to his friend Mr. Sparks in Tavistock Street, and purchased more trinkets for his female cousins, from their aunt in Virginia, he said. You see, he was full of kindness. He kindled and warmed with prosperity. There are men on whom wealth hath no such fortunate influence. It hardens base hearts. It makes those who were mean and servile, mean and proud. If it should please the gods to try me with 10,000 a year, I will of course meekly submit myself to their decrees, but I will pray them to give me strength enough to bear the trial. All the girls in Hill Street were delighted at getting the presents from Aunt Warrington in Virginia, and addressed a collective note, which must have astonished that good lady when she received it in springtime, when she and Mountain and Fanny were on a visit to grim deserted Castlewood, when the snows had cleared away, and 1,000 peach trees flushed with blossoms. Poor boy, the mother thought, this is some present he gave his cousins in my name in the time of his prosperity. Nay, of his extravagance and folly. How quickly his wealth has passed away! But he ever had a kind heart for the poor Mountain, and we must not forget him in his need. It behooves us to be more than ever careful of our own expenses, my good people. And so I dare say they warmed themselves by one log, and ate of one dish, and worked by one candle. And the widow's servants, whom the good soul began to pinch more and more, I fear, lied, stole, and cheated more and more. And what was saved in one way was stole in another. One afternoon Mr. Harry sat in his Bond Street lodgings, arrayed in his dressing gown, sipping his chocolate, surrounded by luxury, encased in satin, and yet enveloped in care. A few weeks previously, when the luck was with him, and he was scattering his benefactions to and fro, he had royally told Parson Sampson to get together a list of his debts, which he, Mr. Warrington, would pay. Accordingly, Sampson had gone to work, and had got together a list, not of all his debts, no man ever does set down all, but such a catalogue as he thought sufficient to bring into Mr. Warrington, at whose breakfast table the divine had humbly waited until his honour should choose to attend it. Harry appeared at length, very pale and languid, in curl papers, and scarce any appetite for his breakfast, and the chaplain, fumbling with his schedule in his pocket, humbly asked if his patron had had a bad night. He had been brought home from White's by 2 chairmen at 5 o'clock in the morning, had caught a confounded cold, for one of the windows of the chair would not shut, and the rain and snow came in. Finally, was in such a bad humour that all poor Sampson's quirks and jokes could scarcely extort a smile from him. At last, to be sure, Mr. Warrington burst into a loud laugh. It was when the poor chaplain, after a sufficient discussion of muffins, eggs, teas, the news, the theatres, and so forth, pulled a paper out of his pocket, and, in a piteous tone, said, "Here is that schedule of debts which your honour asked for. £243. Every shilling I owe in the world, thank Heaven. That is, every shilling of which the payment will in the least inconvenience me. And I need not tell my dearest patron that I shall consider him my saviour and benefactor." It was then that Harry, taking the paper and eyeing the chaplain with rather a wicked look, burst into a laugh, which was, however, anything but jovial. Wicked execrations, moreover, accompanied this outbreak of humour, and the luckless chaplain felt his petition had come at the wrong moment. "Confound it! Why didn't you bring it on Monday?" Harry asked. "Confound me! Why did I not bring it on Monday?" echoed the chaplain's timid soul. "It is my luck, my usual luck. Have the cards been against you, Mr. Warrington?" "Yes, a plague on them. Monday night and last night have both gone against me. Don't be frightened, chaplain. There's money enough in the locker yet, but I must go into the city and get some." "What, sell out, sir?" asks his reverence with a voice that was reassured, though it intended to be alarmed. "Sell out, sir? Yes. I borrowed 100 off Macbeth in counters last night, and must pay him at dinner time. I will do your business for you, nevertheless, and never fear, my good Mr. Sampson. Come to breakfast to-morrow, and we will see, and deliver your reverence from the Philistines." But though he laughed in Sampson's presence, and strove to put a good face upon the matter, Harry's head sank down on his chest when the parson quitted him, and he sat over the fire, beating the coals about with the poker, and giving utterance to many disjointed, naughty words, which showed, but did not relieve, the agitation of his spirit. In this mood, the young fellow was interrupted by the appearance of a friend who, on any other day, even on that one when his conscience was so uneasy, was welcome to Mr. Warrington. This was no other than Mr. Lambert in his military dress, but with a cloak over him, who had come from the country, had been to the Captain General's levee that morning, and had come thence to visit his young friend in Bond Street. Harry may have thought Lambert's greeting rather cold, but being occupied with his own affairs, he put away the notion. How were the ladies of Oakhurst, and Miss Hetty, who was ailing when he passed through in the autumn? Purely. Mr. Warrington was very glad. They were come to stay a while in London with their friend Lord Wrotham. Mr. Harry was delighted, though it must be confessed his face did not exhibit any peculiar signs of pleasure when he heard the news. "And so you live at White's, and with the great folks? And you fare sumptuously every day? And you pay your court at St. James's? And make one at my Lady Yarmouth's routs? And at all the card parties in the court end of the town?" asked the Colonel. "My dear Colonel, I do what other folks do," says Harry, with rather a high manner. "Other folks are richer folks than some folks, my dear lad." "Sir," says Mr. Warrington, "I would thank you to believe that I owe nothing for which I cannot pay." "I should never have spoken about your affairs," said the other, not noticing the young man's haughty tone, "but that you yourself confided them to me. I hear all sorts of stories about the Fortunate Youth. Only at his Royal Highness's, even to-day, they were saying how rich you were already, and I did not undeceive them." "Colonel Lambert, I cannot help the world gossiping about me!" cries Mr. Warrington, more and more impatient. "And what prodigious sums you had won! 1,800 one night, 2,000 another, 6,000 or 8,000 in all. Oh, there were gentlemen from White's at the levee, too, I can assure you, and the army can fling a main as well as you civilians." "I wish they would meddle with their own affairs," says Harry, scowling at his old friend. "And I, too, you look as if you were going to say. Well, my boy, it is my affair, and you must let Theo's father, and Hetty's father, and Harry Warrington's father's old friend, say how it is my affair." Here the Colonel drew a packet out of his pocket, whereof the lappets and the coat tails and the general pocket accommodations were much more ample than in the scant military garments of present warriors. "Look you, Harry, these trinkets which you sent with the kindest heart in the world to people who love you, and would cut off their little hands to spare you needless pain, could never be bought by a young fellow with 200 or 300 a year. Why, a nobleman might buy these things, or a rich city banker, and send them to his daughters, let us say." "Sir, as you say, I meant only kindness," says Harry, blushing burning red. "But you must not give them to my girls, my boy. Hester and Theodosia Lambert must not be dressed up with the winnings off the gaming table, saving your presence. It goes to my heart to bring back the trinkets. Mrs. Lambert will keep her present, which is of small value, and sends you her love and a God bless you. And so say I, Harry Warrington, with all my heart." Here the good Colonel's voice was much moved, and his face grew very red, and he passed his hand over his eyes ere he held it out. But the spirit of rebellion was strong in Mr. Warrington. He rose up from his seat, never offering to take the hand which the senior held out to him. "Give me leave to tell Colonel Lambert," he said, "that I have had somewhat too much advice from him." "You are for ever volunteering it, sir. And when I don't ask it, you make it your business to inquire about my gains at play, and about the company I keep. What right have you to control my amusements, or my companions? I strive to show my sense of your former kindness by little presents to your family, and you bring them back. I can't do otherwise, Mr. Warrington, says the Colonel, with a very sad face. Such a slight may mean nothing here, sir, but in our country it means war, sir, cries Mr. Warrington. God forbid I should talk of drawing a sword against the father of ladies who have been as mother and sister to me. But you have wounded my heart, Colonel Lambert. You have, I won't say insulted, but humiliated me. And this is a treatment I will bear from no man alive. My servants will attend you to the door, sir. Saying which, and rustling in his brocade dressing gown, Mr. Warrington, with much state, walked off to his bedroom. End of chapter 43. Chapter 44 of the Virginians. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Virginians by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 44 contains what might perhaps have been expected. On the rejection of his peace offerings, our warlike young American chief chose to be in great wrath not only against Colonel Lambert, but the whole of that gentleman's family. He has humiliated me before the girls, thought the young man. He and Mr. Wolfe, who were forever preaching morality to me, and giving themselves airs of superiority and protection, have again been holding me up to the family as a scapegrace and prodigal. They are so virtuous that they won't shake me by the hand, forsooth; and when I want to show them a little common gratitude, they fling my presents in my face. Why, sir, the things must be worth a little fortune, says Parson Sampson, casting an eye of covetousness on the two morocco boxes, in which on their white satin cushions reposed Mr. Sparks's golden gewgaws. They cost some money, Sampson, says the young man. Not that I would grudge 10 times the amount to people who have been kind to me. No, faith, sir, not if I know your honour, interjects Sampson, who never lost a chance of praising his young patron to his face. The repeater, they told me, was a great bargain, and worth £100 at Paris. Little Miss Hetty, I remember, saying that she longed to have a repeating watch. Oh, what a love! cries the chaplain, with a little circle of pearls on the back, and a diamond knob for the handle. Why, 'twould win any woman's heart, sir. There passes an apple woman with a basket. I have a mind to fling the thing out to her, cries Mr. Warrington, fiercely. When Harry went out upon business which took him to the City and the Temple, his parasite did not follow him very far into the Strand, but turned away, owning that he had a terror of Chancery Lane, its inhabitants, and precincts. Mr. Warrington went then to his broker, and they walked to the bank together, where they did some little business; at the end of which, and after the signing of a trifling signature or two, Harry departed with a certain number of crisp bank notes in his pocket. The broker took Mr. Warrington to one of the great dining houses, for which the City was famous then as now, and afterwards showed Mr. Warrington the Virginian walk upon 'Change, through which Harry passed rather shamefacedly. What would a certain lady in Virginia say, he thought, if she knew that he was carrying off in that bottomless gambler's pocket a great portion of his father's patrimony? Those are all Virginia merchants, thinks he, and they are all talking to one another about me, and all saying, that is young Esmond of Castlewood on the Potomac, Madam Esmond's son, and he has been losing his money at play, and he has been selling out so much, and so much, and so much. His spirits did not rise until he had passed under the traders' heads of Temple Bar, and was fairly out of the City. From the Strand Mr. Harry walked home, looking in at St. James's Street by the way, but there was nobody there as yet, the company not coming to the Chocolate House till a later hour. Arrived at home, Mr. Harry pulls out his bundle of bank notes, puts 3 of them into a sheet of paper, which he seals carefully, having previously written within the sheet the words, "Much good may they do you, H.E.W." And this packet he directs to the Reverend Mr. Sampson, leaving it on the chimney glass with directions to his servants to give it to that divine when he should come in. And now his honour's phaeton is brought to the door, and he steps in, thinking to drive round the park; but the rain coming on, or the east wind blowing, or some other reason arising, his honour turns his horses' heads down St. James's Street, and is back at White's at about 3 o'clock. Scarce anybody has come in yet. It is the hour when folks are at dinner. There, however, is my cousin Castlewood, lounging over the Public Advertiser, having just come off from his duty at court hard by. Lord Castlewood is yawning over the Public Advertiser. What shall they do? Shall they have a little piquet? Harry has no objections to a little piquet. Just for an hour, says Lord Castlewood. I dine at Arlington Street at 4. Just for an hour, says Mr. Warrington, and they call for cards. Or shall we have him upstairs, says my lord, out of the noise? Certainly, out of the noise, says Harry. At 5 o'clock a half-dozen of gentlemen have come in after their dinner, and are at cards, or coffee, or talk. The folks from the ordinary have not left the table yet. There the gentlemen of White's will often sit till past midnight. One toothpick points over the coffee-house blinds into the street. Whose phaeton? Asks toothpick 1 of toothpick 2. The Fortunate Youth's, says number 2. Not so fortunate the last 3 nights. Luck confoundedly against him. Lost last night 1,300 to the table. Mr. Warrington been here to-day, Joe? Mr. Warrington is in the house now, sir. In the little tea-room with Lord Castlewood since 3 o'clock. They are playing at piquet, says Joan. What fun for Castlewood, says number 1 with a shrug. The second gentleman growls out an execration. Curse the fellow, he says. He has no right to be in this club at all. He doesn't pay if he loses. Gentlemen ought not to play with him. Sir Miles Warrington told me at court the other day that Castlewood has owed him money on a bet these 3 years. Castlewood, says number 1, don't lose if he plays alone. A large company flurries him, you see. That's why he doesn't come to the table. And the facetious gentleman grins and shows all his teeth, polished perfectly clean. Let's go up and stop him, growls number 2. Why? Asks the other. Much better look out a window. Lamplighter going up the ladder. Famous sport. Look at that odd putt in the chair. Did you ever see such an old quiz? Who is that just gone out of the house? As I live, it is Fortunatus. He seems to have forgotten that his phaeton has been here, waiting all the time. I bet you 2 to 1 he has been losing to Castlewood. Jack, do you take me to be a fool? Asked the one gentleman of the other. Pretty pair of horses the youth has got. How he is flogging him! And they see Mr. Warrington galloping up the street, and scared coachman and chairman clearing before him. Presently my Lord Castlewood is seen to enter a chair, and go his way. Harry drives up to his own door. It was but a few yards, and those poor horses have been beating the pavement all this while in the rain. Mr. Gumbo is engaged at the door in conversation with a countrified-looking lass, who trips off with a curtsey. Mr. Gumbo is always engaged with some pretty maid or other. Gumbo, has Mr. Sampson been here? Asks Gumbo's master from his driving seat. No, sir. Mr. Sampson have not been here, answers Mr. Warrington's gentleman. Harry bids him to go upstairs and bring down a letter addressed to Mr. Sampson. Addressed to Mr. Sampson? Oh, yes, sir, says Mr. Gumbo, who can't read. A sealed letter, stupid, on the mantelpiece in the glass, says Harry, and Gumbo leisurely retires to fetch that document. As soon as Harry has it, he turns his horse's head towards St. James's Street, and the 2 gentlemen, still yawning out of the window at White's, behold the Fortunate Youth in an instant back again. As they passed out of the little tea-room where he and Lord Castlewood had had their piquet together, Mr. Warrington had seen that several gentlemen had entered the playroom, and that there was a bank there. Some were already steadily at work, and had their gaming jackets on. They kept such coats at the club, which they put on when they had a mind to sit down to a regular night's play. Mr. Warrington goes to the clerk's desk, pays his account of the previous night, and sitting down at the table calls for fresh counters. This has been decidedly an unlucky week with the Fortunate Youth, and to-night is no more fortunate than previous nights have been. He calls for more counters, and more presently. He is a little pale and silent, though very easy and polite when talked to. But he cannot win. At last he gets up. "Hang it! Stay and mend your luck," says Lord March, who is sitting by his side, with a heap of counters before him, green and white. "Take 100 of mine, and go on." "I have had enough for to-night, my lord," says Harry, and rises and goes away, and eats a broiled bone in the coffee-room, and walks back to his lodgings some time about midnight. A man, after a great catastrophe, commonly sleeps pretty well. It is the waking in the morning which is sometimes queer and unpleasant. Last night you proposed to Miss Brown. You quarrelled over your cups with Captain Jones, and valorously pulled his nose. You played at cards with Colonel Robinson, and gave him, oh, how many IOUs. These thoughts, with a fine headache, assail you in the morning watches. What a dreary, dreary gulf between to-day and yesterday! It seems as if you are years older. Can't you leap back over that chasm again, and is it not possible that yesterday is but a dream? There you are in bed. No daylight in at the windows yet. Pull your nightcap over your eyes, the blankets over your nose, and sleep away yesterday. Pshaw, man, it was but a dream. Oh, no, no, the sleep won't come. The watchman bawls some hour. What hour? Harry minds him that he has got the repeating watch under his pillow, which he had bought for Hester. Ting, ting, ting! The repeating watch sings out 6 times in the darkness, with a little supplementary performance indicating the half hour. Poor dear little Hester! So bright, so gay, so innocent! He would have liked her to have that watch. What will Maria say? Oh, that old Maria! What a bore she is beginning to be, he thinks. What will Madam Esmond at home say when she hears that he has lost every shilling of his ready money, of his patrimony, all his winnings, and £5,000 besides, in 3 nights? Castlewood could not have played him false? No, my lord knows piquet better than Harry does, but he would not deal unfairly with his own flesh and blood. No, no, Harry is glad his kinsman, who wanted the money, has got it. And for not 1 more shilling than he possessed would he play. It was when he counted up his losses at the gaming table, and found that they would cover all the remainder of his patrimony, that he passed the box and left the table. But oh, cursed bad company! Oh, extravagance and folly! Oh, humiliation and remorse! Will my mother at home forgive me? Thinks the young prodigal. Oh, that I were there, and had never left it! The dreary London dawn peeps at length through shutters and curtains. The housemaid enters to light his honour's fire, and admit the dun morning into his windows. Her Mr. Gumbo presently follows, who warms his master's dressing gown, and sets out his shaving plate and linen. Then arrives the hairdresser to curl and powder his honour, whilst he reads his morning's letters; and at breakfast time comes the inevitable Parson Sampson, with eager looks and servile smiles, to wait on his patron. The parson would have returned yesterday, according to mutual agreement, but some jolly fellows kept him to dinner at the St. Albans, and faith, they made a night of it. "Oh, parson!" groans Harry, "'twas the worst night you ever made in your life. Look here, sir." "Here is a broken envelope with the words, 'Much good may it do you,' written within," says the chaplain, glancing at the paper. "Look on the outside, sir," cries Mr. Warrington. "The paper was directed to you." The poor chaplain's countenance exhibited great alarm. "Has some one broke it open, sir?" he asked. "Some one, yes. I broke it open, Sampson. Had you come here as you proposed yesterday afternoon, you would have found that envelope full of bank notes. As it is, they were all dropped at the infernal Mako table last night." "What, all?" says Sampson. "Yes, all, with all the money I brought away from the city, and all the ready money I have left in the world. In the afternoon I played piquet with my with a gentleman at White's, and he eased me of all the money I had about me. Remembering that there was still some money left here, unless you had fetched it, I came home and carried it back, and left it at the Mako table, with every shilling besides that belongs to me. And Great heavens, Sampson! What's the matter, man?" "It's my luck! It's my usual luck!" cries out the unfortunate chaplain, and fairly burst into tears. "What! You are not whimpering like a baby at the loss of a loan of a couple of £100?" cries out Mr. Warrington, very fierce and angry. "Leave the room, Gumbo, confound you! Why are you always poking your woolly head in at the door?" "Some one below wants to see master with a little bill," says Mr. Gumbo. "Tell him to go to Jericho!" roars out Mr. Warrington. "Let me see nobody. I am not at home, sir, at this hour of the morning." A murmur or two, a scuffle, is heard on the landing place, and silence finally ensues. Mr. Warrington's scorn and anger are not diminished by this altercation. He turns round savagely upon unhappy Sampson, who sits with his head buried in his breast. "Hadn't you better take a bumper of brandy to keep your spirits up, Mr. Sampson?" he asks. "Hang it, man, don't be snivelling like a woman." "Oh, it's not me," says Sampson, tossing his head. "I am used to it, sir." "Not you? Who then? Are you crying because somebody else is hurt, pray?" asks Mr. Warrington. "Yes, sir," says the chaplain with some spirit, "because somebody else is hurt, and through my fault. I have lodged for many years in London with a bootmaker, a very honest man, and a few days since, having a perfect reliance upon a friend who had promised to accommodate me with a loan, I borrowed £60 from my landlord, which he was about to pay to his own. I can't get the money. My poor landlord's goods will be seized for rent. His wife and dear young children will be turned into the street, and this honest family will be ruined through my fault. But, as you say, Mr. Warrington, I ought not to snivel like a woman. I will remember that you helped me once, and will bid you farewell, sir." And, taking his broad-leafed hat, Mr. Chaplain walked out of the room. An execration and a savage laugh, I am sorry to say, burst out of Harry's lips at this sudden movement of the chaplain's. He was in such a passion with himself, with circumstances, with all people round about him, that he scarce knew where to turn, or what he said. Sampson heard the savage laughter, and then the voice of Harry calling from the stairs, "Sampson! Sampson, hang you! Come back! It's a mistake! I beg your pardon!" But the chaplain was cut to the soul, and walked on. Harry heard the door of the street as the parson slammed it. It thumped on his own breast. He entered his room, and sank back on his luxurious chair there. He was prodigal amongst the swine. His foul remorses, they had tripped him up, and were wallowing over him. Gambling, extravagance, debauchery, dissolute life, reckless companions, dangerous women, they were all upon him in a herd, and were trampling upon the prostrate young sinner. Prodigal was not, however, yet utterly overcome, and had some fight left in him. Dashing the filthy, importunate brutes aside, and, as it were, kicking his ugly remembrances away from him, Mr. Warrington seized a great glass of that fire water which he had recommended to poor humiliated Parson Sampson, and, flinging off his fine damask robe, rang for the trembling Gumbo, and ordered his coat. "Not that!" roars he, as Gumbo brings him a fine green coat, with plated buttons and a gold cord. "A plain suit, the plainer the better. The black clothes." And Gumbo brings the morning coat, which his master had discarded for some months past. Mr. Harry then takes 1. His fine new gold watch. 2. His repeater, that which he had bought for Hetty, which he puts into his other fob. 3. His necklace, which he had purchased for Theo. 4. His rings, of which my gentleman must have half a dozen at least, with the exception of his grandfather's old seal ring, which he kisses and lays down on the pincushion again. 5. His 3 gold snuff boxes. And 6. His purse, knitted by his mother, and containing 3 shillings and 6 and a pocket piece brought from Virginia. And, putting on his hat, issues from the door. At the landing he is met by Mr. Ruff, his landlord, who bows and cringes, and puts into his honour's hand a strip of paper a yard long. "Much obliged if Mr. Warrington will settle. Mrs. Ruff has a large account to make up to-day." Mrs. Ruff is a milliner. Mr. Ruff is one of the head waiters and aides de camp of Mr. Mackreth. the proprietor of White's Club. The sight of the landlord does not add to the lodger's good humour. "Perhaps his honour will have the kindness to settle the little account?" asks Mr. Ruff. "Of course I will settle the account," says Harry, glumly looking down over Mr. Ruff's head from the stair above him. "Perhaps Mr. Warrington will settle it now?" "No, sir, I will not settle it now," says Mr. Warrington, bullying forward. "I'm very, very much in want of money, sir," pleads the voice under him. "Mrs. Ruff is—" "Hang you, sir, get out of the way!" cries Mr. Warrington ferociously, and driving Mr. Ruff backward to the wall, sending him almost topsy-turvy down his own landing, he tramps down the stair, and walks forth into Bond Street. The guards were at exercise at the King's Mews at Charing Cross as Harry passed, and he heard their drums and fifes, and looked in at the gate, and saw them at drill. "I can shoulder a musket at any rate," thought he to himself gloomily, as he strode on. He crossed St. Martin's Lane, where he transacted some business, and so made his way into Long Acre, and to the bootmaker's house where friend Sampson lodged. The woman of the house said Mr. Sampson was not at home, but had promised to be at home at 1, and, as she knew Mr. Warrington, showed him up to the parson's apartments, where he sat down, and, for want of occupation, tried to read an unfinished sermon of the chaplain's. The subject was the prodigal son. Mr. Harry did not take very accurate cognizance of the sermon. Presently he heard the landlady's shrill voice on the stair, pursuing somebody who ascended, and Sampson rushed into the room, followed by the sobbing woman. At seeing Harry, Sampson started, and the landlady stopped. Absorbed in her own domestic cares, she had doubtless forgot that a visitor was awaiting her lodger. "There's only £13 in the house, and he will be here at 1, I tell you," she was bawling out, as she pursued her victim. "Hush, hush, my good creature!" cries the gasping chaplain, pointing to Harry, who rose from the window-seat. "Don't you see Mr. Warrington? I've business with him, most important business. It will be all right, I tell you." And he soothed and coaxed Mrs. Landlady out of the room, with the crowd of anxious little ones hanging at her coats. "Sampson, I have come to ask your pardon again," says Mr. Warrington, rising up. "What I said to-day to you was very cruel and unjust, and unlike a gentleman." "Not a word more, sir," says the other coldly and sadly, bowing and scarcely pressing the hand which Harry offered him. "I see you are still angry with me," Harry continues. "Nay, sir, an apology is an apology. A man of my station can ask for no more from one of yours. No doubt you did not mean to give me pain. And what if you did, and you are not the only one of the family who has?" he said, as he looked piteously around the room. "I wish I had never known the name of Esmond or Castlewood," he continues, "or that place yonder, of which the picture hangs over my fireplace, and where I have buried myself these long, long years. My lord, your cousin, took a fancy to me, said he would make my fortune, has kept me as his dependant till fortune has passed by me, and now refuses me my due." "How do you mean your due, Mr. Sampson?" asks Harry. "I mean 3 years' salary which he owes me as chaplain of Castlewood. Seeing you could give me no money, I went to his lordship this morning and asked him. I fell on my knees and asked him, sir. But his lordship had none. He gave me civil words, at least, saving your presence, Mr. Warrington, but no money, that is, 5 guineas, which he declared was all he had, and which I took. But what are 5 guineas against so many? Oh, those poor little children, those poor little children!" "Lord Castlewood said he had no money?" cries out Harry. "He won £1,100 yesterday of me at piquet, which I paid him out of this pocket book." "I dare say, sir. I dare say, sir. One can't believe a word his lordship says, sir," says Mr. Sampson. "But I am thinking of execution in this house, and ruin upon these poor folks to-morrow." "That need not happen," says Mr. Warrington. "Here are 80 guineas, Sampson. As far as they go, God help you. 'Tis all I have to give you. I wish to my heart I could give you more, as I promised, but you did not come at the right time.
and I am a poor devil now, until I get my remittances from Virginia." The chaplain gave a wild look of surprise, and turned quite white. He flung himself down on his knees, and seized Harry's hand. "Great powers, sir!" says he. "Are you a guardian angel that Heaven hath sent me? You quarrelled with my tears this morning, Mr. Warrington. I can't help them now. They burst, sir, from a grateful heart. A rock of stone would pour them forth, sir, before such goodness as yours. May Heaven eternally bless you and give you prosperity. May my unworthy prayers be heard in your behalf, my friend, my best benefactor. May—" "Nay, nay, get up, friend, get up, Sampson," says Harry, whom the chaplain's adulation and fine phrases rather annoyed. "I am glad to have been able to do you a service, sincerely glad. There, there, don't be on your knees to me." "To Heaven who sent you to me, sir!" cries the chaplain. "Mrs. Weston! Mrs. Weston!" "What is it, sir?" says the landlady instantly, who indeed had been at the door the whole time. "We are saved, Mrs. Weston, we are saved!" cries the chaplain. "Kneel, kneel, woman, and thank our benefactor. Raise your innocent voices, children, and bless him." A universal whimper rose round Harry, which the chaplain led off, whilst the young Virginian stood, simpering and well pleased, in the midst of this congregation. They would worship, do what he might. One of the children not understanding the kneeling order, and standing up, the mother fetched her a slap on the ear, crying, "Drat it, Jane, kneel down and bless the gentleman, I tell ye!" We leave them performing this sweet benedictory service. Mr. Harry walks off from Long Acre, forgetting almost the griefs of the former 4 or 5 days, and tingling with the consciousness of having done a good action. The young woman with whom Gumbo had been conversing on that evening when Harry drove up from White's to his lodging was Mrs. Molly from Oakhurst, the attendant of the ladies there. Wherever that fascinating Gumbo went, he left friends and admirers in the servants' hall. I think we said it was on a Wednesday evening he and Mrs. Molly had fetched a walk together, and they were performing the amiable courtesies incident upon parting, when Gumbo's master came up and put an end to their twilight whisperings and what not. For many hours on Wednesday, on Thursday, on Friday, a pale little maiden sat at a window in Lord Wrotham's house in Hill Street, her mother and sister wistfully watching her. She would not go out. They knew whom she was expecting. He passed the door once, and she might have thought he was coming, but he did not. He went into a neighbouring house. Papa had never told the girls of the presents which Harry had sent, and only whispered a word or two to their mother regarding his quarrel with the young Virginian. On Saturday night there was an opera of Mr. Handel's, and Papa brought home tickets for the gallery. Hetty went this evening. The change would do her good, Theo thought, and perhaps there might be somebody amongst the fine company. But somebody was not there, and Mr. Handel's fine music fell blank upon the poor child. It might have been Signor Bononcini's, and she would have scarce known the difference. As the children were undressing and taking off those smart new satin sacks in which they appeared at the opera, looking so fresh and so pretty amongst all the tawdry rouged folks, Theo remarks how very sad and woebegone Mrs. Molly, their maid, appears. Theo is always anxious when other people seem in trouble. Not so Hetty now, who is suffering, poor thing, one of the most selfish maladies which ever visits mortals. Have you ever been amongst insane people, and remarked how they never, never think of any but themselves? "What is the matter, Molly?" asks kind Theo, and indeed Molly has been longing to tell her young ladies. "Oh, Miss Theo! Oh, Miss Hetty!" she says. "How can I ever tell you? Mr. Gumbo have been here, Mr. Warrington's coloured gentleman, miss, and he says Mr. Warrington have been took by 2 bailiffs this evening, as he comes out of Sir Miles Warrington's house 3 doors off." "Silence!" cries Theo, quite sternly. "Who is it that gives those 3 shrieks?" It is Miss Molly who chooses to scream, because Miss Hetty has fallen fainting from her chair. End of chapter 44.
Chapter 45 of the Virginians. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Virginians by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 45, in which Harry finds two uncles. We have, all of us no doubt, had a fine experience of the world, and a vast variety of characters have passed under our eyes. But there is one sort of men, not an uncommon object of satire in novels and plays, of whom I confess to have met with scarce any specimens at all in my intercourse with this sinful mankind. I mean mere religious hypocrites, preaching for ever and not believing a word of their own sermons. Infidels in broad brims and sables, expounding, exhorting, comminating, blessing, without any faith in their own paradise, or fear about their pandemonium. Look at those candid troops of hobnails clumping to church on a Sunday evening; those rustling maidservants in their ribbons whom the young apprentices follow; those little regiments of schoolboys; those trim young maidens and staid matrons, marching with their glistening prayer books as the chapel bell chinks yonder; passing Ebenezer, very likely, where the congregation of umbrellas, great bonnets, and pattens is by this time assembled under the flaring gas lamps. Look at those. How many of them are hypocrites, think you? Very likely the maidservant is thinking of her sweetheart. The grocer is casting about how he can buy that parcel of sugar, and whether the county bank will take any more of his paper. The head schoolboy is conning Latin verses for Monday's exercise. The young scapegrace remembers that after his service and sermon there will be papa's exposition at home, that there will be pie for supper. The clerk who calls out the psalm has his daughter in trouble, and drones through his responses, scarcely aware of their meaning. The very moment the parson hides his face on his cushion, he may be thinking of that bill which is coming due on Monday. These people are not heavenly minded. They are of the world, worldly, and have not yet got their feet off of it. But they are not hypocrites, look you. Folks have their religion in some handy mental lock-up, as it were, a valuable medicine to be taken in ill health, and a man administers his nostrum to his neighbour, and recommends his private cure for the other's complaint. My dear madam, you have spasms? You will find these drops infallible. You have been taking too much wine, my good sir? By this pill you may defy any evil consequences from too much wine, and take your bottle of port daily. Of spiritual and bodily physic, who are more fond and eager dispensers than women? And we know that, especially 100 years ago, every lady in the country had her still room, and her medicine chest, her pills, powders, potions for all the village round. My Lady Warrington took charge of the consciences and the digestions of her husband's tenants and family. She had the faith and health of the servants' hall in keeping. Heaven can tell whether she knew how to doctor them rightly, but was it pill or doctrine, she administered one or the other with equal belief in her own authority, and her disciples swallowed both obediently. She believed herself to be one of the most virtuous, self-denying, wise, learned women in the world, and dinning this opinion perpetually into the ears of all round about her, succeeded in bringing not few persons to join in her persuasion. At Sir Miles's dinner there was so fine a sideboard of plate, and such a number of men in livery, that it required some presenter of mind to perceive that the beer was of the smallest which the butler brought round in the splendid tankard, and that there was but one joint of mutton on the grand silver dish. When Sir Miles called the King's health, and smacked his jolly lips over his wine, he eyed it and the company as if the liquor was ambrosia. He asked Harry Warrington whether they had port like that in Virginia. He said that was nothing to the wine Harry should taste in Norfolk. He praised the wine so that Harry almost believed that it was good, and winked into his own glass, trying to see some of the merits which his uncle perceived in the ruby nectar. Just as we see in many a well-regulated family of this present century, the Warringtons had their two paragons. Of the two grown daughters, the one was the greatest beauty, the other the greatest genius and angel of any young lady then alive, as Lady Warrington told Harry. The eldest, the beauty, was engaged to dear Tom Claypool, the fond mother informed her cousin Harry in confidence. But the second daughter, the genius and angel, was for ever set upon our young friend to improve his wits and morals. She sang to him at the harpsichord, rather out of tune for an angel, Harry thought. She was ready with advice, instruction, conversation. With almost too much instruction and advice, thought Harry, who would have far preferred the society of the little cousin who reminded him of Fanny Mountain at home. But the last-mentioned young maiden after dinner retired to her nursery commonly. Beauty went off on her own avocations. Mamma had to attend to her poor or write her voluminous letters. Papa dozed in his armchair, and the genius remained to keep her young cousin company. The calm of the house somehow pleased the young man, and he liked to take refuge there away from the riot and dissipation in which he ordinarily lived. Certainly no welcome could be kinder than that which he got. The doors were open to him at all hours. If Flora was not at home, Dora was ready to receive him. Ere many days' acquaintance, he and his little cousin Miles had been to have a galloping match in the park, and Harry, who was kind and generous to every man alive who came near him, had in view the purchase of a little horse for his cousin, far better than that which the boy rode, when the circumstances occurred which brought all our poor Harry's coaches and horses to a sudden breakdown. Though Sir Miles Warrington had imagined Virginia to be an island, the ladies were much better instructed in geography, and anxious to hear from Harry all about his home and his native country. He, on his part, was not averse to talk about it. He described to them the length and breadth of his estate, the rivers which it coasted, the produce which it bore. He had had, with a friend, a little practice of surveying in his boyhood. He made a map of his county, with some fine towns here and there, which, in truth, were but log huts. But for the honour of his country, he was desirous that they should wear as handsome a look as possible. Here was Potomac, here was James River, here were the wharves whence his mother's ships and tobacco were brought to the sea. In truth, the estate was as large as a county. He did not brag about the place overmuch. To see the handsome young fellow in a fine suit of velvet and silver lace, making his draught, pointing out this hill and that forest or town, you might have imagined him a travelling prince describing the realms of the Queen his mother. He almost fancied himself to be so at times. He had miles where gentlemen in England had acres. Not only Dora listened, but the beauteous Flora bowed her fair head and heard him with attention. Why, what was young Tom Claypool, their brother's baronet's son in Norfolk, with his great boots, his great voice, and his heirdom to a poor 5,000 acres, compared to this young American prince and charming stranger? Angel as she was, Dora began to lose her angelic temper, and to twit Flora for a flirt. Claypool, in his red waistcoat, would sit dumb before the splendid Harry in his ruffles and laces, talking of March and Chesterfield, Selwyn and Bolingbroke, and the whole company of macaronis. Mamma began to love Harry more and more as a son. She was anxious about the spiritual welfare of those poor Indians, of those poor negroes in Virginia. What could she do to help dear Madam Esmond, a precious woman she knew, in the good work? She had a serious butler and housekeeper. They were delighted with the spiritual behaviour and sweet musical gifts of Gumbo. Ah, Harry, Harry, you have been a sad, wild boy. Why did you not come sooner to us, sir, and not lose your time amongst the spendthrifts in the vain world? But 'tis not yet too late. We must reclaim thee, dear Harry. Mustn't we, Sir Miles? Mustn't we, Dora? Mustn't we, Flora? The three ladies all look up to the ceiling. They will reclaim the dear prodigal. It is which shall reclaim him most. Dora sits by and watches Flora. As for mamma, when the girls are away, she talks to him more and more seriously, more and more tenderly. She will be a mother to him in the absence of his own admirable parent. She gives him a hymn book. She kisses him on the forehead. She is actuated by the purest love, tenderness, religious regard towards her dear, wayward, wild, amiable nephew. Whilst these sentimentalities were going on, it is to be presumed that Mr. Warrington kept his own counsel about his affairs out of doors, which we have seen were in the very worst condition. He who had been favoured by fortune for so many weeks was suddenly deserted by her, and a few days had served to kick down all his heap of winnings. Do we say that my Lord Castlewood, his own kinsman, had dealt unfairly by the young Virginian, and in the course of a couple of afternoons' closet practice had robbed him? We would insinuate nothing so disrespectful to his lordship's character, but he had won from Harry every shilling which properly belonged to him, and would have played him for his reversions, but that the young man flung up his hands when he saw himself so far beaten, and declared that he must continue the battle no more. Remembering that there still remained a spar out of the wreck, as it were, that portion which he had set aside for poor Sampson, Harry ventured it at the gaming table, but that last resource went down along with the rest of Harry's possessions, and fortune fluttered off in the storm, leaving the luckless adventurer almost naked on the shore. When a man is young and generous and hardy, the loss of money scarce afflicts him. Harry would sell his horses and carriages, and diminish his train of life. If he wanted immediate supplies of money, would not his Aunt Bernstein be his banker, or his kinsmen who had won so much from him, or his kind Uncle Warrington and Lady Warrington, who were always talking virtue and benevolence, and declaring that they loved him as a son? He would call upon these, or any one of them whom he might choose to favour, at his leisure. Meanwhile, Sampson's story of his landlord's distress touched the young gentleman, and in order to raise a hasty supply for the clergyman, he carried off all his trinkets to a certain pawnbroker's shop in St. Martin's Lane. Now, this broker was a relative or partner of that very Mr. Sparks of Tavistock Street, from whom Harry had purchased, did we say? No, taken the trinkets which he had intended to present to his Oakhurst friends. And it chanced that Mr. Sparks came to visit his brother tradesman very soon after Mr. Warrington had disposed of his goods. Recognising immediately the little enamelled diamond-handled repeater which he had sold to the fortunate youth, the jeweller broke out into expressions regarding Harry which I will not mention here, being already accused of speaking much too plainly. A gentleman who is acquainted with a pawnbroker, we may be sure, has a bailiff or two amongst his acquaintances, and those bailiffs have followers, who, at the bidding of the impartial law, will touch with equal hand the fiercest captain's epaulette or the finest macaroni's shoulder. The very gentlemen who had seized upon Lady Maria at Tunbridge were set upon her cousin in London. They easily learned from the garrulous Gumbo that his honour was at Sir Miles Warrington's house in Hill Street, and whilst the black was courting Mrs. Lambert's maid at the adjoining mansion, Mr. Costigan and his assistant lay in wait for poor Harry, who was enjoying the delights of intercourse with a virtuous family circle assembled around his aunt's table. Never had Uncle Miles been more cordial, never had Aunt Warrington been more gracious, gentle, and affectionate. Flora looked unusually lovely. Dora had been more than ordinarily amiable. At parting, my lady gave him both her hands, and called benedictions from the ceiling down upon him. Papa had said in his most jovial manner, "Hang it, nephew! When I was thy age, I should have kissed two such fine girls as Do and Flo ere this, and my own flesh and blood, too. Don't tell me I should, my Lady Warrington. Odds fish! 'Tis the boy blushes, and not the girls. I suppose they are used to it. He, he!" "Papa!" cry the virgins. "Sir Miles!" says the august mother at the same instant. "There, there!" says papa. "A kiss won't do no harm, and won't tell no tales, will it, nephew Harry?" I suppose, during the utterance of the above three brief phrases, the harmless little osculatory operation has taken place, and blushing cousin Harry has touched the damask cheek of cousin Flora and cousin Dora. As he goes downstairs with his uncle, mamma makes a speech to the girls, looking as usual up to the ceiling, and saying, "What precious qualities your poor dear cousin has! What shrewdness mingled with his simplicity! And what a fine genteel manner! Though upon mere worldly elegance I set little store. What a dreadful pity to think that such a vessel should ever be lost! We must rescue him, my loves. We must take him away from those wicked companions and those horrible Castlewoods. Not that I would speak ill of my neighbours, but I shall hope, I shall pray, that he may be rescued from his evil courses." And again Lady Warrington eyes the cornice in a most determined manner, as the girls wistfully look towards the door, behind which their interesting cousin has just vanished. His uncle will go downstairs with him. He calls, "God bless you, my boy," most affectionately. He presses Harry's hand, and repeats his valuable benediction at the door. As it closes, the light from the hall within having sufficiently illuminated Mr. Warrington's face and figure, two gentlemen who have been standing on the opposite side of the way advance rapidly, and one of them takes a strip of paper out of his pocket, and putting his hand upon Mr. Warrington's shoulder, declares him his prisoner. A hackney coach is in attendance, and poor Harry goes to sleep in Chancery Lane. Oh, to think that a Virginian prince's back should be slapped by a ragged bailiff's follower! That Madam Esmond's son should be in a sponging house in Cursitor Street! I do not envy our young prodigal his rest on that dismal night. Let us hit him now while he is down, my beloved young friends. Let us imagine the stings of remorse keeping him wakeful on his dingy pillow, the horrid jollifications of other hardened inmates of the place ringing in his ears from the room hard by, where they sit boozing, the rage and shame and discomfiture. No pity on him, I say, my honest young gentlemen, for you, of course, have never indulged in extravagance or folly, or paid the reckoning of remorse. End of chapter 45. Chapter 46 of the Virginians. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Virginians by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 46. Chains and Slavery. Remorse for past misdeeds and follies Harry sincerely felt when he found himself a prisoner in that dismal lock-up house, and wrath and annoyance at the idea of being subjected to the indignity of arrest. But the present unpleasantry, he felt sure, could only be momentary. He had 20 friends who would release him from his confinement. To which of them should he apply was the question. Mr. Draper, the man of business, who had been so obsequious to him. His kind uncle, the Baronet, who had offered to make his house Harry's home, who loved him as a son. His cousin Castlewood, who had won such large sums from him. His noble friends at the Chocolate House. His good Aunt Bernstein. Any one of these Harry felt sure would give him a help in his trouble, though some of the relatives perhaps might administer to him a little scolding for his imprudence. The main point was that the matter should be transacted quietly, for Mr. Warrington was anxious that as few as possible of the public should know how a gentleman of his prodigious importance had been subject to such a vulgar process as an arrest. As if the public does not end by knowing everything it cares to know. As if the dinner I shall have to-day, and the hole in the stocking which I wear at this present writing, can be kept a secret from some enemy or other who has a mind to pry it out, though my boots are on and my door was locked when I dressed myself. I mention that hole in the stocking for sake of example merely. The world can pry out everything about us which it has a mind to know. But then there is this consolation, which men will never accept in their own cases, that the world doesn't care. Consider the amount of scandal it has been forced to hear in its time, and how weary and blasé it must be of that kind of intelligence. You are taken to prison and fancy yourself indelibly disgraced.
You are bankrupt under odd circumstances? You drive a queer bargain with your friends and are found out and imagine the world will punish you? Pshaw! Your shame is only vanity. Go and talk to the world as if nothing had happened, and nothing has happened. Tumble down, brush the mud off your clothes, appear with a smiling countenance, and nobody cares. Do you suppose society is going to take out its pocket handkerchief and be inconsolable when you die? Why should it care very much, then, whether your worship graces yourself or disgraces yourself? Whatever happens, it talks, meets, jokes, yawns, has its dinner pretty much as before. Therefore, don't be so conceited about yourself as to fancy your private affairs of so much importance, mi fili. Whereas Mr. Harry Warrington chafed and fumed, as though all the world was tingling with the touch of that hand which had been laid on his sublime shoulder. A pretty sensation my arrest must have created at the club, thought Harry. I suppose that Mr. Selwyn will be cutting all sorts of jokes about my misfortune, plague take him. Everybody round the table will have heard of it. March will tremble about the bet I have with him, and faith, 'twill be difficult to pay him when I lose. They will all be setting up a whoop of congratulation at the savage, as they call me, being taken prisoner. How shall I ever be able to appear in the world again? Whom shall I ask to come to my help? No, thought he, with his mingled acuteness and simplicity, I will not send in the first instance to any of my relations or my noble friends at White's. I will have Sampson's counsel. He has often been in a similar predicament, and will know how to advise me. Accordingly, as soon as the light of dawn appeared, after an almost intolerable delay, for it seemed to Harry as if the sun had forgotten to visit Cursitor Street in his rounds that morning, and as soon as the inmates of the house of bondage were stirring, Mr. Warrington dispatched a messenger to his friend in Long Acre, acquainting the chaplain with the calamity just befallen him, and beseeching his reverence to give him the benefit of his advice and consolation. Mr. Warrington did not know, to be sure, that to send such a message to the parson was as if he said, I am fallen amongst the lions. Come down, my dear friend, into the pit with me. Harry very likely thought Sampson's difficulties were over, or, more likely still, was so much engrossed with his own affairs and perplexities as to bestow little thought upon his neighbours. Having sent off his missive, the captive's mind was somewhat more at ease, and he condescended to call for breakfast, which was brought to him presently. The attendant who served him with his morning repast asked him whether he would order dinner, or take his meal at Mrs. Bailiff's table with some other gentleman. No, Mr. Warrington would not order dinner. He should quit the place before dinner time, he informed the chamberlain who waited on him in that grim tavern. The man went away, thinking, no doubt, that this was not the first young gentleman who had announced that he was going away ere 2 hours were over. Well, if your honour does stay, there is good beef and carrot at 2 o'clock, says the sceptic, and closes the door on Mr. Harry and his solitary meditations. Harry's messenger to Mr. Sampson brought back a message from that gentleman to say that he would be with his patron as soon as might be. But 10 o'clock came, 11 o'clock, noon, and no Sampson. No Sampson arrived, but about 12, Gumbo with a portmanteau of his master's clothes, who flung himself roaring with grief at Harry's feet, and with 1,000 vows of fidelity, expressed himself ready to die, to sell himself into slavery over again, to do anything to rescue his beloved Master Harry from this calamitous position. Harry was touched with the lad's expressions of affection, and told him to get up from the ground where he was grovelling on his knees, embracing his master's. All you have to do, sir, is to give me my clothes to dress, and to hold your tongue about this business. Mind you, not a word, sir, about it to anybody, says Mr. Warrington severely. Oh, no, sir. Never to nobody, says Gumbo, looking most solemnly, and proceeded to dress his master carefully, who had need of a change and a toilette after his yesterday's sudden capture and night's dismal rest. Accordingly, Gumbo flung a dash of powder in Harry's hair, and arrayed his master carefully and elegantly, so that he made Mr. Warrington look as fine and splendid as if he had been stepping into his chair to go to St. James. Indeed, all that love and servility could do, Mr. Gumbo faithfully did for his master, for whom he had an extreme regard and attachment. But there were certain things beyond Gumbo's power. He could not undo things which were done already. He could not help lying and excusing himself when pressed upon points disagreeable to himself. The language of slaves is lies. I mean black slaves and white. The creature slinks away and hides with subterfuges, as a hunted animal runs to his covert at the sight of man, the tyrant and pursuer. Strange relics of feudality and consequences of our ever so old social life. Our domestics, are they not men too, and brethren? Are all hypocrites before us? They never speak naturally to us, or the whole truth. We should be indignant. We should say, confound their impudence. We should turn them out of doors if they did. But quo me rapis, O my unbridled hobby? Well, the truth is, that as for swearing not to say a word about his master's arrest, such an oath as that was impossible to keep, for with a heart full of grief indeed, but with a tongue that could never cease wagging, bragging, joking, and lying, Mr. Gumbo had announced the woeful circumstance to a prodigious number of his acquaintances already, chiefly gentlemen of the shoulder knot and worsted lace. We have seen how he carried the news to Colonel Lambert's and Lord Wrotham's servants. He had proclaimed it at the Footmen's Club to which he belonged, and which was frequented by the gentlemen of some of the first nobility. He had subsequently condescended to partake of a mug of ale in Sir Miles Warrington's butler's room, and there had repeated and embellished the story. Then he had gone off to Madame Bernstein's people, with some of whom he was on terms of affectionate intercourse, and had informed that domestic circle of his grief. And his master being captured, and there being no earthly call for his personal services that evening, Gumbo had stepped up to Lord Castlewood's, and informed the gentry there of the incident which had just come to pass. So when, laying his hand on his heart, and with gushing floods of tears, Gumbo says, in reply to his master's injunction, "Oh no, master, never to nobody," we are in a condition to judge of the degree of credibility which ought to be given to the lad's statement. The black had long completed his master's toilet. The dreary breakfast was over. Slow as the hours went to the prisoner, still they were passing one after another, but no Sampson came in accordance with the promise sent in the morning. At length, some time after noon, there arrived not Sampson, but a billet from him, sealed with a moist wafer, and with the ink almost yet wet. The unlucky divine's letter ran as follows: "Oh, sir, dear sir, I have done all that a man can at the command and in the behalf of his patron. You did not know, sir, to what you were subjecting me, did you? Else, if I was to go to prison, why did I not share yours, and why am I in a lock-up house 3 doors off? Yes, such is the fact. As I was hastening to you, knowing full well the danger to which I was subject, but what danger will I not affront at the call of such a benefactor as Mr. Warrington hath been to me, I was seized by 2 villains who had a writ against me, and who have lodged me at Naboth's, hard by, and so close to your honour that we could almost hear each other across the garden walls of the respected houses where we are confined. I had much and of importance to say, which I do not care to write down on paper, regarding your affairs. May they mend! May my cursed fortunes too better themselves, is the prayer of your honour's afflicted chaplain in ordinary, J.S." And now, as Mr. Sampson refuses to speak, it will be our duty to acquaint the reader with those matters whereof the poor chaplain did not care to discourse on paper. Gumbo's loquacity had not reached as far as Longacre, and Mr. Sampson was ignorant of the extent of his patron's calamity until he received Harry's letter and messenger from Chancery Lane. The divine was still ardent with gratitude for the service Mr. Warrington had just conferred on him, and eager to find some means to succour his distressed patron. He knew what a large sum Lord Castlewood had won from his cousin, had dined in company with his lordship on the day before, and now ran to Lord Castlewood's house with the hope of arousing him to some pity for Mr. Warrington. Sampson made a very eloquent and touching speech to Lord Castlewood, about his kinsman's misfortune, and spoke with a real kindness and sympathy, which, however, failed to touch the nobleman to whom he addressed himself. My lord peevishly and curtly put a stop to the chaplain's passionate pleading. "Did I not tell you 2 days since, when you came for money, that I was as poor as a beggar, Sampson?" said his lordship. "And has anybody left me a fortune since? The little sum I won from my cousin was swallowed up by others. I not only can't help Mr. Warrington, but, as I pledge you my word, not being in the least aware of his calamity, I had positively written to him this morning to ask him to help me." And a letter to this effect did actually reach Mr. Warrington from his lodgings, whither it had been dispatched by the penny post. "I must get him money, my lord. I know he had scarcely anything left in his pocket after relieving me. Right upon my cassock and bands, he must have money," cried the chaplain. "Amen. Go and pawn your bands, your cassock, anything you please. Your enthusiasm does you credit," said my lord, and resumed the reading of his paper, whilst, in the deepest despondency, poor Sampson left him. My Lady Maria, meanwhile, had heard that the chaplain was with her brother, and conjectured what might be the subject on which they had been talking. She seized upon the parson as he issued from out his fruitless interview with my lord. She drew him into the dining room. The strongest marks of grief and sympathy were in her countenance. "Tell me what is this has happened to Mr. Warrington?" she asked. "Your ladyship, then, knows?" asked the chaplain. "Have I not been in mortal anxiety ever since his servant brought the dreadful news last night?" asked my lady. "We had it as we came from the opera, from my Lady Yarmouth's box. My lord, my Lady Castlewood, and I." "His lordship, then, did know?" continued Sampson. "Benson told the news when we came from the playhouse to our tea," repeats Lady Maria. The chaplain lost all patience and temper at such duplicity. "This is too bad," he said with an oath. And he told Lady Maria of the conversation which he had just had with Lord Castlewood, and of the latter's refusal to succour his cousin after winning great sums of money from him, and with much eloquence and feeling of Mr. Warrington's most generous behaviour to himself. Then my Lady Maria broke out with a series of remarks regarding her own family, which were by no means complimentary to her own kith and kin. Although not accustomed to tell truth commonly, yet when certain families fall out, it is wonderful what a number of truths they will tell about one another. With tears, imprecations, I do not like to think how much stronger language, Lady Maria burst into a furious and impassioned tirade, in which she touched upon the history of almost all her noble family. She complimented the men and the ladies alike. She shrieked out interrogatories to heaven, inquiring why it had made such, never mind what names she called her brothers, sisters, uncles, aunts, parents, and, emboldened with wrath, she dashed at her brother's library door, so shrill in her outcries, so furious in her demeanour, that the alarmed chaplain, fearing the scene which might ensue, made for the street. My lord, looking up from the book or other occupation which engaged him, regarded the furious woman with some surprise, and selected a good strong oath to fling at her, as it were, and check her onset. But when roused, we have seen how courageous Maria could be. Afraid as she was ordinarily of her brother, she was not in a mood to be frightened now by any language of abuse or sarcasm at his command. "So, my lord," she called out, "you sit down with him in private to cards, and pigeon him. You get the poor boy's last shilling, and you won't give him a guinea out of his own winnings, now he is penniless. So that infernal chaplain has been telling tales," says my lord. "Dismiss him, do. Pay him his wages, and let him go. He will be glad enough," cries Maria. "I keep him to marry one of my sisters, in case he is wanted," says Castlewood, glaring at her. "What can the women be in a family where there are such men?" says the lady. "Effectivement," says my lord, with a shrug of the shoulder. "What can we be when our fathers and brothers are what they are? We are bad enough, but what are you? I say you neither have courage, no, nor honour, nor common feeling. As your equals won't play with you, my Lord Castlewood, you must take this poor lad out of Virginia, your own kinsman, and pigeon him.
Oh, it's a shame, a shame! We are all playing our own game, I suppose. Haven't you played and won one, Maria? Is it you that are squeamish of a sudden about the poor lad from Virginia? Has Mr. Harry cried off, or has your ladyship got a better offer?" cried my lord. "If you won't have him, one of the Warrington girls will, I promise you, and the old Methodist woman in Hill Street will give him the choice of either. Are you a fool, Maria Esmond? A greater fool, I mean, than in common?" "I should be a fool if I thought that either of my brothers would act like honest men, Eugene," said Maria. "I am a fool to expect that you will be other than you are, that if you find any relative in distress you will help him, that if you can meet with a victim you won't fleece him." "Fleece him? Pshaw! What folly are you talking? Have you not seen from the course which the lad has been running for months past how he would end? If I had not won his money, some other would. If I never grudged thee thy little plans regarding him, why shouldst thou fly in a passion, because I have just put out my hand to take what he was offering to all the world? I reason with you. I don't know why, Maria. You should be old enough to understand reason, at any rate. You think this money belonged of right to Lady Maria Warrington and her children? I tell you that in 3 months more every shilling would have found its way to White's Macco table, and that it is much better spent in paying my debts. So much for your ladyship's anger and tears and menaces and naughty language. See, I am a good brother, and repay them with reason and kind words." "My good brother might have given a little more than kind words to the lad from whom he has just taken hundreds," interposed the sister of this affectionate brother. "Great heavens, Maria! Don't you see that even out of this affair, unpleasant as it seems, a clever woman may make her advantage?" cries my lord. Maria said she failed to comprehend. "As thus: I name no names. I meddle in no person's business, having quite enough to do to manage my own cursed affairs. But suppose I happen to know of a case in another family, which may be applicable to ours. It is this. A green young lad, of tolerable expectations, comes up from the country to his friends in town. Never mind from what country, never mind to what town. An elderly female relative, who has been dragging her spinsterhood about these, how many years shall we say, extort a promise of marriage from my young gentleman, never mind on what conditions. My lord, do you want to insult your sister as well as to injure your cousin?" asks Maria. "My good child, did I say a single word about fleecing or cheating or pigeoning? Or did I fly into a passion when you insulted me? I know the allowance that must be made for your temper and the natural folly of your sex. I say I treated you with soft words. I go on with my story. The elderly relative extracts a promise of marriage from the young lad, which my gentleman is quite unwilling to keep. No, he won't keep it. He is utterly tired of his elderly relative. He will plead his mother's refusal. He will do anything to get out of his promise. Yes, if he was one of us Esmonds, my Lord Castlewood. But this is a man of honour we are speaking of," cried Maria, who, I suppose, admired truth in others, however little she saw it in her own family. I do not contradict either of my dear sister's remarks. One of us would fling the promise to the winds, especially as it does not exist in writing. "My lord!" gasped out Maria. "Bah! I know all. That little coup of Tunbridge was played by the Aunt Bernstein with excellent skill. The old woman is the best man of our family. While you were arrested, your boxes were searched for the Mohock's letters to you. When you were let loose, the letters had disappeared, and you said nothing, like a wise woman, as you are sometimes. You still hanker after your Cherokee. Soit! A woman of your mature experience knows the value of a husband. What is this little loss of 200 or 300 pounds?" "Not more than 300, my lord?" interposes Maria. Never mind 100 or 2 more or less. What is this loss at cards? A mere bagatelle. You are playing for a principality. You want your kingdom in Virginia, and if you listen to my opinion, the little misfortune which has happened to your swain is a piece of good fortune to you. I don't understand you, my lord." "C'est possible. But sit down, and I will explain what I mean in a manner suited to your capacity." And so Maria Esmond, who had advanced to her brother like a raging lion, now sat down at his feet like a gentle lamb. Madame de Bernstein was not a little moved at the news of her nephew's arrest, which Mr. Gumbo brought to Clarges Street on the night of the calamity. She would have cross-examined the black, and had further particulars respecting Harry's mishap. But Mr. Gumbo, anxious to carry his intelligence to other quarters, had vanished when her ladyship sent for him. Her temper was not improved by the news, or by the sleepless night which she spent. I do not envy the dame de compagnie who played cards with her, or the servant who had to lie in her chamber. An arrest was an everyday occurrence, as she knew very well as a woman of the world. Into what difficulties had her scapegrace of a nephew fallen? How much money should she be called upon to pay to release him? And had he run through all his own? Provided he had not committed himself very deeply, she was quite disposed to aid him. She liked even his extravagances and follies. He was the only being in the world on whom, for long, long years, that weary woman had been able to bestow a little natural affection. So, on their different beds, she and Harry were lying wakeful together. And quite early in the morning the messengers which each sent forth on the same business may have crossed each other. Madame Bernstein's messenger was dispatched to the chambers of her man of business, Mr. Draper, with an order that Mr. D. should ascertain for what sums Mr. Warrington had been arrested, and forthwith repair to the Baroness's. Draper's emissaries speedily found out that Mr. Warrington was locked up close beside them, and the amount of detainers against him so far. Were there other creditors, as no doubt there were, they would certainly close upon him when they were made acquainted with his imprisonment. To Mr. Sparks the jeweller, for those unlucky presents, so much. To the landlord in Bond Street, for board, fire, lodging, so much. These were at present the only claims against Mr. Warrington Mr. Draper found. He was ready, at a signal from her ladyship, to settle them at a moment. The jeweller's account ought especially to be paid, for Mr. Harry had acted most imprudently in taking goods from Mr. Sparks on credit, and pledging them with a pawnbroker. He must have been under some immediate pressure for money, intended to redeem the goods immediately, meant nothing but what was honourable, of course, but the affair would have an ugly look if made public, and had better be settled out of hand. There cannot be the least difficulty regarding £1,000 more or less for a gentleman of Mr. Warrington's rank and expectations, said Madame de Bernstein. Not the least. Her ladyship knew very well that there were funds belonging to Mr. Warrington, on which money could be at once raised with her ladyship's guarantee. Should he go that instant and settle the matter with Messrs. Amos, Mr. Harry might be back to dine with her at 2. And to confound the people at the clubs, who are no doubt rejoicing over his misfortunes, said the compassionate Mr. Draper. But the Baroness had other views. I think, my good Mr. Draper, she said, that my young gentleman has sown wild oats enough, and when he comes out of prison I should like him to come out clear, and without any liabilities at all. You are not aware of all his. No gentleman ever does tell all his debts, madam, says Mr. Draper. No one I ever had to deal with. There is one which the silly boy has contracted, and from which he ought to be released, Mr. Draper. You remember a little circumstance which occurred at Tunbridge Wells in the autumn, about which I sent up my man Case to you? When your ladyship pleases to recall it, I remember it, not otherwise, said Mr. Draper with a bow. A lawyer should be like a popish confessor. What is told him is a secret for ever and for everybody. So we must not whisper Madame Bernstein's secret to Mr. Draper, but the reader may perhaps guess it from the lawyer's conduct subsequently. The lawyer felt pretty certain that ere long he would receive a summons from the poor young prisoner in Cursitor Street, and waited for that invitation before he visited Mr. Warrington. 36 hours passed ere the invitation came, during which period Harry passed the dreariest 2 days which he ever remembered to have spent. There was no want of company in the lock-up house. The bailiff's rooms were nearly always full. But Harry preferred the dingy solitude of his own room to the society round his landlady's table, and it was only on the second day of his arrest, and when his purse was emptied by the heavy charges of the place, that he made up his mind to apply to Mr. Draper. He dispatched a letter then to the lawyer at the Temple, informing him of his plight, and desiring him, in an emphatic postscript, not to say one word about the matter to his aunt, Madame de Bernstein. He had made up his mind not to apply to the old lady, except at the very last extremity. She had treated him with such kindness that he revolted from the notion of trespassing on her bounty, and for a while tried to please himself with the idea that he might get out of durance without her even knowing that any misfortune at all had befallen him. There seemed to him something humiliating in petitioning a woman for money. No, he would apply first to his male friends, all of whom might help him if they would. It had been his intention to send Sampson to one or other of them as a negotiator, had not the poor fellow been captured on his way to succour his friend. Sampson gone, Harry was obliged to have recourse to his own negro servant, who was kept on the trot all day between Temple Bar and the court end of the town, with letters from his unlucky master. Firstly, then, Harry sent off a most private and confidential letter to his kinsman, the Right Honourable the Earl of Castlewood, saying how he had been cast into prison, and begging Castlewood to lend him the amount of the debt. Please to keep my application and the cause of it a profound secret from the dear ladies, wrote poor Harry. Was ever anything so unfortunate? Wrote back Lord Castlewood in reply. I suppose you have not got my note of yesterday? It must be lying at your lodgings, where, I hope in heaven, you will soon be too. My dear Mr. Warrington, thinking you were as rich as Croesus, otherwise I never should have sat down to cards with you. I wrote to you yesterday begging you to lend me some money to appease some hungry duns, whom I don't know how else to pacify. My poor fellow, every shilling of your money went to them, and but for my peer's privilege, I might be hob and nob with you now in your dungeon. May you soon escape from it, is the prayer of your sincere Castlewood. That was the result of application number 1, and we may imagine that Mr. Harry read the reply to his petition with rather a blank face. Never mind, there was kind, jolly Uncle Warrington. Only last night his aunt had kissed him and loved him like a son. His uncle had called down blessings on his head, and professed quite a paternal regard for him. With a feeling of shyness and modesty in presence of those virtuous parents and family, Harry had never said a word about his wild doings, or his horse racings, or his gamblings, or his extravagances. It must all out now. He must confess himself a prodigal and a sinner, and ask for their forgiveness and aid. So Prodigal sat down and composed a penitent letter to Uncle Warrington, and exposed his sad case, and besought him to come to the rescue. Was not that a bitter nut to crack for our haughty young Virginian? Hours of mortification and profound thought as to the pathos of the composition did Harry pass over that letter. Sheet after sheet of Mr. Amos's sixpence-a-sheet letter paper did he tear up before the missive was complete, with which poor blubbering Gumbo, much vilified by the bailiff's followers and parasites, whom he was robbing, as they conceived, of their perquisites, went his way. At evening, the faithful negro brought back a thick letter in his aunt's handwriting. Harry opened the letter with a trembling hand. He thought it was full of bank notes. Ah me! It contained a sermon, Daniel in the Lion's Den, by Mr. Whitfield, and a letter from Lady Warrington, saying that in Sir Miles's absence from London she was in the habit of opening his letters, and hence perforce was become acquainted with a fact which she deplored from her inmost soul to learn, namely, that her nephew Warrington had been extravagant and was in debt. Of course, in the absence of Sir Miles, she could not hope to have at command such a sum as that for which Mr. Warrington wrote, but she sent him her heartfelt prayers, her deepest commiseration, and a discourse by dear Mr. Whitfield, which would comfort him in his present, alas, she feared not undeserved, calamity. She added profuse references to particular scriptural chapters which would do him good. If she might speak of things worldly, she said, at such a moment, she would hint to Mr. Warrington that his epistolary orthography was anything but correct. She would not fail, for her part, to comply with his expressed desire that his dear cousins should know nothing of his most painful circumstance, and with every wish for his welfare here and elsewhere, she subscribed herself his loving aunt, Margaret Warrington. Poor Harry hid his face between his hands, and sat for a while with elbows on the greasy table, blankly staring into the candle before him. The bailiff's servant, who was touched by his handsome face, suggested a mug of beer for his honour, but Harry could not drink, nor eat the meat that was placed before him. Gumbo, however, could, whose grief did not deprive him of appetite, and who, blubbering the while, finished all the beer, and all the bread, and the meat. Meanwhile, Harry had finished another letter, with which Gumbo was commissioned to start again, and away the faithful creature ran upon his errand. Gumbo ran as far as White's Club, to which house he was ordered in the first instance to carry the letter, and where he found the person to whom it was addressed. Even the prisoner, for whom time passed so slowly, was surprised at the celerity with which his negro had performed his errand. At least the letter which Harry expected had not taken long to write. "My lord wrote it at the hall porter's desk, while I stood there then with Mr. Morris," said Gumbo, and the letter was to this effect: "Dear Sir, I am sorry I cannot comply with your wish. I am short of money at present, having paid large sums to you, as well as to other gentlemen. Yours obediently, March and R. Harry Warrington, Esquire." "Did Lord March say anything?" asked Mr. Warrington, looking very pale. "He say it was the coolest thing he ever knew. So did Mr. Morris. He showed him your letter, Master Harry." "Yes, Mr. Morris say, 'Damn his imperence!'" added Gumbo. Harry burst into such a yell of laughter that his landlord thought he had good news, and ran in alarm lest he was about to lose his tenant. But by this time poor Harry's laughter was over, and he was flung down in his chair, gazing dismally in the fire. I should like to smoke a pipe of Virginia," he groaned. Gumbo burst into tears. He flung himself at Harry's knees. He kissed his knees and his hands. "Oh, master, my dear master, what will they say at home?" he sobbed out. The jailer was touched at the sight of the black's grief and fidelity, and at Harry's pale face as he sank back in his chair, quite overcome and beaten by his calamity. "Your honour ain't eat anything these 2 days," the man said, in a voice of rough pity. "Pluck up a little, sir. You aren't the first gentleman who has been in and out of grief before this. Let me go down and get you a glass of punch and a little supper." "My good friend," says Harry, a sickly smile playing over his white face, "you pay ready money for everything in this house, don't you? I must tell you that I haven't a shilling left to buy a dish of meat. All the money I have I want for letter paper." "Oh, master, my master!" roared out Gumbo. "Look here, my dear Master Harry. Here's plenty of money. Here's 23 5 guineas. Here's gold moidore from Virginia. Here! No, not that. That's keepsakes the girls gave me. Take everything, everything. I go sell myself to-morrow morning. But here's plenty for to-night, master." "God bless you, Gumbo," Harry said, laying his hand on the lad's woolly head. "You are free, if I am not, and Heaven forbid I should not take the offered help of such a friend as you. Bring me some supper, but the pipe too, mind, the pipe too." And Harry ate his supper with a relish, and even the turnkeys and bailiff's followers, when Gumbo went out of the house that night, shook hands with him, and ever after treated him well. End of chapter 46. Chapter 47 of the Virginians. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Virginians by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 47. Visitors in Trouble. Mr. Gumbo's generous and feeling conduct soothed and softened the angry heart of his master, and Harry's second night in the sponging house was passed more pleasantly than the first. Somebody at least there was to help and compassionate with him. Still, though softened in that one particular spot, Harry's heart was hard and proud towards almost all the rest of the world. They were selfish and ungenerous, he thought. His pious Aunt Warrington, his lordly friend March, his cynical cousin Castlewood, all had been tried and were found wanting. Not to avoid 20 years of prison would he stoop to ask a favour of one of them again. Fool that he had been to believe in their promises and confide in their friendship. There was no friendship in this cursed, cold, selfish country. He would leave it. He would trust no Englishman, great or small. He would go to Germany and make a campaign with the king. Or he would go home to Virginia, bury himself in the woods there, and hunt all day, become his mother's factor and land steward, marry Polly Broadbent or Fanny Mountain, turn regular tobacco grower and farmer, do anything rather than remain amongst these English fine gentlemen. So he arose with an outwardly cheerful countenance, but an angry spirit, and at an early hour in the morning the faithful Gumbo was in attendance in his master's chamber, having come from Bond Street, and brought Mr. Harry's letters thence. "I wanted to bring some more clothes," honest Gumbo said, "but Mr. Ruff, the landlord, he wouldn't let me bring no more." Harry did not care to look at the letters. He opened 1, 2, 3. They were all bills. He opened a fourth. It was from the landlord, to say he would allow no more of Mr. Warrington's things to go out of the house, that unless his bill was paid, he should sell Mr. W.'s goods and pay himself, and that his black man must go and sleep elsewhere. He would hardly let Gumbo take his own clothes and portmanteau away. The black said he had found refuge elsewhere, with some friends at Lord Wrotham's house. "With Colonel Lambert's people," says Mr. Gumbo, looking very hard at his master. "And Miss Hetty, she fall down in a faint when she hear you taken up. And Mr. Lambert, he very good man, and he say to me this morning, he said, 'Gumbo, you tell your master if he want me, he send to me, and I come to him.'" Harry was touched when he heard that Hetty had been afflicted by his misfortune. He did not believe Gumbo's story about her fainting. He was accustomed to translate his black's language, and to allow for exaggeration. But when Gumbo spoke of the Colonel, the young Virginian's spirit was darkened again. "I sent to Lambert," he thought, grinding his teeth, "the man who insulted me, and flung my presents back in my face. If I was starving, I would not ask him for a crust." And presently, being dressed, Mr. Warrington called for his breakfast, and despatched Gumbo with a brief note to Mr. Draper in the Temple, requiring that gentleman's attendance. The note was as haughty as if he was writing to one of his negroes, and not to a free-born English gentleman, Draper said, whom indeed Harry had always treated with insufferable condescension. It's all very well for a fine gentleman to give himself airs, but for a fellow in a sponging house? Hang him, says Draper. I've a great mind not to go. Nevertheless, Mr. Draper did go, and found Mr. Warrington in his misfortune even more arrogant than he had ever been in the days of his utmost prosperity. Mr. W. sat on his bed like a lord, in a splendid gown, with his hair dressed. He motioned his black man to fetch him a chair. "Excuse me, madam, but such haughtiness and airs I ain't accustomed to," said the outraged attorney. "Take a chair and go on with your story, my good Mr. Draper," said Madame de Bernstein, smiling, to whom he went to report proceedings. She was amused at the lawyer's anger. She liked her nephew for being insolent in adversity. The course which Draper was to pursue in his interview with Harry had been arranged between the Baroness and her man of business on the previous day. Draper was an able man, and likely in most cases to do a client good service. He failed in the present instance because he was piqued and angry, or, more likely still, because he could not understand the gentleman with whom he had to deal. I presume that he who cast his eye on the present page is the most gentle of readers. Gentlemen as you unquestionably are, then, my dear sir, have you not remarked in your dealings with people who are no gentlemen that you offend them not knowing the how or the why? So the man who is no gentleman offends you in 1,000 ways, of which the poor creature has no idea himself. He does or says something which provokes your scorn. He perceives that scorn, being always on the watch and uneasy about himself, his manners and behaviour, and he rages. You speak to him naturally, and he fancies still that you are sneering at him. You have indifference towards him, but he hates you, and hates you the worse because you don't care. Gumbo, a chair to Mr. Draper, says Mr. Warrington, folding his brocaded dressing gown round his legs as he sits on the dingy bed. Sit down, if you please, and let us talk my business over. Much obliged to you for coming so soon in reply to my message. Had you heard of this piece of ill luck before? Mr. Draper had heard of the circumstance. Bad news travel quick, Mr. Warrington, he said, and I was eager to offer my humble services as soon as ever you should require them. Your friends, your family, will be much pained that a gentleman of your rank should be in such a position. I have been very imprudent, Mr. Draper. I have lived beyond my means. Mr. Draper bowed. I played in company with gentlemen who were much richer than myself, and a cursed run of ill luck has carried away all my ready money, leaving me with liabilities to the amount of £500 and more. 500 now in the office, says Mr. Draper. Well, this is such a trifle that I thought by sending to 1 or 2 friends yesterday I could have paid my debt and gone home without further to do. I have been mistaken, and will thank you to have the kindness to put me in the way of raising the money as soon as may be. Mr. Draper said, and pulled a very grave and long face. Why, sir, it can be done, says Mr. Warrington, staring at the lawyer. It not only could be done, but Mr. Draper had proposed to Madame Bernstein on the day before instantly to pay the money and release Mr. Warrington. That lady had declared she intended to make the young gentleman her heir. In common with the rest of the world, Draper believed Harry's hereditary property in Virginia to be as great in money value as in extent. He had notes in his pocket, and Madame Bernstein's order to pay them under certain conditions. Nevertheless, when Harry said, "It can be done," Draper pulled his long face and said, "It can be done in time, sir, but it will require a considerable time. To touch the property in England, which is yours on Mr. George Warrington's death, we must have the event proved, the trustees released. And who is to do either? Lady Esmond Warrington in Virginia, of course, will not allow her son to remain in prison, but we must wait 6 months before we hear from her. Has your Bristol agent any authority to honour your drafts?" "He is only authorised to pay me £200 a year," says Mr. Warrington. "I suppose I have no resource, then, but to apply to my aunt, Madame de Bernstein. She will be my security." "Her ladyship will do anything for you, sir. She has said to me often and often," said the lawyer. "And if she gives the word at that moment, you can walk out of this place." "Go to her, then, from me, Mr. Draper. I did not want to have troubled my relations, but rather than continue in this horrible, needless imprisonment, I must speak to her. Say where I am and what has befallen me. Disguise nothing. And tell her that I confide in her affection and kindness for me to release me from this disgrace." And Mr. Warrington's voice shook a little as he passed his hand across his eyes. "Sir," says Mr. Draper, eyeing the young man, "I was with her ladyship yesterday when we talked over the whole of this here most unpleasant, I won't say as you do disgraceful, business." "What do you mean, sir? Does Madame de Bernstein know of my misfortune?" asked Harry. "Every circumstance, sir. The pawning of the watches and all." Harry turned burning red. "It is an unfortunate business, the pawning them watches and things which you had never paid for," continued the lawyer. The young man started up from the bed, looking so fierce that Draper felt a little alarmed. "It may lead to litigation and unpleasant remarks being made in court, sir. Them barristers respect nothing, and when they get a feller in the box Great heavens, sir! You don't suppose a gentleman of my rank can't take a watch upon credit without intending to cheat the tradesman?" cried Harry in the greatest agitation. "Of course you meant everything that's honourable. Only you see the law mayn't happen to think so," says Mr. Draper, winking his eye. "Hang the supercilious beast! I touch him there." "Your aunt says it's the most imprudent thing ever she heard of, to call it by no worse name." "You call it by no worse name yourself, Mr. Draper," says Harry, speaking each word very slow, and evidently trying to keep a command of himself. Draper did not like his looks. "Heaven forbid that I should say anything as between gentlemen and gentlemen. But between me and my client, it's my duty to say, 'Sir, you are in a very unpleasant scrape,' just as a doctor would have to tell his patient, 'Sir, you are very ill.'" "And you can't help me to pay this debt off, and you have come only to tell me that I may be accused of roguery?" says Harry. "Of obtaining goods under false pretences? Most undoubtedly, yes. I can't help it, sir. Don't look as if you would knock me down. Curse him, I am making him wince, though. A young gentleman who has only 200 a year from his ma orders diamonds and watches, and takes them to a pawnbroker. You ask me what people will think of such behaviour, and I tell you honestly. Don't be angry with me, Mr. Warrington." "Go on, sir," says Harry, with a groan. The lawyer thought the day was his own. "But you ask if I can't help to pay this debt off? And I say yes, and that here is the money in my pocket to do it now, if you like. Not mine, sir, my honoured client's, your aunt, Lady Bernstein. But she has a right to impose her conditions, and I've brought 'em with me." "Tell them, sir," says Mr. Harry. "They are not hard. They are only for your own good, and if you say yes, we can call a hackney coach and go to Clarges Street together, which I have promised to go there, whether you will or no, Mr. Warrington. I name no names, but there was a question of marriage between you and a certain party." "Ah!" said Harry, and his countenance looked more cheerful than it had yet done. "To that marriage, my noble client, the Baroness is most averse, having other views for you, and thinking it will be your ruin to marry a party of noble birth and title, it is true, but, excuse me, not of first-rate character, and so much older than yourself. You had given an imprudent promise to that party." "Yes, and she has it still," says Mr. Warrington. "It has been recovered. She dropped it by accident at Tunbridge," says Mr. Draper. "So my client informed me. Indeed, her ladyship showed it to me, for the matter of that. It was written in blood—" "Never mind, sir!" cries Harry, turning almost as red as the ink which he had used to write his absurd promise, of which the madness and folly had smote him with shame 1,000 times over. "At the same time, letters wrote to you, and compromising a noble family, were recovered," continues the lawyer. "You had lost them. It was no fault of yours. You were away when they were found again. You may say that noble family, that you yourself have a friend such as few young men have. Well, sir, there's no earthly promise to bind you, only so many idle words said over a bottle, which very likely any gentleman may forget. Say you won't go on with this marriage. Give me and my noble friend your word of honour. Cry off, I say, Mr. W. Don't be such a damned fool, saving your presence, as to marry an old woman who has jilted scores of men in her time. Say the word, and I step downstairs, pay every shilling against you in the office, and put you down in my coach, either at your aunt's or at White's Club, if you like, with a couple of hundred in your pocket. Say yes, and give us your hand. There is no use in sitting grinning behind these bars all day." So far Mr. Draper had had the best of the talk. Harry only longed himself to be rid of the engagement, from which his aunt wanted to free him. His foolish flame for Maria Esmond had died out long since. If she would release him, how thankful would he be! "Come, give us your hand, and say done," says the lawyer, with a knowing wink. "Don't stand shilly-shallying, sir. Law bless you, Mr. W., if I had married everybody I promised, I should be like the Grand Turk, or Captain Macheath in the play." The lawyer's familiarity disgusted Harry, who shrank from Draper, scarcely knowing that he did so. He folded his dressing gown round him, and stepped back from the other's proffered hand. "Give me a little time to think of the matter, if you please, Mr. Draper," he said, "and have the goodness to come to me again in an hour." "Very good, sir, very good, sir," says the lawyer, biting his lips, and, as he seized up his hat, turning very red. "Most parties would not want an hour to consider about such an offer as I make you, but I promise my time must be yours, and I'll come again, and see whether you are to go or to stay. Good morning, sir. Good morning." And he went his way, growling curses down the stairs. "Won't take my hand, won't he? Will tell me in an hour's time? Hang his impudence! I'll show him what an hour is." Mr. Draper went to his chambers in dudgeon then, bullied his clerks all round, sent off a messenger to the Baroness to say that he had waited on the young gentleman who had demanded a little time for consideration, which was for form's sake, as he had no doubt. The lawyer then saw clients, transacted business, went out to his dinner in the most leisurely manner, and then finally turned his steps towards the neighbouring Cursitor Street. "He'll be at home when I call, the haughty beast," says Draper with a sneer. "The fortunate youth in his room?" the lawyer asked of the sheriff's officer's aide de camp, who came to open the double doors. "Mr. Warrington is in his apartment," said the gentleman, "but—" And here the gentleman winked at Mr. Draper, and laid his hand on his nose. "But what, Mr. Paddy from Cork?" said the lawyer. "My name is Costigan. Me family is noble, and me native place is the Irish metropolis, Mr. Six and Eightpence," said the janitor, scowling at Draper. A rich odour of spirituous liquors filled the little space between the double doors where he held the attorney in conversation. "Confound you, sir, let me pass!" bawled out Mr. Draper. "I can hear you perfectly well, Six and Eightpence, except your H's, which you drop out of your conversation. I thank you not to call me names, me good friend, or me fingers and your nose would have to make an intimate acquaintance. Walk in, sir. Be polite for the future to your superiors in birth and manners, though they may be your inferiors in temporary station. Confound the key! Walk in, sir, I say. Madam, I have the honour of saluting you most respectfully." A lady with her face covered with a capuchin, and further hidden by her handkerchief, uttered a little exclamation as of alarm as she came down the stairs at this instant, and hurried past the lawyer. He was pressing forward to look at her, for Mr. Draper was very cavalier in his manners to women. But the bailiff's follower thrust his leg between Draper and the retreating lady, crying, "Keep your own distance, if you please. This way, madam. I at once recognised your ladyship." Here he closed the door on Draper's nose, and left that attorney to find his own way to his client upstairs. At 6 o'clock that evening the old Baroness de Bernstein was pacing up and down her drawing crutch, and for ever running to the window when the noise of a coach was heard passing in Clarges Street. She had delayed her dinner from hour to hour, she who scolded so fiercely on ordinary occasions if her cook was 5 minutes after his time. She had ordered 2 covers to be laid, plate to be set out, and some extra dishes to be prepared, as if for a little fete. 4, 5 o'clock passed, and at 6 she looked from the window, and a coach actually stopped at her door. Mr. Draper was announced, and entered bowing profoundly. The old lady trembled on her stick. "Where's the boy?" she said quickly. "I told you to bring him, sir. How dare you come without him?" "It is not my fault, madam, that Mr. Warrington refuses to come." And Draper gave his version of the interview which had just taken place between himself and the young Virginian. CHAPTer 47. Chapter 48 of the Virginians. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Virginians, by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 48. An Apparition. Going off in his wrath from his morning's conversation with Harry, Mr. Draper thought he heard the young prisoner speak behind him; and indeed Harry had risen, and uttered a half exclamation to call the lawyer back. But he was proud, and the other offended. Harry checked words, and Draper did not choose to stop. It wounded Harry's pride to be obliged to humble himself before the lawyer, and to have to yield from mere lack and desire of money. An hour hence will do as well, thought Harry, and lapsed sulkily on to the bed again. No, he did not care for Maria Esmond. No, he was ashamed of the way in which he had been entrapped into that engagement. A wily and experienced woman, she had cheated his boyish ardour. She had taken unfair advantage of him, as her brother had at play. They were his own flesh and blood, and they ought to have spared him. Instead, one and the other had made a prey of him, and had used him for their selfish ends. He thought how they had betrayed the rights of hospitality, how they had made a victim of the young kinsman who came confiding within their gates. His heart was sore wounded. His head sank back on his pillow. Bitter tears wetted it. Had they come to Virginia, he thought, I had given them a different welcome. He was roused from his mood of despondency by Gumbo's grinning face at his door, who said a lady was come to see Master Harry; and behind the lad came the lady in the capuchin, of whom we have just made mention. Harry sat up, pale and haggard, on his bed. The lady, with a sob, and almost ere the servant man withdrew, ran towards the young prisoner, put her arms round his neck with real emotion and a maternal tenderness, sobbed over his pale cheek, and kissed it in the midst of plentiful tears, and cried out, "Oh, my Harry! Did I ever think to see thee here?" He started back, scared as it seemed at her presence; but she sank down at the bedside, and seized his feverish hand, and embraced his knees. She had a real regard and tenderness for him. The wretched place in which she found him, his wretched look, filled her heart with sincere love and pity. "I thought none of you would come," said poor Harry, with a groan. More tears, more kisses of the hot young hand, more clasps and pressure with hers, were the lady's reply for a moment or two. "Oh, my dear, my dear! I cannot bear to think of thee in misery!" she sobbed out. Hardened though it might be, that heart was not all marble; that dreary life not all desert. Harry's mother could not have been fonder, nor her tones more tender than those of his kinswoman, now kneeling at his feet. "Some of the debts, I fear, were owing to my extravagance," she said; and this was true. "You bought trinkets and jewels in order to give me pleasure. Oh, how I hate them now! I little thought I ever could. I have brought them all with me, and more trinkets, here and all the money I have in the world." And she poured brooches, rings, a watch, and a score or so of guineas into Harry's lap, the sight of which strangely agitated and immensely touched the young man. "Dearest, kindest cousin!" he sobbed out. His lips found no more words to utter, but yet no doubt they served to express his gratitude, his affection, his emotion. He became quite gay presently, and smiled as he put away some of the trinkets, his presents to Maria, and told her into what danger he had fallen by selling other goods which he had purchased on credit, and how a lawyer had insulted him just now upon this very point. He would not have his dear Maria's money. He had enough, quite enough for the present; but he valued her 20 guineas as much as if they had been 20,000. He would never forget her love and kindness. No, by all that was sacred, he would not. His mother should know of all her goodness. It had cheered him when he was just on the point of breaking down under his disgrace and misery. Might Heaven bless her for it! There is no need to pursue beyond this the cousins' conversation. The dark day seemed brighter to Harry after Maria's visit, the imprisonment not so hard to bear. The world was not all selfish and cold. Here was a fond creature who really and truly loved him. Even Castlewood was not so bad as he had thought. He had expressed the deepest grief at not being able to assist his kinsman. He was hopelessly in debt. Every shilling he had won from Harry he had lost on the next day to others. Anything that lay in his power he would do. He would come soon and see Mr. Warrington. He was in waiting to-day, and as much a prisoner as Harry himself. So the pair talked on cheerfully and affectionately, until the darkness began to close in, when Maria, with a sigh, bade Harry farewell. The door scarcely closed upon her when it opened to admit Draper. "Your humble servant, sir," says the attorney. His voice jarred upon Harry's ear, and his presence offended the young man. "I had expected you some hours ago, sir," he curtly said. "A lawyer's time is not always his own, sir," said Mr. Draper, who had just been in consultation, with a bottle of port at the Grecian. "Never mind, I'm at your orders now. Presume it's all right, Mr. Warrington? Packed your trunk? Why, now there you are in your bedgown still. Let me go down and settle, whilst you call in your black man and titivate a bit. I've a coach at the door, and we'll be off and dine with the old lady. Are you going to dine with the Baroness de Bernstein, pray?" "Not me. No such honour. Had my dinner already. It's you are a-going to dine with your aunt, I suppose." "Mr. Draper, you suppose a great deal more than you know," says Mr. Warrington, looking very fierce and tall, as he folds his brocade dressing-gown round him. "Great goodness, sir! What do you mean?" asked Draper. "I mean, sir, that I have considered, and that, having given my word to a faithful and honourable lady, it does not become me to withdraw it." "Confound it, sir!" shrieks the lawyer. "I tell you she has lost the paper. There's nothing to bind you. Nothing. Why, she's old enough to be—" "Enough, sir!" says Mr. Warrington, with a stamp of his foot. "You seem to think you are talking to some other pettifogger. I take it, Mr. Draper, you are not accustomed to have dealings with men of honour." "Pettifogger, indeed!" cries Draper in a fury. "Men of honour, indeed! I'd have you know, Mr. Warrington, that I'm as good a man of honour as you. I don't know so many gamblers and horse jockeys, perhaps. I haven't gambled away my patrimony and lived as if I was a nobleman on 200 a year. I haven't bought watches on credit and pawned—" "Touch me if you dare, sir!" and the lawyer sprang to the door. "That is the way out, sir. You can't go through the window because it is barred." "And the answer I take to my client is no, then!" screamed out Draper. Harry stepped forward, and his two hands clenched. "If you utter another word," he said, "I'll—" The door was shut rapidly, the sentence was never finished, and Draper went away furious to Madame de Bernstein, from whom, though he gave her the best version of his story, he got still fiercer language than he had received from Mr. Warrington himself. "What? Shall she trust me, and I desert her?" says Harry, stalking up and down his room in his flowing, rustling brocade. "Dear, faithful, generous woman! If I lie in prison for years, I'll be true to her." Her lawyer dismissed after a stormy interview, the desolate old woman was fain to sit down to the meal which she had hoped to share with her nephew. The chair was before her which he was to have filled, the glasses shining by the silver. One dish after another was laid before her by the silent major domo, and tasted and pushed away. The man pressed his mistress at last. "It is 8 o'clock," he said. "You have had nothing all day. It is good for you to eat." She could not eat. She would have her coffee. Let Case go get her coffee. The lackeys bore the dishes off the table, leaving their mistress sitting at it before the vacant chair. Presently the old servant re-entered the room without his lady's coffee, and with a strange, scared face, and said, "Mr. Warrington!" The old woman uttered an exclamation, got up from her armchair, but sank back in it, trembling very much. "So you are come, sir, are you?" she said, with a fond, shaking voice. "Bring back the— Ah!" Here she screamed, "Gracious God! Who is it?" Her eyes stared wildly. Her white face looked ghastly through her rouge. She clung to the arms of her chair for support as the visitor approached her. A gentleman whose face and figure exactly resembled Harry Warrington, and whose voice, when he spoke, had tones strangely familiar, had followed the servant into the room. He bowed towards the Baroness. "You expected my brother, madam?" he said. "I am but now arrived in London. I went to his house. I met his servant at your door, who was bearing this letter for you. I thought I would bring it to your ladyship before going to him." And the stranger laid down a letter before Madame Bernstein. "Are you," gasped out the Baroness, "are you my nephew, that we supposed was killed, and is alive? I am George Warrington, madam, and I ask his kinsfolk what have you done with my brother?" "Look, George," said the bewildered old lady, "I expected him here to night. That chair was set for him. I have been waiting for him, sir, till now, till I am quite faint. I don't like being alone. Do stay and sup with me." "Pardon me, madam. Please God, my supper will be with Harry to-night." "Bring him back. Bring him back here, on any conditions. It is but £500. Here is the money, sir, if you need it." "I have no want, madam. I have money with me that can't be better employed than in my brother's service." "And you will bring him to me, sir? Say you will bring him to me." Mr. Warrington made a very stately bow for answer, and quitted the room, passing by the amazed domestics, and calling with an air of authority to Gumbo to follow him. Had Mr. Harry received no letters from home? Master Harry had not opened all his letters the last day or two. Had he received no letter announcing his brother's escape from the French settlements and return to Virginia? Oh, no! No such letter had come, else Master Harry certainly tell Gumbo. Quick, horses! Quick by Strand to Temple Bar. Here is the house of captivity, and the deliverer come to the rescue. End of chapter 48. Chapter 49 of the Virginians. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Virginians by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 49. Friends in Need. Quick hackney coach steeds, and bear George Warrington through Strand and Fleet Street to his imprisoned brother's rescue. Any one who remembers Hogarth's picture of a London hackney coach and a London street road at that period may fancy how weary the quick time was, and how long seemed the journey. Scarce any lights, save those carried by link boys, badly hung coaches, bad pavements, great holes in the road, and vast quagmires of winter mud. That drive from Piccadilly to Fleet Street seemed almost as long to our young man as the journey from Marlborough to London, which he had performed in the morning. He had written to Harry announcing his arrival at Bristol. He had previously written to his brother giving the great news of his existence and his return from captivity. There was war between England and France at that time. The French privateers were for ever on the lookout for British merchant ships, and seized them often within sight of port. The letter bearing the intelligence of George's restoration must have been on board one of the many American ships of which the French took possession. The letter telling of George's arrival in England was never opened by poor Harry. It was lying at the latter's apartments, which it reached on the third morning after Harry's captivity, when the angry Mr. Ruff had refused to give up any single item more of his lodger's property. To these apartments George first went on his arrival in London, and asked for his brother. Scared at the likeness between them, the maidservant who opened the door screamed and ran back to her mistress. The mistress, not liking to tell the truth, or to own that poor Harry was actually a prisoner at her husband's suit, said Mr. Warrington had left his lodgings. She did not know where Mr. Warrington was. George knew that Clarges Street was close to Bond Street. Often and often had he looked over the London map. Aunt Bernstein would tell him where Harry was. He might be with her at that very moment. George had read in Harry's letters to Virginia about Aunt Bernstein's kindness to Harry. Even Madam Esmond was softened by it, and especially touched by a letter which the Baroness wrote. The letter which caused George to pack off post haste for Europe, indeed. She heartily hoped and trusted that Madam Beatrix had found occasion to repent of her former bad ways. It was time indeed at her age, and Heaven knows that she had plenty to repent of. I have known a harmless, good old soul of 80, still bepommelled and stoned by irreproachable ladies of the straitest sect of the Pharisees, for a little slip which occurred long before the present century was born, or she herself was 20 years old. Rachel Esmond never mentioned her eldest daughter. Madam Esmond Warrington never mentioned her sister. No, In spite of the order for remission of the sentence, in spite of the handwriting on the floor of the Temple, there is a crime which some folks never will pardon, and regarding which female virtue especially is inexorable. I suppose the Virginian's agent at Bristol had told George fearful stories of his brother's doings. Gumbo, whom he met at his aunt's door, as soon as the lad recovered from his terror at the sudden reappearance of the master whom he supposed dead, had leisure to stammer out a word or two respecting his young master's whereabouts, and present pitiable condition, and hence Mr. George's sternness of demeanour when he presented himself to the old lady. It seemed to him a matter of course that his brother in difficulty should be rescued by his relations. Oh, George, how little you know about London and London ways! Whenever you take your walks abroad, how many poor you meet! If a philanthropist were for rescuing all of them, not all the wealth of all the provinces of America would suffice him. But the feeling and agitation displayed by the old lady touched her nephew's heart when, jolting through the dark streets towards the house of his brother's captivity, George came to think of his aunt's behaviour. She does feel my poor Harry's misfortune, he thought to himself. I have been too hasty in judging her. Again and again in the course of his life Mr. George had to rebuke himself with the same crime of being too hasty. How many of us have not? And, alas, the mischief done, there's no repentance will mend it. Quick, coachman! We are almost as slow as you are in getting from Clarges Street to the Temple. Poor Gumbo knows the way to the bailiff's house well enough. Again the bell is set ringing. The first door is opened to George and his negro. Then that first door is locked warily upon them, and they find themselves in a little passage with a little Jewish janitor. Then a second door is unlocked, and they enter into the house. The Jewish janitor stares, as by his flaring tallow torch he sees a second Mr. Warrington before him. Come to see that gentleman? Yes, but wait a moment. This is Mr. Warrington's brother from America. Gumbo must go and prepare his master first. Step into this room. There is a gentleman already there about Mr. W.'s business, the porter says, and another upstairs with him now. There's no end of people have been about him. The room into which George was introduced was a small apartment, which went by the name of Mr. Amos's office, and where, by a guttering candle, and talking to the bailiff, sat a stout gentleman in a cloak and a laced hat. The young porter carried his candle too, preceding Mr. George, so there was a sufficiency of light in the apartment. "We are not angry any more, Harry?" says the stout gentleman, in a cheery voice, getting up and advancing with an outstretched hand to the newcomer. "Thank God, my boy! Mr. Amos here says there will be no difficulty about James and me being your bail, and we will do your business by breakfast time in the morning. Why, angels and ministers of grace! Who are you?" And he started back as the other had hold of his hand. But the stranger grasped it only the more strongly. "God bless you, sir!" he said. "I know who you are. You must be Colonel Lambert, of whose kindness to him my poor Harry wrote. And I am the brother you have heard of, sir, and who was left for dead in Mr. Braddock's action, and come back to life again after 18 months amongst the French, and live to thank God and thank you for your kindness to my Harry," continued the lad, with a faltering voice. "James! James! Here is news!" cries Mr. Lambert to a gentleman in red, who now entered the room. "Here are the dead come alive! Here is Harry Scapegrace's brother come back, and with his scalp on his head, too!" George had taken his hat off, and was standing by the light. "This is my brother Bale, Mr. Warrington. This is Lieutenant Colonel James Wolfe, at your service. You must know there has been a little difference between Harry and me, Mr. George." "He is pacified, is he, James?" "He is full of gratitude," says Mr. Wolfe, after making his bow to Mr. Warrington. "Harry wrote home about Mr. Wolfe, too, sir," said the young man, "and I hope my brother's friends will be so kind as to be mine." "I wish he had none other but us, Mr. Warrington. Poor Harry's fine folks have been too fine for him, and have ended by landing him here." Nay, your honours, I have done my best to make the young gentleman comfortable; and, knowing your honour before, when you came to bail Captain Watkins, and that your security is perfectly good, if your honour wishes, the young gentleman can go out this very night, and I will make it all right with the lawyer in the morning," says Harry's landlord, who knew the rank and respectability of the two gentlemen who had come to offer bail for his young prisoner. "The debt is £500 and odd, I think?" said Mr. Warrington. "With 100 thanks to these gentlemen, I can pay the amount at this moment into the officer's hands, taking the usual acknowledgment and caution. But I can never forget, gentlemen, that you helped my brother at his need, and for doing so I say thank you and God bless you, in my mother's name and mine." Gumbo had meanwhile gone upstairs to his master's apartment, where Harry would probably have scolded the negro for returning that night, but that the young gentleman was very much soothed and touched by the conversation he had had with the friend who had just left him. He was sitting over his pipe of Virginia in a sad mood, for somehow even Maria's goodness and affection, as she had just exhibited them, had not altogether consoled him, and he had thought with a little dismay of certain consequences to which that very kindness and fidelity bound him, when Mr. Wolfe's homely features and eager outstretched hand came to cheer the prisoner, and he heard how Mr. Lambert was below, and the errand upon which the two officers had come. In spite of himself, Lambert would be kind to him. In spite of Harry's ill temper, and needless suspicion and anger, the good gentleman was determined to help him if he might; to help him even against Mr. Wolfe's own advice, as the latter frankly told Harry. "For you were wrong, Mr. Warrington," said the Colonel, "and you wouldn't be set right; and you, a young man, used hard words and unkind behaviour to your senior, and what is more, one of the best gentlemen who walks God's earth. You see, sir, what his answer hath been to your wayward temper? You will bear with a friend who speaks frankly with you? Martin Lambert hath acted in this as he always does, as the best Christian, the best friend, the most kind and generous of men. Nay, if you want another proof of his goodness, here it is. He has converted me, who, as I don't care to disguise, was angry with you for your treatment of him, and has absolutely brought me down here to be your bail. Let us both cry Peccavimus, Harry, and shake our friend by the hand. He is sitting in the room below. He would not come here till he knew how you would receive him." "I think he is a good man," groaned out Harry. "I was very angry and wild at the time when he and I met last, Colonel Wolfe. Nay, perhaps he was right in sending back those trinkets, hurt as I was at his doing so. Go down to him, will you be so kind, sir, and tell him I am sorry, and ask his pardon, and God bless him for his generous behaviour." And here the young gentleman turned his head away, and rubbed his hand across his eyes. "Tell him all this thyself, Harry," cries the Colonel, taking the young fellow's hand. "No deputy will ever say it half so well. Come with me now. You go first, and I'll follow. On my word, I will. See, I am in my morning gown. I will but put on a coat and come to him. Give him my message first. Just prepare him for me," says poor Harry, who knew he must do it, but yet did not much like that process of eating of humble pie. Wolfe went out smiling, understanding the lad's scruples well enough, perhaps. As he opened the door, Mr. Gumbo entered it, almost forgetting to bow to the gentleman, profusely courteous as he was on ordinary occasions, his eyes glaring round, his great mouth grinning, himself in a state of such high excitement and delight that his master remarked his condition. "What, Gum? What has happened to thee? Hast thou got a new sweetheart?" "No, Gum had not got no new sweetheart, master." "Give me my coat. What has brought thee back?" Gum grinned prodigiously. "I have seen a ghost, master," he says. "A ghost? And whose? And where?" "Where? Saw him at Madame Bernstein's house. Come with him here in the coach. He downstairs now with Colonel Lambert." Whilst Gumbo is speaking, as he is putting on his master's coat, his eyes are rolling, his head is wagging, his hands are trembling, his lips are grinning. "Ghost? What ghost?" says Harry, in a strange agitation. "Is my mother come?" "No, sir. No, Master Harry. Gumbo's head rolls nearly off its violent convolutions, and his master, looking oddly at him, flings the door open, and goes rapidly down the stair. He is at the foot of it just as a voice within the little office, of which the door is open, is saying, "And for doing so, I say thank you, and God bless you, in my mother's name and mine." "Whose voice is that?" calls out Harry Warrington, with a strange cry in his own voice. "It's a ghost, mas'r," says Gumbo from behind, and Harry runs forward to the room, where, if you please, we will pause a little minute before we enter. The two gentlemen who were there turned their heads away. The lost was found again. The dead was alive. The prodigal was on his brother's heart, his own full of love, gratitude, repentance. "Come away, James. I think we are not wanted any more here," says the Colonel. "Good night, boys. Some ladies in Hill Street won't be able to sleep for this strange news. Or will you go home and sup with them, and tell them the story?" No, with many thanks, the boys would not go and sup to-night. They had stories of their own to tell. "Quick, Gumbo, with the trunks! Good-bye, Mr. Amos." Harry felt almost unhappy when he went away. End of chapter 49. Chapter 50 of the Virginians. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Virginians, by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 50 contains a great deal of the finest morality. When first we had the honour to be presented to Sir Miles Warrington at the King's drawing room in St. James's Palace, I confess that I, for one, looking at his jolly round face, his broad round waistcoat, his hearty country manner, expected that I had lighted upon a most eligible and agreeable acquaintance at last, and was about to become intimate with that noblest specimen of the human race, the bepraised of songs and men, the good old English country gentleman. In fact, to be a good old country gentleman is to hold a position nearest the gods, and at the summit of earthly felicity. To have a large unencumbered rent roll, and the rents regularly paid by adoring farmers, who bless their stars at having such a landlord as his honour. To have no tenant holding back with his money, excepting just one, perhaps, who does so in order to give occasion to good old country gentlemen to show his sublime charity and universal benevolence of soul. To hunt 3 days a week, love the sport of all things, and have perfect good health and good appetite in consequence. To have not only good appetite, but a good dinner. To sit down at church in the midst of a chorus of blessings from the villagers. The first man in the parish, the benefactor of the parish, with a consciousness of consummate desert, saying, "Have mercy upon us, miserable sinners," to be sure, but only for form's sake, because the words are written in the book, and to give other folks an example. A G.O.C.G., a miserable sinner. So healthy, so wealthy, so jolly, so much respected by the vicar, so much honoured by the tenants, so much beloved and admired by his family, amongst whom his story of grouse in the gun-room causes laughter from generation to generation. This perfect being a miserable sinner! Allons donc! Give any man good health and temper, 5,000 a year, the adoration of his parish, and the love and worship of his family, and I'll defy you to make him so heartily dissatisfied with his spiritual condition as to set himself down a miserable anything. If you were a Royal Highness, and went to church in the most perfect health and comfort, the parson waiting to begin the service until your R.H. came in,
Would you believe yourself to be a miserable, etc.? You might, when racked with gout, in solitude, the fear of death before your eyes, the doctor having cut off your bottle of claret, and ordered arrowroot and a little sherry, you might then be humiliated, and acknowledge your own shortcomings, and the vanity of things in general; but in high health, sunshine, spirits, that word miserable is only a form. You can't think in your heart that you are to be pitied much for the present. If you were to be miserable, what is Colin Ploughman, with the ague, 7 children, £2 a year rent to pay for his cottage, and 8 shillings a week? No, a healthy, rich, jolly country gentleman, if miserable, has a very supportable misery; if a sinner, has very few people to tell him so. It may be he becomes somewhat selfish, but at least he is satisfied with himself. Except my lord at the castle, there is nobody for miles and miles round so good or so great. His admirable wife ministers to him, and to the whole parish indeed. His children bow before him; the vicar of the parish reverences him; he is respected at quarter sessions; he causes poachers to tremble; off go all hats before him at market; and round about his great coach, in which his spotless daughters and sublime ladies sit, all the country town tradesmen cringe, bareheaded, and the farmers' women drop innumerable curtseys. From their cushions in the great coach the ladies look down beneficently, and smile on the poorer folk. They buy a yard of ribbon with affability; they condescend to purchase an ounce of salts, or a packet of flower seeds; they deign to cheapen a goose. Their drive is like a royal progress; a happy couple is supposed to press round them and bless them. Tradesmen bow, farmers' wives bob; town boys, waving their ragged hats, cheer the red-faced coachman as he drives the fat bays, and cry, "Sir Miles for ever! Throw us a halfpenny, my lady!"
But suppose the market woman should hide her fat goose when Sir Miles's coach comes, out of terror lest my lady, spying the bird, should insist on purchasing it a bargain? Suppose no coppers ever were known to come out of the royal coach window? Suppose Sir Miles regaled his tenants with notoriously small beer, and his poor with especially thin broth? This may be our fine old English gentleman's way. There have been not a few fine English gentlemen and ladies of this sort, who patronised the poor without ever relieving them, who called out "Amen" at church as loud as the clerk, who went through all the forms of piety, and discharged all the etiquette of old English gentlemanhood; who bought virtue a bargain, as it were, and had no doubt they were honouring her by the purchase. Poor Harry, in his distress, asked help from his relations. His aunt sent him a tract and her blessing. His uncle had business out of town, and could not, of course, answer the poor boy's petition. How much of this behaviour goes on daily in respectable life, think you? You can fancy Lord and Lady Macbeth concocting a murder, and coming together with some little awkwardness, perhaps, when the transaction was done and over; but my Lord and Lady Skinflint, when they consult in their bedroom about giving their luckless nephew a helping hand, and determine to refuse, and go down to family prayers, and meet their children and domestics, and discourse virtuously before them, and then remain together and talk nose to nose, what can they think of one another, and of the poor kinsman fallen among the thieves, and groaning for help unheeded? How can they go on with those virtuous airs? How can they dare look each other in the face? Dare? Do you suppose they think they have done wrong? Do you suppose Skinflint is tortured with remorse at the idea of the distress which called to him in vain, and of the hunger which he sent empty away? Not he. He is indignant with Prodigal for being a fool. He is not ashamed of himself for being a curmudgeon. What! A young man with such opportunities throw them away? A fortune spent amongst gamblers and spendthrifts? Horrible! Horrible! Take warning, my child, by this unfortunate young man's behaviour, and see the consequences of extravagance. According to the great and always established Church of the Pharisees, here is an admirable opportunity for a moral discourse, and an assertion of virtue. "And to think of his deceiving us so!" cries out Lady Warrington. Very sad, my dear, says Sir Miles, wagging his head. "To think of so much extravagance in one so young!" cries Lady Warrington. "Cards, bets, feasts at taverns of the most wicked profusion, carriage and riding horses, the company of the wealthy and profligate of his own sex, and, I fear, of the most iniquitous persons of ours." "Hush, my Lady Warrington!" cries her husband, glancing towards the spotless Dora and Flora, who held down their blushing heads at the mention of the last naughty persons. "No wonder my poor children hide their faces," mamma continues. "My dears, I wish even the existence of such creatures could be kept from you." "They can't go to an opera or the park without seeing 'em, to be sure," says Sir Miles. "To think we should have introduced such a young serpent into the bosom of our family, and have left him in the company of that guileless darling!" And she points to Master Miles. "Who's a serpent, mamma?" inquires the youth. "First you said cousin Harry was bad, then he was good, now he is bad again. Which is he, Sir Miles?" "He has faults, like all of us, Miley, my dear. Your cousin has been wild, and you must take warning by him." "Was not my elder brother, who died, my naughty brother, was not he wild too? He was not kind to me when I was a little boy. He never gave me money, nor toys, nor rode with me, nor... Why do you cry, mamma? Sure, I remember how you were always fight..." "Silence, sir!" cry out papa and the girls in a breath. "Don't you know you are never to mention that name?" "I know I love Harry, and I didn't love you," says the sturdy little rebel. "And if cousin Harry is in prison, I'll give him my half-guinea that my godpapa gave me, and anything I have, yes, anything, except my little horse, and my silver waistcoat, and Snowball and Sweetlips at home, and yes, my custard after dinner." This was in reply to a hint of Sister Dora. "But I'd give him some of it," continues Miles after a pause. "Shut thy mouth with it, child, and then go about thy business," says papa, amused. Sir Miles Warrington had a considerable fund of easy humour. "Who would have thought he should ever be so wild?" mamma goes on. "Nay, youth is the season for wild oats, my dear." "That we should be so misled in him!" sighed the girls. "That he should kiss us both!" cries papa. "Sir Miles Warrington, I have no patience with that sort of vulgarity," says the majestic matron. "Which of you was the favourite yesterday, girls?" continues the father. "Favourite, indeed! I told him over and over again of my engagement to dear Tom." "I did, Dora! Why do you sneer, if you please?" says the handsome sister. "Nay, to do her justice, so did Dora too," said papa. "Because Flora seemed to wish to forget her engagement with dear Tom sometimes," remarks the sister. "I never, never, never wish to break with Tom." "It's wicked of you to say so, Dora. It is you who were for ever sneering at him. It is you who were always envious because I happen, at least because gentlemen imagine that I am not ill-looking, and prefer me to some folks, in spite of all their learning and wit," cries Flora, tossing her head over her shoulder, and looking at the glass. "Why are you always looking there, sister?" says the artless Miles junior. "Sure, you must know your face well enough." "Some people look at it just as often, child, who haven't near such good reason," says papa gallantly. "If you mean me, Sir Miles, I thank you," cries Dora. "My face is as Heaven made it, and my father and mother gave it to me. 'Tis not my fault if I resemble my papa's family. If my head is homely, at least I have got some brains in it. I envious of Flora, indeed! Because she has found favour in the sight of poor Tom Claypole? I should as soon be proud of captivating a ploughboy." "Pray, miss, was your Mr. Harry of Virginia much wiser than Tom Claypool? You would have had him for the asking!" exclaims Flora. "And so would you, miss, and have dropped Tom Claypool into the sea," cries Dora. "I wouldn't. You would. I wouldn't." And da capo goes the conversation, the shuttlecock of wrath being briskly battled from one sister to another. "Oh, my children! Is this the way you dwell together in unity?" exclaims their excellent female parent, laying down her embroidery. "What an example you set to this innocent!" "Like to see him fight, my lady!" cries the innocent, rubbing his hands. "At her, Flora!" Worry her, Dora! To it again, you little rogues!" says facetious papa. "'Tis good sport, ain't it, Miley? Oh, Sir Miles! Oh, my children! These disputes are unseemly. They tear a fond mother's heart," says mamma, with majestic action, though bearing the laceration of her bosom with much seeming equanimity. "What cause for thankfulness ought we to have, that watchful parents have prevented any idle engagements between you and your misguided cousin? If we have been mistaken in him, is it not a mercy that we have found out our error in time? If either of you had any preference for him, your excellent good sense, my loves, will teach you to overcome, to eradicate the vain feeling. That we cherished and were kind to him can never be a source of regret. 'Tis a proof of our good nature. What we have to regret, I fear, is that your cousin should have proved unworthy of our kindness, and coming away from the society of gamblers, play actors, and the like, should have brought contamination, pollution, I had almost said, into this pure family." "Oh, bother mamma's sermons!" says Flora, as my lady pursues a harangue of which we only give the commencement here, but during which papa, whistling, gently quits the room on tiptoe, whilst the artless Miles, Junior, winds his top and pegs it under the robes of his sisters. It has done humming, and staggered and tumbled over, and expired in its usual tipsy manner, long ere Lady Warrington has finished her sermon. "Were you listening to me, my child?" she asks, laying her hand on her darling's head. "Yes, mother," says he, with the whipcord in his mouth, and proceeding to wind up his sportive engine. "You was a saying that Harry was very poor now, and that we oughtn't to help him. That's what you was saying, wasn't it, madam?" "My poor child, thou wilt understand me better when thou art older," says mamma, turning towards that ceiling to which her eyes always have recourse. "Get out, you little wretch!" cries one of the sisters. The artless one has pegged his top at Dora's toes, and laughs with the glee of merry boyhood at his sister's discomfiture. But what is this? Who comes here? Why does Sir Miles return to the drawing-room? And why does Tom Claypool, who strides after the Baronet, wear a countenance so disturbed? "Here's a pretty business, my Lady Warrington!" cries Sir Miles. "Here's a wonderful wonder of wonders, girls!" "For goodness' sake, gentlemen, what is your intelligence?" asks the virtuous matron. "The whole town's talking about it, my lady," says Tom Claypool, puffing for breath. "Tom has seen him," continued Sir Miles. "Seen both of them, my Lady Warrington. They were at Ranelagh last night, with a regular mob after 'em, and so like that but for their different ribbons you would hardly have told one from the other. One was in blue, the other in brown, but I'm certain he has worn both the suits here." "What suits? What one? What other?" call the girls. "Why, your fortunate youth, to be sure. Our precious Virginian, and heir to the principality," says Sir Miles. "Is my nephew, then, released from his incarceration?" asks the ladyship. "And is he again plunged in the vortex of "Confound him!" roars out the Baronet, with an expression which I fear was even stronger. "What should you think, my Lady Warrington, if this precious nephew of mine should turn out to be an impostor, by George? No better than an adventurer." "An inward monitor whispered me as much," cried the lady; "but I dashed from me the unworthy suspicion. Speak, Sir Miles. We burn with impatience to listen to your intelligence." "I'll speak, my love, when you're done," says Sir Miles. "Well, what do you think of my gentleman, who comes into my house, dines at my table, is treated as one of this family, kisses my—" "What?" asks Tom Claypool, firing as red as his waistcoat. "Hem! Kisses my wife's hand, and is treated in the fondest manner, by George. What do you think of this fellow, who talks of his property and his principality, by Jupiter, turning out to be a beggarly second son? A beggar, my Lady Warrington, by Sir Miles Warrington! No violence of language before these dear ones. I sink to the earth, confounded by this unutterable hypocrisy. And did I entrust thee to a pretender, my blessed boy? Did I leave thee with an impostor, my innocent one?" the matron cries, fondling her son. "Who's an impostor, my lady?" asks the child. "That confounded young scamp of a Harry Warrington!" bawls out papa; on which the little Miles, after wearing a puzzled look for a moment, and yielding to I know not what hidden emotion, burst out crying. His admirable mother proposes to clutch him to her heart, but he rejects the pure caress, bawling only the louder, and kicking frantically about the maternal gremium, as the butler announces, "Mr. George Warrington, Mr. Henry Warrington." Miles is dropped from his mother's lap. Sir Miles's face emulates Mr. Claypool's waistcoat. The three ladies rise up, and make three most frigid curtsies, as our two young men enter the room. Little Miles runs towards them. He holds out a little hand. "Oh, Harry! No! Which is Harry?" "You're my Harry!" And he chooses rightly this time. "Oh, you dear Harry! I'm so glad you are come! And they've been abusing you so!" "I am come to pay my duty to my uncle," says the dark-haired Mr. Warrington, "and to thank him for his hospitalities to my brother Henry." "What! Nephew George? My brother's face and eyes! Boys both? I am delighted to see you!" cries their uncle, grasping affectionately a hand of each, as his honest face radiates with pleasure. "This indeed hath been a most mysterious and most providential resuscitation," says Lady Warrington. "Only I wonder that my nephew Henry concealed the circumstance until now," she adds, with a sidelong glance at both young gentlemen. "He knew it no more than your ladyship," says Mr. Warrington. The young ladies looked at each other with downcast eyes. "Indeed, sir, a most singular circumstance!" says mamma, with another curtsey. "We had heard of it, sir, and Mr. Claypool, our county neighbour, had just brought us the intelligence, and it even now formed the subject of my conversation with my daughters." "Yes!" cries out a little voice. "And do you know, Harry, father and mother said you was "Silence, my child! Screwby, convey Master Warrington to his own apartment. These, Mr. Warrington, or I suppose I should say nephew George, are your cousins." Two curtsies, two cheeses are made. Two hands are held out. Mr. Esmond Warrington makes a profound low bow, which embraces, and it is the only embrace which the gentleman offers, all three ladies. He lays his hat to his heart. He says, "It is my duty, madam, to pay my respects to my uncle and cousins, and to thank your ladyship for such hospitality as you have been enabled to show to my brother." "It was not much, nephew, but it was our best. Odds bobs!" cries the hearty Sir Miles. "It was our best." "And I appreciate it, sir," says Mr. Warrington, looking gravely round at the family. "Give us thy hand. Not a word more," says Sir Miles. "What, do you think I'm a cannibal, and won't extend the hand of hospitality to my dear brother's son? What do you say, lads? Will you eat our mutton at 3? This is my neighbour, Tom Claypool, son to Sir Thomas Claypool, Baronet, and my very good friend. Hey, Tom, thou wilt be of the party, Tom? Thou knowest our brew, eh, my boy?" "Yes, I know it, Sir Miles," replies Tom, with no peculiar expression of rapture on his face. "And thou shalt taste it, my boy, thou shalt taste it. What is there for dinner, my Lady Warrington?" "Our food is plain, but plenty, lads. Plain, but plenty." "We cannot partake of it to-day, sir. We dine with a friend who occupies my Lord Wrotham's house, your neighbour, Colonel Lambert, Major General Lambert, he has just been made." "With 2 daughters, I think. Countrified-looking girls, are they not?" asks Flora. "I think I have remarked 2 little rather dowdy things," says Dora. "They are as good girls as any in England," breaks out Harry, to whom no one had thought of saying a single word. His reign was over, you see. He was nobody. What wonder, then, that he should not be visible? "Oh, indeed, cousin!" says Dora, with a glance at the young man, who sat with burning cheeks, chafing at the humiliation put upon him, but not knowing how or whether he should notice it. "Oh, indeed, cousin, you are very charitable, or very lucky, I'm sure. You see angels where we only see ordinary little persons. I'm sure I could not imagine who were those odd-looking people in Lord Wrotham's coach, with his handsome liveries; but if they were three angels, I have nothing to say." "My brother is an enthusiast," interposes George. "He is often mistaken about women." "Oh, really?" says Dora, looking a little uneasy. "I fear my nephew Henry has indeed met with some unfavourable specimens of our sex," the matron remarks, with a groan. "We are so easily taken in, madam. We are both very young yet, and shall grow older and learn better." "Most sincerely, nephew George, I trust you may. You have my best wishes, my prayers for your brother's welfare and your own. No efforts of ours have been wanting. At a painful moment, to which I will not further allude, and when my Uncle Miles was out of town," says George, looking towards the Baronet, who smiles at him with affectionate approval, "I sent your brother a work which I thought might comfort him, and I know might improve him. Nay, do not thank me. I claim no credit. I did but my duty, a humble woman's duty. For what are this world's goods, nephew, compared to the welfare of a soul? If I did good, I am thankful. If I was useful, I rejoice. If, through my means, you have been brought, Harry, to consider—" "Oh, the sermon, is it?" breaks in downright Harry. "I hadn't time to read a single syllable of it, aunt, thank you. You see, I don't care much about that kind of thing. But thank you all the same." "The intention is everything," says Mr. Warrington, "and we are both grateful. Our dear friend, General Lambert, intended to give bail for Harry, but happily I had funds of Harry's with me to meet any demands upon us. But the kindness is the same, and I am grateful to the friend who hastened to my brother's rescue when he had most need of aid, and when his own relations happened, so unfortunately, to be out of town." "Anything I could do, my dear boy, I'm sure, my brother's son, my own nephew. Odds bobs, you know, that is, anything, anything, you know!" cries Sir Miles, bringing his own hand into George's with a generous smack. "You can't stay and dine with us? Put off the Colonel, the General. Do now! Or name a day. My Lady Warrington, make my nephew name a day when he will sit under his grandfather's picture and drink some of his wine." "His intellectual faculties seem more developed than those of his unlucky younger brother," remarked my lady, when the young gentlemen had taken their leave. "The younger must be reckless and extravagant about money, indeed. For did you remark, Sir Miles, the loss of his reversion in Virginia, the amount of which has no doubt been grossly exaggerated, but nevertheless must be something considerable? Did you, I say, remark that the ruin of Harry's prospects scarcely seemed to affect him? I shouldn't be at all surprised that the elder turns out to be as poor as the young one," says Dora, tossing her head. "He, he! Did you see that cousin George had one of cousin Harry's suits of clothes on, the brown and gold, that one he wore when he went with you to the oratorio, Flora?" "Did he take Flora to an oratorio?" asks Mr. Claypool, fiercely. "I was ill and couldn't go, and my cousin went with her," says Dora. "Far be it from me to object to any innocent amusement, much less to the music of Mr. Handel, dear Mr. Claypool," says mamma. "Music refines the soul, elevates the understanding, is heard in our churches, and 'tis well known was practised by King David. Your operas I shun as deleterious. Your ballets I would forbid to my children as most immoral. But music, my dears, may we enjoy it, like everything else in reason, may we—" "There's the music of the dinner bell!" says papa, rubbing his hands. "Come, girls! Screwby, go and fetch Master Miley. Tom, take down thy lady. Nay, dear Thomas, I walk but slowly. Go you with dearest Flora downstairs," says Virtue. But Dora took care to make the evening pleasant by talking of Handel and oratorios constantly during dinner. CHAPTER L. Chapter 50 of the Virginians. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Virginians, by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 51. Conticuere Omnes. Across the way, if the gracious reader will please to step over with us, he will find our young gentleman at Lord Wrotham's house, which his lordship has lent to his friend the General and that little family party assembled, with which we made acquaintance at Oakhurst and Tunbridge Wells. James Wolfe has promised to come to dinner, but James is dancing attendance upon Miss Lowther, and would rather have a glance from her eyes than the finest kickshaws dressed by Lord Wrotham's cook, or the dessert which is promised for the entertainment at which you are just going to sit down. You will make the sixth. You may take Mr. Wolfe's place. You may be sure he won't come. As for me, I will stand at the sideboard and report the conversation. Note first how happy the women look. When Harry Warrington was taken by those bailiffs, I had intended to tell you how the good Mrs. Lambert, hearing of the boy's mishap, had flown to her husband, and had begged, implored, insisted that her Martin should help him. Never mind his rebeldom of the other day. Never mind about his being angry that his presents were returned. Of course anybody would be angry, much more such a high-spirited lad as Harry. Never mind about our being so poor, and wanting all our spare money for the boys at college. There must be some way of getting him out of the scrape. Did you not get Charles Watkins out of the scrape 2 years ago? And did he not pay you back every halfpenny? Yes, and you made a whole family happy, blessed be God. And Mrs. Watkins prays for you and blesses you to this very day. And I think everything has prospered with us since. And I have no doubt it has made you a Major General. No earthly doubt, says the fond wife. Now, as Martin Lambert requires very little persuasion to do a kind action, he, in this instance, lets himself be persuaded easily enough, and having made up his mind to seek for friend James Wolfe, and give bail for Harry, he takes his leave and his hat, and squeezes Theo's hand, who seems to divine his errand, or perhaps that silly mamma has blabbed it, and kisses little Hetty's flushed cheek, and away he goes out of the apartment where the girls and their mother are sitting, though he is followed out of the room by the latter. When she is alone with him, that enthusiastic matron cannot control her feelings any longer. She flings her arms round her husband's neck, kisses him 125 times in an instant, calls God to bless him, cries plentifully on his shoulder, and in this sentimental attitude is discovered by old Mrs. Quiggett, my lord's housekeeper, who is bustling about the house, and, I suppose, is quite astounded at the conjugal phenomenon. We have had a tiff, and we are making it up. Don't tell tales out of school, Mrs. Quiggett, says the gentleman, walking off. Well, I never, says Mrs. Quiggett, with a shrill, strident laugh, like a venerable old cockatoo, which white, hook-nosed, long-lived bird Mrs. Quiggett strongly resembles. Well, I never, says Quiggett, laughing and shaking her old sides till all her keys, and, as one may fancy, her old ribs, clatter and jingle. "Oh, Quiggett!" sobs out Mrs. Lambert, "what a man that is!" "You've been a-quarrelling, have you, mum? And making it up? That's right." "Quarrel with him! He never told a greater story. My General is an angel, Quiggett. I should like to worship him. I should like to fall down at his boots and kiss him. I should. There never was a man so good as my General. What have I done to have such a man? How dare I have such a good husband?" "My dear, I think there's a pair of you," says the old cockatoo. "And what would you like for your supper?" When Lambert comes back very late to that meal, and tells what has happened, how Harry is free, and how his brother has come to life and rescued him, you may fancy what a commotion the whole of those people are in. If Mrs. Lambert's General was an angel before, what is he now? If she wanted to embrace his boots in the morning, pray what further office of wallowing degradation would she prefer in the evening? Little Hetty comes and nestles up to her father quite silent, and drinks a little drop out of his glass. Theo's and mamma's faces beam with happiness, like two moons of brightness. After supper, those four at a certain signal fall down on their knees, glad homage paying in awful mirth rejoicing, as with such pure joy as angels do, we read, for the sinner that repents.
There comes a great knocking at the door whilst they are so gathered together. Who can be there? My lord is in the country miles off. It is past midnight now. So late have they been, so long have they been talking. I think Mrs. Lambert guesses who is there. "This is George," says a young gentleman, leading in another. "We have been to Aunt Bernstein. We couldn't go to bed, Aunt Lambert, without coming to thank you, too. You dear, dear, good—" There is no more speech audible. Aunt Lambert is kissing Harry. Theo has snatched up Hetty, who is as pale as death, and is hugging her into life again. George Warrington stands with his hat off, and then, when Harry's transaction is concluded, goes up and kisses Mrs. Lambert's hand. The General passes his across his eyes. I protest they are all in a very tender and happy state. Generous hearts sometimes feel it, when wrong is forgiven, when peace is restored, when love returns that has been thought lost. "We came from Aunt Bernstein. We saw lights here, you see. We couldn't go to sleep without saying good night to you all," says Harry. "Could we, George?" "'Tis certainly a famous nightcap you have brought us, boys," says the General. "When are you to come and dine with us? To-morrow?" No, they must go to Madame Bernstein's to-morrow. "The next day, then?" Yes, they would come the next day. And that is the very day we are writing about, and this is the very dinner at which, in the room of Lieutenant Colonel James Wolfe, absent on private affairs, my gracious reader has just been invited to sit down. To sit down. And why, if you please? Not to a mere Barmecide dinner. No, no. But to hear Mr. George Esmond Warrington's statement, which of course he is going to make. Here they all sit, not in my lord's grand dining room, you know, but in the snug study or parlour in front. The cloth has been withdrawn, the General has given the King's health, the servants have left the room, the guests sit contisant, and so, after a little hemming and blushing, Mr. George proceeds. I remember, at the table of our General, how the little Philadelphia agent, whose wit and shrewdness we had remarked at home, made the very objections to the conduct of the campaign of which its disastrous issue showed the justice. "Of course," says he, "your Excellency's troops, once before Fort Duquesne, such a weak little place will never be able to resist such a general, such an army, such artillery, as there will be found attacking it. But do you calculate, sir, on the difficulty of reaching the place? Your Excellency's march will be through woods almost untrodden, over roads which you will have to make yourself, and your line will be some 4 miles long. This slender line, having to make its way through the forest, will be subject to endless attacks in front, in rear, in flank, by enemies whom you will never see, and whose constant practice in war is the dexterous laying of ambuscades." "Pshaw, sir!" says the General. "The savages may frighten your raw American militia." "Thank you, Excellency, for the compliment," Mr. Washington seems to say, who is sitting at the table. "But the Indians will never make any impression on his Majesty's regular troops." "I heartily hope not, sir," says Mr. Franklin, with a sigh. And, of course, the gentlemen of the General's family sneered at the postmaster, as at a pert civilian who had no call to be giving his opinion on matters entirely beyond his comprehension. We despised the Indians on our own side, and our commander made light of them and their service. Our officers disgusted the chiefs who were with us by outrageous behaviour to their women. There were not above 7 or 8 who remained with our force. Had we had a couple of hundred in our front on that fateful 9th of July, the event of the day must have been very different. They would have flung off the attack of the French Indians. They would have prevented the surprise and panic which ensued. 'Tis known now that the French had even got ready to give up their fort, never dreaming of the possibility of a defence, and that the French Indians themselves remonstrated against the audacity of attacking such an overwhelming force as ours. I was with our General with the main body of the troops when the firing began in front of us, and one aide de camp after another was sent forwards.
At first, the enemy's attack was answered briskly by our own advanced people, and our men huzzaed and cheered with good heart. But very soon our fire grew slacker, whilst from behind every tree and bush round about us came single shots, which laid man after man low. We were marching in orderly line, the skirmishers in front, the colours and two of our small guns in the centre, the baggage well guarded, bringing up the rear, and were moving over a ground which was open and clear for a mile or two, and for some half mile in breadth, a thick tangled covert of brushwood and trees on either side of us. After the firing had continued for some brief time in front, it opened from both sides of the environing wood on our advancing column. The men dropped rapidly, the officers in greater number than the men. At first, as I said, these cheered and answered the enemy's fire, our guns even opening on the wood and seeming to silence the French in ambuscade there. But the hidden rifle firing began again. Our men halted, huddled up together, in spite of the shouts and orders of the General and officers to advance, and fired wildly into the brushwood, of course making no impression. Those in advance came running back on the main body, frightened, and many of them wounded. They reported there were 5,000 Frenchmen and a legion of yelling Indian devils in front, who were scalping our people as they fell. We could hear their cries from the wood around as our men dropped under their rifles. There was no inducing the people to go forward now. One aide-de-camp after another was sent forward, and never returned. At last it came to be my turn, and I was sent with a message to Captain Fraser of Halkett's in front, which he was never to receive, nor I to deliver. I had not gone 30 yards in advance when a rifle ball struck my leg, and I fell straightway to the ground. I recollect a rush forward of Indians and Frenchmen after that, the former crying their fiendish war cries, the latter as fierce as their savage allies. I was amazed and mortified to see how few of the whitecoats there were. Not above a score passed me. Indeed, there were not 50 in the accursed action, in which 2 of the bravest regiments of the British army were put to rout. One of them, who was half Indian, half Frenchman, with moccasins and a white uniform coat and cockade, seeing me prostrate on the ground, turned back and ran towards me, his musket clubbed over his head to dash my brains out and plunder me as I lay. I had my little fusil, which my Harry gave me when I went on the campaign. It had fallen by me and within my reach, luckily. I seized it, and down fell the Frenchman dead at 6 yards before me. I was saved for that time, but bleeding from my wound and very faint. I swooned almost in trying to load my piece, and it dropped from my hand, and the hand itself sank lifeless to the ground. I was scarcely in my senses, the yells and shots ringing dimly in my ears, when I saw an Indian before me, busied over the body of the Frenchman I had just shot, but glancing towards me as I lay on the ground bleeding. He first rifled the Frenchman, tearing open his coat and feeling in his pockets. He then scalped him, and with his bleeding knife in his mouth, advanced towards me. I saw him coming as through a film, as in a dream. I was powerless to move or to resist him. He put his knee upon my chest. With one bloody hand he seized my long hair and lifted my head from the ground, and as he lifted it, he enabled me to see a French officer rapidly advancing behind him. Good God! It was young Florac, who was my second in the duel at Quebec. "A moi, Florac!" I cried out. "C'est Georges! Aide-moi!" He started, ran up to me at the cry, laid his hand on the Indian's shoulder, and called him to hold. But the savage did not understand French, or chose not to understand it. He clutched my hair firmer, and, waving his dripping knife round it, motioned to the French lad to leave him to his prey. I could only cry out again and piteously, "A moi!" "Ah, canal, tu veux du sang? Prends!" said Florac with a curse, and the next moment, and with an "Ugh!" the Indian fell over my chest dead, with Florac's sword through his body. My friend looked round him. "Eh?" says he. "La belle affaire! Where art thou wounded? In the leg?" He bound my leg tight round with his sash. "The others will kill thee if they find thee here. Ah, tiens! Put me on this coat, and this hat with the white cockade. Call out in French if any of our people pass. They will take thee for one of us. Thou art Brunet, of the Quebec Volunteers. God guard thee, Brunet. I must go forward. 'Tis a general debacle, and the whole of your redcoats are on the run, my poor boy." Ah, what a rout it was! What a day of disgrace for England! Florac's rough application stopped the bleeding of my leg, and the kind creature helped me to rest against a tree, and to load my fusil, which he placed within reach of me, to protect me in case any other marauder should have a mind to attack me. And he gave me the gourd of that unlucky French soldier who had lost his own life in the deadly game which he had just played against me, and the drink the gourd contained served greatly to refresh and invigorate me. Taking a mark of the tree against which I lay, and noting the various bearings of the country, so as to be able again to find me, the young lad hastened on to the front. "Thou seest how much I love thee, George," he says, "that I stay behind in a moment like this. I forget whether I told thee, Harry, that Florac was under some obligation to me. I had won money of him at cards at Quebec, only playing at his repeated entreaty. And there was a difficulty about paying, and I remitted his debt to me, and lighted my pipe with his note of hand. You see, sir, that you are not the only gambler in the family." At evening, when the dismal pursuit was over, the faithful fellow came back to me with a couple of Indians, who had each reeking scalps at their belts, and whom he informed that I was a Frenchman, his brother, who had been wounded early in the day, and must be carried back to the fort. They laid me in one of their blankets, and carried me, groaning, with the trusty Florac by my side. Had he left me, they would assuredly have laid me down, plundered me, and added my hair to that of the wretches whose bleeding spoils hung at their girdles. He promised them brandy at the fort if they brought me safely there. I have but a dim recollection of the journey. The anguish of my wound was extreme. I fainted more than once. We came to the end of our march at last. I was taken into the fort, and carried to the officer's log house, and laid upon Florac's own bed. Happy for me was my insensibility. I had been brought into the fort as a wounded French soldier of the garrison. I learned afterwards that during my delirium the few prisoners who had been made on the day of our disaster had been brought under the walls of Duquesne by their savage captors, and there horribly burned, tortured, and butchered by the Indians under the eyes of the garrison. As George speaks, one may fancy a thrill of horror running through his sympathising audience. Theo takes Hetty's hand, and looks at George in a very alarmed manner. Harry strikes his fist upon the table, and cries, "The bloody murderous red-skinned villains! There will never be peace for us until they are all hunted down." "They were offering $130 apiece for Indian scalps in Pennsylvania when I left home," says George demurely, "and 50 for women." "50 for women, my love! Do you hear that, Mrs. Lambert?" cries the Colonel, lifting up his wife's hair. "The murderous villains!" says Harry again. "Hunt 'em down, sir! Hunt 'em down!" "I know not how long I lay in my fever," George resumed. "When I awoke to my senses, my dear Florac was gone. He and his company had been despatched on an enterprise against an English fort on the Pennsylvania territory, which the French claimed too. In Duquesne, when I came to be able to ask and understand what was said to me, there were not above 30 Europeans left. The place might have been taken over and over again, had any of our people had the courage to return after their disaster. My old enemy, the ague fever, set in again upon me as I lay there by the riverside. 'Tis a wonder how I ever survived. But for the goodness of a half-breed woman in the fort who took pity on me, and tended me, I never should have recovered, and my poor Harry would be what he fancied himself yesterday, our grandfather's heir, our mother's only son. I remembered how, when Florac laid me in his bed, he put under my pillow my money, my watch, and a trinket or two which I had. When I woke to myself, these were all gone, and a surly old sergeant, the only officer left in the quarter, told me with a curse that I was lucky enough to be left with my life at all, and that it was only my white cockade and coat had saved me from the fate which the other canaille of Rosbifs had deservedly met with. At the time of my recovery, the fort was almost emptied of the garrison. The Indians had retired, enriched with British plunder, and the chief part of the French regulars were gone upon expeditions northward. My good Florac had left me upon his service, consigning me to the care of an invalided sergeant. Monsieur de Contrecoeur had accompanied one of these expeditions, leaving an old lieutenant, Museau by name, in command at Duquesne. This man had long been out of France, and serving in the colonies. His character, doubtless, had been indifferent at home, and he knew that, according to the system pursued in France, where almost all promotion is given to the noblesse, he never would advance in rank. And he had made free with my guineas, I suppose, as he had with my watch, for I saw it one day on his chest when I was sitting with him in his quarter. Monsieur Museau and I managed to be pretty good friends. If I could be exchanged or sent home, I told him that my mother would pay liberally for my ransom; and I suppose this idea excited the cupidity of the commandant, for a trapper coming in the winter, whilst I still lay very ill with fever, Museau consented that I should write home to my mother, but that the letter should be in French, that he should see it, and that I should say I was in the hands of the Indians, and should not be ransomed under 10,000 livres. In vain I said I was a prisoner to the troops of his most Christian Majesty, that I expected the treatment of a gentleman and an officer. Museau swore that letter should go, and no other, that if I hesitated he would fling me out of the fort, or hand me over to the tender mercies of his ruffian Indian allies. He would not let the trapper communicate with me, except in his presence. Life and liberty are sweet. I resisted for a while, but I was pulled down with weakness, and shuddering with fever. I wrote such a letter as the rascal consented to let pass, and the trapper went away with my missive, which he promised in 3 weeks to deliver to my mother in Virginia. 3 weeks, 6, 12 passed. The messenger never returned. The winter came and went, and all our little plantations round the fort, where the French soldiers had cleared corn ground, and planted gardens and peach and apple trees down to the Monongahela, were in full blossom. Heaven knows how I crept through the weary time. When I was pretty well, I made drawings of the soldiers of the garrison, and of the half-breed and her child, Museau's child, and of Museau himself, whom, I am ashamed to say, I flattered outrageously. And there was an old guitar left in the fort, and I sang to it, and played on it some French airs which I knew, and ingratiated myself as best I could with my jailers. And so the weary months passed, but the messenger never returned. At last news arrived that he had been shot by some British Indians in Maryland. So there was an end of my hope of ransom for some months more. This made Museau very savage and surly towards me, the more so as his sergeant inflamed his rage by telling him that the Indian woman was partial to me, as I believed, poor thing, she was. I was always gentle with her, and grateful to her. My small accomplishments seemed wonders in her eyes. I was ill and unhappy too, and these are always claims to a woman's affection.
A captive pulled down by malady, a ferocious jailor, and a young woman touched by the prisoner's misfortunes. Sure, you expect that with these 3 prime characters in a piece, some pathetic tragedy is going to be enacted. You, Miss Hetty, are about to guess that the woman saved me? Why, of course she did, cries mamma. What else is she good for? says Hetty. You, Miss Theo, have painted her already as a dark beauty. Is it not so? A swift huntress. Diana with a baby, says the Colonel, who scours the plain with her nymphs, who brings down the game with her unerring bow, who is queen of the forest, and I see by your looks that you think I am madly in love with her. Well, I suppose she is an interesting creature, Mr. George, says Theo with a blush. What think you of a dark beauty, the colour of new mahogany, with long, straight black hair, which was usually dressed with a hair oil or pomade by no means pleasant to approach, with little eyes, with high cheekbones, with a flat nose, sometimes ornamented with a ring, with rows of glass beads round her tawny throat, her cheeks and forehead gracefully tattooed, a great love of finery, and inordinate passion for, oh, must I own it? For coquetry. I know you were going to say that, says Miss Hetty. For whiskey, my dear Miss Hester, in which appetite my jailor partook, so that I have often sat by on the nights when I was in favour with Monsieur Museau, and seen him and his poor companion hob and nobbing together until they could scarce hold the noggin out of which they drank. In these evening entertainments they would sing, they would dance, they would fondle, they would quarrel, and knock the cans and furniture about. And when I was in favour, I was admitted to share their society, for Museau, jealous of his dignity, or not willing that his men should witness his behaviour, would allow none of them to be familiar with him. Whilst the return of the trapper's mission to my home was yet uncertain, and Museau and I myself expected the payment of my ransom, I was treated kindly enough, allowed to crawl about the fort, and even go into the adjoining fields and gardens, always keeping my parole, and duly returning before gunfire. And I exercised a piece of hypocrisy, for which I hope you will hold me excused. When my leg was sound, the ball came out in the winter after some pain and inflammation, and the wound healed up presently. I yet chose to walk as if I was disabled and a cripple. I hobbled on 2 sticks, and cried "Ah!" and "Oh!" at every minute, hoping that a day might come when I might treat my limbs to a run. Museau was very savage when he began to give up all hopes of the first messenger. He fancied that the man might have got the ransom money and fled with it himself. Of course he was prepared to disown any part in the transaction, should my letter be discovered. His treatment of me varied according to his hopes or fears, or even his mood for the time being. He would have me consigned to my quarters for several days at a time, then invite me to his tipsy supper table, quarrel with me there, and abuse my nation, or again break out into maudlin sentimentalities about his native country of Normandy, where he longed to spend his old age, to buy a field or two, and to die happy. "Eh, Monsieur Museau," says I, 10,000 livres of your money would buy a pretty field or two in your native country. You can have it for the ransom of me, if you will but let me go. In a few months you must be superseded in your command here, and then adieu the crowns and the fields in Normandy. You had better trust a gentleman and a man of honour. Let me go home, and I give you my word the 10,000 livres shall be paid to any agent you may appoint in France or in Quebec." "Ah, young traitor!" roars he. "Do you wish to tamper with my honour? Do you believe an officer of France will take a bribe? I have a mind to consign thee to my black hole, and have thee shot in the morning." "My poor body will never fetch 10,000 livres," says I. "And a pretty field in Normandy, with a cottage..." "And an orchard. Oh, sacre bleu!" says Museau, whimpering. "And a dish of tripe à la mode du pays." This talk happened between us again and again, and Museau would order me to my quarters, and then ask me to supper the next night, and return to the subject of Normandy, and cider, and tripe à la mode du camp. My friend is dead now. "He was hung, I trust?" breaks in Colonel Lambert. "And I need keep no secret about him. Ladies, I wish I had to offer you the account of a dreadful and tragical escape, how I slew all the sentinels of the fort, filed through the prison windows, destroyed a score or so of watchful dragons, overcame 1,000,000 of dangers, and finally effected my freedom. But in regard of that matter, I have no heroic deeds to tell of, and own that by bribery and no other means I am where I am." "But you would have fought, Georgy, if need were," says Harry, "and you couldn't conquer a whole garrison, you know." And herewith Mr. Harry blushed very much. "See the women, how disappointed they are!" says Lambert. "Mrs. Lambert, you bloodthirsty woman, own that you are balked of a battle. And look at Hetty, quite angry because Mr. George did not shoot the commandant." "You wished he was hung yourself, papa!" cries Miss Hetty, "and I am sure I wish anything my papa wishes." "Nay, ladies," says George, turning a little red, "to wink at a prisoner's escape was not a very monstrous crime, and to take money, sure other folks besides Frenchmen have condescended to a bribe before now. Although Monsieur Museau set me free, I am inclined for my part to forgive him. Will it please you to know how that business was done? You see, Miss Hetty, I cannot help being alive to tell it." "Oh, George! I mean Mr. Warrington! I beg your pardon!" cries Hester. "No pardon, my dear. I never was angry yet or surprised that any one should like my Harry better than me. He deserves all the liking that any man or woman can give him. See, it is his turn to blush now," says George. "Go on, Georgy, and tell them about the escape out of Duquesne," cries Harry; and he said to Mrs. Lambert afterwards in confidence, "You know he is always going on saying that he ought never have come to life again, and declaring that I am better than he is. The idea of my being better than George, Mrs. Lambert! A poor, extravagant fellow like me! It's absurd!" End of chapter 51.
Chapter 52 of the Virginians. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Virginians, by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 52. Intentique Ora tenebant. We continued for months our weary life at the fort, and the commandant and I had our quarrels and reconciliations, our greasy games at cards, our dismal duets with his asthmatic flute and my cracked guitar. The poor fawn took her beatings and her cans of liquor as her lord and master chose to administer them, and she nursed her papoose, or her master in the gout, or her prisoner in the ague, and so matters went on until the beginning of the fall of last year, when we were visited by a hunter who had important news to deliver to the commandant, and such as set the little garrison in no little excitement. The Marquis de Montcalm had sent a considerable detachment to garrison the forts already in the French hands, and to take up further positions in the enemy's, that is, in the British, possessions. The troops had left Quebec and Montreal, and were coming up the St. Lawrence and the lakes in bateaux, with artillery and large provisions of warlike and other stores. Museau would be superseded in his command by an officer of superior rank, who might exchange me, or who might give me up to the Indians in reprisal for cruelties practised by our own people on many and many an officer and soldier of the enemy. The men of the fort were eager for the reinforcements. They would advance into Pennsylvania and New York. They would seize upon Albany and Philadelphia. They would drive the Rosbifs into the sea, and all America should be theirs from the Mississippi to Newfoundland. This was all very triumphant, but yet somehow the prospect of the French conquest did not add to Mr. Museau's satisfaction. "Eh, commandant," says I, "'tis fort bien. But meanwhile your farm in Normandy, the pot of cider, and the tripe à la mode de Caen, where are they?" "Yes, 'tis all very well, my garçon," says he. "But where will you be when poor old Museau is superseded? Other officers are not good companions like me. Very few men in the world have my humanity. When there is a great garrison here,
will my successors give thee the indulgences which honest Museau has granted thee? Thou wilt be kept in a sty like a pig, ready for killing. As sure as one of our officers falls into the hands of your brigands of frontiermen, and evil comes to him, so surely wilt thou have to pay with thy skin for his. Thou wilt be given up to our red allies, to the brethren of La Biche yonder. Didst thou see last year what they did to thy countrymen whom we took in the action with Braddock? Roasting was the very smallest punishment, ma foi. Was it not, La Biche?
As he entered into a variety of jocular descriptions of tortures inflicted, eyes burned out of their sockets, teeth and nails wrenched out, limbs and bodies gashed. You turn pale, dear Miss Theo. Well, I will have pity, and will spare you the tortures which honest Museau recounted in his pleasant way as likely to befall me. La Biche was by no means so affected as you seem to be, ladies, by the recital of these horrors. She had witnessed them in her time. She came from the Senecas, whose villages lie near the great cataract between Ontario and Erie. Her people made war for the English and against them. They had fought with other tribes, and in the battles between us and them, it is difficult to say whether white skin or red skin is the most savage. They may chop me into cutlets and broil me, 'tis true, Commandant, says I coolly, but again I say, you will never have the farm in Normandy.
Go get the whisky bottle, La Biche,
says Museau, and it is not too late even now. I will give the guide who takes me home a large reward, and again I say, I promise as a man of honour, 10,000 livres to, whom shall I say? To one who shall bring me any token, who shall bring me, say, my watch and seal with my grandfather's arms, which I have seen in a chest somewhere in this fort.
Ah, Celerad!
Roars out the Commandant with a hoarse yell of laughter.
Thou hast eyes, thou! All is good prize in war.
Think of a house in your village, of a fine field hard by with a half-dozen of cows, of a fine orchard all covered with fruit.
And Charvodat adorned with her wheel, and a rascal of a child or two, with cheeks as red as the apples. Oh, my country! Oh, my mother!
Whimpers out the Commandant.
Quick, La Biche, the whisky!
All that night the Commandant was deep in thought, and La Biche, too, silent and melancholy. She sat away from us, nursing her child, and whenever my eyes turned towards her, I saw hers were fixed on me. The poor little infant began to cry, and was ordered away by Museau, with his usual foul language, to the building which the luckless Biche occupied with her child. When she was gone, we both of us spoke our minds freely, and I put such reasons before Monsieur as his cupidity could not resist.
"How do you know," he asked, "that this hunter will serve you?"
"That is my secret," says I. "But here, if you like, as we are not on honour, I may tell it. When they come into the settlements for their bargains, the hunters often stop a day or two for rest and drink and company. And our new friend loved all these. He played at cards with the men. He set his furs against their liquor. He enjoyed himself at the fort, singing, dancing, and gambling with them. I think I said they liked to listen to my songs, and for want of better things to do, I was often singing and guitar scraping, and we would have many a concert, the men joining in chorus, or dancing to my homely music, until it was interrupted by the drums and the retreat. Our guest the hunter was present at one or two of these concerts, and I thought I would try if possibly he understood English. After we had had our little stock of French songs, I said, "My lads, I will give you an English song," and to the tune of "Over the Hills and Far Away," which my good old grandfather used to hum as a favourite air in Marlborough's camp, I made some doggerel words. "This long, long year, a prisoner drear, ah me, I'm tired of lingering here. I'll give 100 guineas gay to be over the hills and far away."
What is it?
says the hunter.
I don't understand.
"'Tis a girl to her lover," I answered. But I saw by the twinkle in the man's eye that he understood me. The next day, when there were no men within hearing, the trapper showed that I was right in my conjecture; for, as he passed me, he hummed in a low tone, but in perfectly good English,
"Over the hills and far away,"
the burden of my yesterday's doggerel.
"If you are ready," says he, "I am ready. I know who your people are, and the way to them. Talk to the fawn, and she will tell you what to do. What? You will not play with me?"
Here he pulled out some cards, and spoke in French as two soldiers came up.
"Milord est trop grand seigneur. Bonjour, my lord."
And the man made me a mock bow, and walked away, shrugging up his shoulders, to offer to play and drink elsewhere. I knew now that the Biche was to be the agent in the affair, and that my offer to Museau was accepted. The poor fawn performed her part very faithfully and dexterously. I had not need of a word more with Museau. The matter was understood between us. The fawn had long been allowed free communication with me. She had tended me during my wound, and in my illnesses, helped to do the work of my little chamber, my cooking, and so forth. She was free to go out of the fort, as I have said, and to the river and the fields, whence the corn and garden stuff of the little garrison were brought in. Having gambled away most of the money which he received for his peltries, the trapper now got together his store of flints, powder, and blankets, and took his leave. And 3 days after his departure, the fawn gave me the signal that the time was come for me to make my little trial for freedom. When first wounded, I had been taken by my kind Florac and placed on his bed in the officers' room. When the fort was emptied of all officers except the old lieutenant left in command, I had been allowed to remain in my quarters, sometimes being left pretty free, sometimes being locked up and fed on prisoners' rations, sometimes invited to share his mess by my tipsy jailor. This officer's house, or room, was of logs, like the half-dozen others within the fort, which mounted only 4 guns of small calibre, of which one was on the bastion behind my cabin. Looking westward over this gun, you could see a small island at the confluence of the 2 rivers Ohio and Monongahela, whereon Duquesne is situated. On the shore opposite this island were some trees.
"You see those trees?"
my poor Biche said to me the day before, in her French jargon.
"He wait for you, behind those trees."
In the daytime the door of my quarters was open, and the Biche free to come and go. On the day before, she came in from the fields with a pick in her hand, and a basketful of vegetables and pot herbs for soup. She sat down on a bench at my door, the pick resting against it, and the basket at her side. I stood talking to her for a while, but I believe I was so idiotic that I never should have thought of putting the pick to any use had she actually pushed it into my open door, so that it fell into my room.
"Hide it,"
she said.
"Want it soon."
And that afternoon it was she pointed out the trees to me. On the next day she comes, pretending to be very angry, and calls out, my lord, why you not come to Commandant's dinner? He very bad. Entendez-vous?" And she peeps into the room as she speaks, and flings a coil of rope at me. "I am coming, La Biche," says I, and hobbled after her on my crutch. As I went into the Commandant's quarters, she says, "Pour ce soir," and then I knew the time was come. As for Museau, he knew nothing about the matter. Not he. He growled at me, and said the soup was cold. He looked me steadily in the face, and talked of this and that, not only whilst his servant was present, but afterwards as we smoked our pipes and played our game at piquet, whilst, according to her wont, the poor Biche sat cowering in a corner. My friend's whisky bottle was empty, and he said, with a rather knowing look, he must have another glass. We must both have a glass that night, and rising from the table, he stumped to the inner room, where he kept his fire-water under lock and key, and away from the poor Biche, who could not resist that temptation. As he turned his back, the biche raised herself, and he was no sooner gone but she was at my feet, kissing my hand, pressing it to her heart, and bursting into tears over my knees. I confess I was so troubled by this testimony of the poor creature's silent attachment and fondness, the extent of which I scarce had suspected before, that, when Museau returned, I had not recovered my equanimity, though the poor fawn was back in her corner again, and shrouded in her blanket. He did not appear to remark anything strange in the behaviour of either. We sat down to our game, though my thoughts were so preoccupied that I scarcely knew what cards were before me.
"I gain everything from you tonight, my lord,"
he says grimly.
"We play upon parole."
"And you may count upon mine," I replied.
"Eh? 'Tis all that you have,"
says he. "Monsieur," says I, "my word is good for 10,000 livres," and we continued our game. At last he said he had a headache and would go to bed, and I understood the orders, too, that I was to retire.
"I wish you a good night, mon petit Milon," says he. "Stay, you will fall without your crutch."
And his eyes twinkled at me, and his face wore a sarcastic grin. In the agitation of the moment I had quite forgotten that I was lame, and was walking away at a pace as good as a grenadier's.
"What a villain night!"
says he, looking out. In fact, there was a tempest abroad, and a great roaring and wind.
"Bring a lantern, La Tulipe, and lock my lord comfortably into his quarters."
He stood a moment looking at me from his own door, and I saw a glimpse of the poor biche behind him. The night was so rainy that the sentries preferred their boxes, and did not disturb me in my work. The log house was built with upright posts, deeply fixed in the ground, and horizontal logs laid upon it. I had to dig under these, and work a hole sufficient to admit my body to pass. I began in the dark, soon after tattoo. It was some while after midnight before my work was done, when I lifted my hand up under the log, and felt the rain from without falling upon it. I had to work very cautiously for 2 hours after that, and then crept through to the parapet, and silently flung my rope over the gun, not without a little tremor of heart, lest the sentry should see me, and send a charge of lead into my body. The wall was but 12 feet, and my fall into the ditch easy enough. I waited a while there, looking steadily under the gun, and trying to see the river and the island. I heard the sentry pacing up above, and humming a tune. The darkness became more clear to me ere long, and the moon rose, and I saw the river shining before me, and the dark rocks and trees of the island rising in the waters. I made for this mark as swiftly as I could, and for the clump of trees to which I had been directed. Oh, what a relief I had when I heard a low voice humming there, "Over the hills and far away." When Mr. George came to this part of his narrative, Miss Theo, who was seated by a harpsichord, turned round and dashed off the tune on the instrument, whilst all the little company broke out into the merry chorus. Our way, the speaker went on, lay through a level tract of forest, with which my guide was familiar, upon the right bank of the Monongahela. By daylight we came to a clearer country, and my trapper asked me, Silverheels was the name by which he went, had I ever seen the spot before. It was the fatal field where Braddock had fallen, and whence I had been wonderfully rescued in the summer of the previous year. Now the leaves were beginning to be tinted with the magnificent hues of our autumn. "Ah, brother!" cries Harry, seizing his brother's hand, "I was gambling and making a fool of myself at the Wells and in London, when my George was flying for his life in the wilderness. Oh, what a miserable spendthrift I have been!" "But I think thou art not unworthy to be called thy mother's son," says Mrs. Lambert very softly, and with moistened eyes. Indeed, if Harry had erred, to mark his repentance, his love, his unselfish joy and generosity, was to feel that there was hope for the humbled and kind young sinner. We presently crossed the river, George resumed, taking our course along the base of the western slopes of the Alleghanies, and through a grand forest region of oaks and maple. and enormous poplars that grow 100 feet high without a branch. It was the Indians whom we had to avoid, besides the outlying parties of French. Always of doubtful loyalty, the savages have been specially against us since our ill treatment of them, and the French triumph over us 2 years ago. I was but weak still, and our journey through the wilderness lasted a fortnight or more. As we advanced, the woods became redder and redder. The frost nipped sharply of nights. We lighted fires at our feet, and slept in our blankets as best we might. At this time of year, the hunters who live in the mountains get their sugar from the maples. We came upon more than one such family, camping near the trees by the mountain streams, and they welcomed us at their fires, and gave us of their venison. So we passed over the 2 ranges of the Laurel Hills and the Alleghanies. The last day's march of my trusty guide and myself took us down that wild, magnificent pass of Will's Creek, a valley lying between cliffs near 1,000 feet high, bald, white, and broken into towers like huge fortifications, with eagles wheeling round the summits of the rocks and watching their nests among the crags. And hence we descended to Cumberland, whence we had marched in the year before, and where there was now a considerable garrison of our people. Oh, you may think it was a welcome day when I saw English colours again on the banks of our native Potomac. End of chapter 52. Chapter 53 of the Virginians. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Virginians by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 53. Where we remain at the court end of the town. George Warrington had related the same story which we have just heard to Madame de Bernstein on the previous evening, a portion, that is, of the history, for the old lady nodded off to sleep many times during the narration, only waking up when George paused, saying it was most interesting, and ordering him to continue. The young gentleman hemmed and hawed, and stuttered and blushed, and went on, much against his will, and did not speak half so well as he did to his friendly little auditory in Hill Street, where Hetty's eyes of wonder, and Theo's sympathizing looks, and mamma's kind face, and papa's funny looks, were applause sufficient to cheer any modest youth who required encouragement for his eloquence. As for mamma's behaviour, the General said 'twas as good as Mr. Addison's trunk-maker, and she would make the fortune of any tragedy by simply being engaged to cry in the front boxes. That is why we chose my Lord Wrotham's house as the theatre where George's first piece should be performed, wishing that he should speak to advantage, and not as when he was heard by that sleepy, cynical old lady, to whom he had to narrate his adventures. "Very good, and most interesting, I am sure, my dear sir," says Madame Bernstein, putting up 3 pretty little fingers covered with a lace mitten, to hide a convulsive movement of her mouth. "And your mother must have been delighted to see you." George shrugged his shoulders ever so little, and made a low bow, as his aunt looked up at him for a moment with her keen old eyes. "Have been delighted to see you," she continued dryly, "and killed the fatted calf, and that kind of thing. Though why I say calf, I don't know, nephew George, for you never were the prodigal. I may say calf to thee, my poor Harry. Thou hast been amongst the swine, sure enough, and evil companions have robbed the money out of thy pocket and the coat off thy back." "He came to his family in England, madam," says George with some heat, "and his friends were your ladyships." "He could not have come to worse advisers, nephew Warrington, and so I should have told my sister earlier, had she condescended to write to me by him, as she has done by you," said the old lady, tossing up her head. "Hey, hey!" she said at night, as she arranged herself for the route to which she was going, to her waiting maid. "This young gentleman's mother is half sorry that he has come to life again. I could see that in his face. She is half sorry, and I am perfectly furious. Why didn't he lie still when he dropped there under the tree? And why did that young Florac carry him to the fort? I knew those Floracs when I was at Paris, in the time of Monsieur le Regent. They were the Floracs of Ivry, no great house before Henry IV. His ancestor was the king's favourite. His ancestor! His ancestress! Brett, entendez-vous? Give me my card purse. I don't like the grand airs of this Monsieur George. And yet he resembles very much his grandfather. The same look, and sometimes the same tones. You have heard of Colonel Esmond when I was young? This boy has his eyes. I suppose I liked the Colonel's because he loved me." Being engaged, then, to a card party, an amusement which she never missed, weekday or Sabbath, as long as she had strength to hold trumps or sit in a chair, very soon after George had ended his narration, the old lady dismissed her two nephews, giving to the elder a couple of fingers and a very stately curtsey, but to Harry 2 hands and a kindly pat on the cheek. "My poor child, now thou art disinherited, thou wilt see how differently the world will use thee," she said. "There is only, in all London, a wicked, heartless old woman who will treat thee as before. Here is a pocket-book for you, child. Do not lose it at Ranelagh to-night. That suit of yours does not become your brother half so well as it sat upon you. You will present your brother to everybody, and walk up and down the room for 2 hours at least, child. Were I you, I would then go to the chocolate house, and play as if nothing had happened. Whilst you are there, your brother may come back to me and eat a bit of chicken with me. My Lady Flint gives wretched suppers, and I want to talk his mother's letter over with him. Au revoir, gentlemen," and she went away to her toilette. Her chairman and flambeau were already waiting at the door.
The gentlemen went to Ranelagh, where but a few of Mr. Harry's acquaintances chanced to be present. They paced the round and met Mr. Tom Claypool with some of his country friends. They heard the music, they drank tea in a box. Harry was master of ceremonies, and introduced his brother to the curiosities of the place. And George was even more excited than his brother had been on his first introduction to this palace of delight. George loved music much more than Harry ever did. He heard a full orchestra for the first time, and a piece of Mr. Handel satisfactorily performed. And a not unpleasing instance of Harry's humility and regard for his elder brother was that he could even hold George's love of music in respect at a time when fiddling was voted effeminate and unmanly in England, and Britons were every day called upon by the patriotic prince to sneer at the frivolous accomplishments of your Squalinis, Messieurs, and the like. Nobody in Britain is proud of his ignorance now. There is no conceit left among us. There is no such thing as dullness. Arrogance is entirely unknown. Well, at any rate, Art has obtained her letters of naturalisation, and lives here on terms of almost equality. If Mrs. Thrale chose to marry a music master now, I don't think her friends would shudder at the mention of her name. If she had a good fortune and kept a good cook, people would even go and dine with her in spite of the misalliance, and actually treat Mr. Piozzi with civility. After Ranelagh, and pursuant to Madame Bernstein's advice, George returned to her ladyship's house, whilst Harry showed himself at the club, where gentlemen were accustomed to assemble at night to sup, and then to gamble. No one, of course, alluded to Mr. Warrington's little temporary absence, and Mr. Ruff, his ex-landlord, waited upon him with the utmost gravity and civility, as if there had never been any difference between them. Mr. Warrington had caused his trunks and habiliments to be conveyed away from Bond Street in the morning, and he and his brother were now established in apartments elsewhere. But when the supper was done, and the gentlemen, as usual, were about to seek the Mako table upstairs, Harry said he was not going to play any more. He had burned his fingers already, and could afford no more extravagance. "Why," says Mr. Morris, in a rather flippant manner, "you must have won more than you have lost, Mr. Warrington, after all is said and done." "And of course I don't know my own business as well as you do, Mr. Morris," says Harry sternly, who had not forgotten the other's behaviour on hearing of his arrest. "But I have another reason. A few months or days ago I was heir to a great estate, and could afford to lose a little money. Now, thank God, I am heir to nothing." And he looked round, blushing not a little, to the knot of gentlemen, his gaming associates, who were lounging at the tables or gathered round the fire. "How do you mean, Mr. Warrington?" cries my Lord March. "Have you lost Virginia, too? Who has won it? I always had a fancy to play you myself for that stake." "And grow an improved breed of slaves in the colony," says another. "The right owner has won it. You have heard me tell of my twin elder brother. Who was killed in that affair of Braddock's 2 years ago? Yes. Gracious goodness, my dear sir, I hope in heaven he has not come to life again. He arrived in London 2 days since. He has been a prisoner in a French fort for 18 months. He only escaped a few months ago, and left our house in Virginia very soon after his release." "You haven't had time to order mourning, I suppose, Mr. Warrington?" asked Mr. Selwyn very good-naturedly, and simple Harry hardly knew the meaning of his joke until his brother interpreted it to him. "Hang me if I don't believe the fellow is absolutely glad of the reappearance of his confounded brother!" cries my Lord March, as they continued to talk of the matter when the young Virginian had taken his leave. "These savages practise the simple virtues of affection. They are barely civilized in America yet," yawns Selwyn. "They love their kindred, and they scalp their enemies," simpers Mr. Walpole. "It's not Christian, but natural. Shouldn't you like to be present at a scalping match, George, and see a fellow skinned alive?" "A man's elder brother is his natural enemy," says Mr. Selwyn, placidly ranging his money and counters before him. "Torture is like broiled bones and pepper. You wouldn't relish simple hanging afterwards, George," continues Horry. "I'm hanged if there's any man in England who would like to see his elder brother alive," says my lord. "No, nor his father either, my lord," cries Jack Morris. "First time I ever knew you had one, Jack. Give me counters for 500. "I say 'tis all mighty fine about dead brothers coming to life again," continues Jack. "Who is to know that it wasn't a scheme arranged between these two fellows? Here comes a young fellow who calls himself the Fortunate Youth, who says he is a Virginian prince, and the deuce knows what, and who gets into our society." A great laugh ensues at Jack's phrase of our society. "Who is to know that it wasn't a cross?" Jack continues. "The young one is to come first. He is to marry an heiress, and, when he has got her, up is to rise the elder brother. When did this elder brother show? Why, when the younger's scheme was blown, and all was up with him. Who shall tell me that the fellow hasn't been living in Seven Dials, or in a cellar dining off tripe and cow heel until my younger gentleman was disposed of? Damme, as gentlemen, I think we ought to take notice of it, and that this Mr. Warrington has been taking a most outrageous liberty with the whole club." "Who put him up? It was March, I think, put him up?" asks a bystander. "Yes, but my lord thought he was putting up a very different person, didn't you, March?" "Hold your confounded tongue, and mind your game," says the nobleman addressed. But Jack Morris's opinion found not a few supporters in the world. Many persons agree that it was most indecorous of Mr. Harry Warrington to have ever believed in his brother's death; that there was something suspicious about the young man's first appearance and subsequent actions; and, in fine, that regarding these foreigners, adventurers, and the like, we ought to be especially cautious. Though he was out of prison and difficulty, though he had his aunt's liberal donation of money in his pocket, though his dearest brother was restored to him, whose return to life Harry never once thought of deploring, as his friends at White supposed he would do, though Maria had shown herself in such a favourable light by her behaviour during his misfortune, yet Harry, when alone, felt himself not particularly cheerful, and smoked his pipe of Virginia with a troubled mind. It was not that he was deposed from his principality. The loss of it never once vexed him. He knew that his brother would share with him, as he would have done with his brother. But after all those struggles and doubts in his own mind, to find himself poor, and yet irrevocably bound to his elderly cousin! Yes, she was elderly, there was no doubt about it. When she came to that horrible den in Cursitor Street, and the tears washed her rouge off, why, she looked as old as his mother. Her face was all wrinkled and yellow, and as he thought of her, he felt just such a qualm as he had when she was taken ill that day in the coach on their way to Tunbridge. What would his mother say when he brought her home? And, Lord, what battles there would be between them! He would go and live on one of the plantations, the further from home the better, and have a few negroes, and farm as best he might, and hunt a good deal. But at Castlewood, or in her own home, such as he could make it for her, what a life for poor Maria, who had been used to go to court, and to cards, and balls, and assemblies every night. If he could be but the overseer of the estates, oh, he would be an honest factor, and try and make up for his useless life and extravagance in these past days. £5,000, all his patrimony and the accumulations of his long minority, squandered in 6 months. He a beggar, except for dear George's kindness, with nothing in life left to him but an old wife. A pretty beggar, dressed out in velvet and silver lace, forsooth. The poor lad was arrayed in his best clothes. A pretty figure he had made in Europe, and a nice end he was come to. With all his fine friends at White's and Newmarket, with all his extravagance, had he been happy a single day since he had been in Europe? Yes, 3 days, 4 days. Yesterday evening, when he had been with dear Mrs. Lambert, and those affectionate kind girls, and that brave good Colonel. And the Colonel was right when he rebuked him for his spendthrift follies, and he had been a brute to be angry as he had been. And God bless them all for their generous exertions in his behalf. Such were the thoughts which Harry put into his pipe, and he smoked them whilst he waited his brother's return from Madame Bernstein. End of chapter 53. Chapter 54 of the Virginians. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Virginians, by William Makepeace Thackeray. Chapter 54, during which Harry sits smoking his pipe at home. The maternal grandfather of our Virginians, the Colonel Esmond, of whom frequent mention has been made, and who had quitted England to reside in the New World, had devoted some portion of his long American leisure to the composition of the memoirs of his early life. In these volumes, Madame de Bernstein, Mrs. Beatrice Esmond was her name as a spinster, played a very considerable part; and as George had read his grandfather's manuscript many times over, he had learned to know his kinswoman long before he saw her, to know at least the lady, young, beautiful, and wilful, of half a century since, with whom he now became acquainted in the decline of her days. When cheeks are faded and eyes are dim, is it sad or pleasant, I wonder, for the woman who is a beauty no more, to recall the period of her bloom? When the heart is withered, do the old love to remember how it once was fresh and beat with warm emotions? When the spirits are languid and weary, do we like to think how bright they were in other days, the hope how buoyant, the sympathies how ready, the enjoyment of life how keen and eager? So they fall, the buds of prime, the roses of beauty, the florid harvests of summer, fall and wither, and the naked branches shiver in the winter. And that was a beauty once, thinks George Warrington, as his aunt in her rouge and diamonds comes in from her rout, and that ruin was a splendid palace. Crowds of lovers have sighed before those decrepit feet, and been bewildered by the brightness of those eyes. He remembered a firework at home, at Williamsburg, on the King's birthday, and afterwards looking at the skeleton wheel and the sockets of the exploded Roman candles. The dazzle and brilliancy of Aunt Beatrice's early career passed before him as he thought over his grandsire's journals. Honest Harry had seen them too, but Harry was no bookman, and had not read the manuscript very carefully. Nay, if he had, he would probably not have reasoned about it as his brother did.
being by no means so much inclined to moralizing as his melancholy senior. Mr. Warrington thought that there was no cause why he should tell his aunt how intimate he was with her early history, and accordingly held his peace upon that point. When their meal was over, she pointed with her cane to her escritoire, and bade her attendant bring the letter which lay under the inkstand there; and George, recognising the superscription, of course, knew the letter to be that of which he had been the bearer from home. "It would appear by this letter," said the old lady, looking hard at her nephew, "that ever since your return there have been some differences between you and my sister." "Indeed, I did not know that Madam Esmond had alluded to them," George said. The Baroness puts a great pair of glasses upon eyes which shot fire and kindled who knows how many passions in old days, and, after glancing over the letter, hands it to George, who reads as follows: Richmond, Virginia, December 26th, 1756. Honoured Madam and Sister, I have received and thankfully acknowledge your ladyship's favour per Rose packet of October 23rd, and straightway answer you at a season which should be one of goodwill and peace to all men, but in which Heaven hath nevertheless decreed we should still bear our portion of earthly sorrow and trouble. My reply will be brought to you by my eldest son, Mr. Esmond Warrington, who returned to us so miraculously out of the valley of the shadow of death, as our previous letters have informed my poor Henry, and who is desirous, not without my consent to his wish, to visit Europe, though he has been amongst us so short a while. I grieve to think that my dearest Harry should have appeared at home, I mean in England, under false colours, as it were, and should have been presented to his Majesty, to our family, and his own, as his father's heir, whilst my dear son George was still alive, though dead to us. Ah, madam, during the 18 months of his captivity, what anguish have his mother's, his brother's hearts undergone! My Harry's is the tenderest of any man's now alive. In the joy of seeing Mr. Esmond Warrington return to life, he will forget the worldly misfortune which befalls him. He will return to comparative poverty without a pang. The most generous, the most obedient of human beings, of sons, he will gladly give up to his elder brother that inheritance which had been his own, but for the accident of birth, and for the providential return of my son George. Your beneficent intentions towards dearest Harry will be more than ever welcome, now he is reduced to a younger brother's slender portion. Many years since, an advantageous opportunity occurred of providing for him in this province, and he would by this time have been master of a noble estate and negroes, and have been enabled to make a figure with most here, could his mother's wishes have been complied with, and his father's small portion, now lying at small interest in the British funds, have been invested in this most excellent purchase. But the forms of the law, and, I grieve to own, my elder son's scruples prevailed, and this admirable opportunity was lost to me. Harry will find the savings of his income have been carefully accumulated. Long, long may he live to enjoy them. May Heaven bless you, dear sister, for what your ladyship may add to his little store. As I gather from your letter that the sum which has been allowed to him has not been sufficient for his expenses in the fine company which he has kept, and the grandson of the Marquis of Esmond, one who had so nearly been his lordship's heir, may sure claim equality with any other nobleman in Great Britain. And having a sum by me which I had always intended for the poor child's establishment, I entrust it to my eldest son, who, to do him justice, hath a most sincere regard for his brother, to lay it out for Harry's best advantage. It took him out of prison yesterday, madam. I think that was the best use to which we could put it, interposed George, at this stage of his mother's letter. Nay, sir, I don't know any such thing. Why not have kept it to buy a pair of colours for him, or to help towards another estate and some negroes, if he has a fancy for home? Cried the old lady. Besides, I had a fancy to pay that debt myself.
I hope you will let his brother do that. I ask leave to be my brother's banker in this matter, and consider I have borrowed so much from my mother to be paid back to my dear Harry." "Do you say so, sir? Give me a glass of wine. You are an extravagant fellow. Read on, and you will see your mother thinks so. I drink to your health, nephew George. 'Tis good Burgundy. Your grandfather never loved Burgundy. He loved claret, the little he drank." And George proceeded with the letter. "This remittance will, I trust, amply cover any expenses which, owing to the mistake respecting his position, dearest Harry may have incurred. I wish I could trust his elder brother's prudence as confidently as my Harry's. But I fear that, even in his captivity, Mr. Esmond W. has learned little of that humility which becomes all Christians, and which I have ever endeavoured to teach to my children. Should you, by chance, show him these lines, when, by the blessing of Heaven on those who go down to the sea in ships, the great ocean divides us, he will know that a fond mother's blessing and prayers follow both her children, and that there is no act I have ever done, no desire I have ever expressed, however little he may have been inclined to obey it, but hath been dictated by the fondest wishes for my dearest boy's welfare." There is a scratch with a penknife, and a great blot upon the letter there, as if water had fallen on it. "Your mother writes well, George. I suppose you and she had a difference?" said George's aunt, not unkindly. "Yes, ma'am, many," answered the young man sadly. "The last was about a question of money, of ransom which I promised to the old lieutenant of the fort who aided me to make my escape. I told you he had a mistress, a poor Indian woman, who helped me and was kind to me. 6 weeks after my arrival at home, the poor thing made her appearance at Richmond, having found her way through the wood by pretty much the same track which I had followed, and bringing me the token which Museau had promised to send me when he connived to my flight. A commanding officer and a considerable reinforcement had arrived at Duquesne. Charges, I don't know of what peculation, for his messenger could not express herself very clearly, had been brought against this Museau. He had been put under arrest, and had tried to escape. But, less fortunate than myself, he had been shot on the rampart, and he sent the Indian woman to me, with my grandfather's watch, and a line scrawled in his prison on his deathbed, begging me to send XXXVI to a notary at Havre de Grace in France, to be transmitted to his relatives at Caen in Normandy. My friend Silverheels, the hunter, had helped my poor Indian on her way. I don't know how she would have escaped scalping else. But at home they received the poor thing sternly. They hardly gave her a welcome. I won't say what suspicions they had regarding her and me. The poor wretch fell to drinking whenever she could find means. I ordered that she should have food and shelter, and she became the jest of our negroes, and formed the subject of the scandal and tittle-tattle of the old fools in our little town. Our governor was, luckily, a man of sense, and I made interest with him, and procured a pass to send her back to her people. Her very grief at parting with me only served to confirm the suspicions against her. A fellow preached against me from the pulpit, I believe. I had to treat another with a cane. And I had a violent dispute with Madam Esmond, a difference which is not healed yet, because I insisted upon paying to the heirs Museau pointed out the money I had promised for my deliverance. You see, that scandal flourishes at the borders of the wilderness and in the New World, as well as the Old. "I have suffered from it myself, my dear," said Madame Bernstein, demurely. "Fill thy glass, child. A little tass of cherry brandy 'twill do thee all the good in the world. As for my poor Harry's marriage," Madam Esmond's letter went on, "though I know too well from sad experience the dangers to which youth is subject, and would keep my boy at any price from them, though I should wish him to marry a person of rank, as becomes his birth, yet my Lady Maria Esmond is out of the question. Her age is almost the same as mine, and I know my brother Castlewood left his daughters with the very smallest portions. My Harry is so obedient that I know a desire from me will be sufficient to cause him to give up this impudent match.
Some foolish people once supposed that I myself once thought of a second union, and with a person of rank very different from ours. No! I knew what was due to my children. As succeeding to this estate after me, Mr. Esmond W. is amply provided for. Let my task now be to save for his less fortunate younger brother, and as I do not love to live quite alone, let him return without delay to his fond and loving mother. The report which your ladyship hath given of my Harry fills my heart with warmest gratitude. He is all, indeed, a mother may wish. A year in Europe will have given him a polish and refinement which he would not acquire in our homely Virginia. Mr. Stack, one of our invaluable ministers in Richmond, hath a letter from Mr. Ward, my darling's tutor of early days, who knows my Lady Warrington and her excellent family, and saith that my Harry has lived much with his cousins of late. I am grateful to think that my boy has the privilege of being with his good aunt. May he follow her counsels, and listen to those around him who will guide him on the way of his best welfare. Adieu, dear madam and sister. For your kindness to my boy, accept the grateful thanks of a mother's heart. Though we have been divided hitherto, may these kindly ties draw us nearer and nearer.
I am thankful that you should speak of my dearest father so.
He was indeed one of the best of men. He, too, thanks you, I know, for the love you have borne to one of his children, and his daughter subscribes herself, with sincere thanks, your ladyship's most dutiful and grateful sister and servant, Rachel Esmond Warrington. P.S. I have communicated with my Lady Maria, but there will be no need to tell her and dear Harry that his mother or your ladyship hope to be able to increase his small fortune. The match is altogether unsuitable. As far as regards myself, madam, George said, laying down the paper, my mother's letter conveys no news to me. I always knew that Harry was the favourite son with Madam Esmond, as he deserves indeed to be. He has 100 good qualities which I have not the good fortune to possess. He has better looks. Nay, that is not your fault, said the old lady, slyly looking at him. And but that he is fair and you are brown, one might almost pass for the other. Mr. George bowed, and a faint blush tinged his pale cheek. His disposition is bright, and mine is dark, he continued. Harry is cheerful, and I am otherwise, perhaps. He knows how to make himself beloved by every one, and it has been my lot to find but few friends. My sister and you have pretty little quarrels. There were such in old days in our family, the Baroness said. And if Madam Esmond takes after our mother... My mother has always described hers as an angel upon earth, interposed George. That is common character for people when they are dead, cried the Baroness. And Rachel Castlewood was an angel, if you like. At least your grandfather thought so. But let me tell you, sir, that angels are sometimes not very commodes à vivre. It may be they are too good to live with us sinners, and the air down below here don't agree with them. My poor mother was so perfect that she never could forgive me for being otherwise. Oh, mon Dieu, how she used to oppress me with those angelic airs! George cast down his eyes, and thought of his own melancholy youth. He did not care to submit more of his family secrets to the cynical inquisition of this old worldling, who seemed, however, to understand him in spite of his reticence. "I quite comprehend you, sir, though you hold your tongue," the Baroness continued. "A sermon in the morning, a sermon at night, and 2 or 3 of a Sunday, that is what people call being good. Every pleasure cried fie upon, all us worldly people excommunicated, a ball an abomination of desolation, a play a forbidden pastime, and a game of cards perdition. What a life! Mon Dieu, what a life!" "We played at cards every night, if we were so inclined," said George, smiling. "And my grandfather loved Shakespeare so much that my mother had not a word to say against her father's favourite author." "I remember. He could say whole pages by heart. Though, for my part, I like Mr. Congreve a great deal better. And then there was that dreadful, dreary Milton, whom he and Mr. Addison pretended to admire," cried the old lady, tapping her fan. "If your ladyship does not like Shakspeare, you will not quarrel with my mother for being indifferent to him too," said George. "And indeed I think, and I am sure, that you don't do her justice. Wherever there are any poor, she relieves them. Wherever there are any sick, she doses them with her horrible purges and boluses," cried the Baroness. "Of course, just as my mother did." "She does her best to cure them. She acts for the best, and performs her duty as far as she knows it." "I don't blame you, sir, for doing yours, and keeping your own counsel about Madam Esmond," said the old lady. "But at least there is one point upon which we all three agree, that this absurd marriage must be prevented. Do you know how old the woman is? I can tell you, though she has torn the first leaf out of the family Bible at Castlewood. My mother has not forgotten her cousin's age, and is shocked at the disparity between her and my poor brother. Indeed, a city-bred lady of her time of life, accustomed to London gaiety and luxury, would find but a dismal home in our Virginia plantation. Besides, the house, such as it is not Harry's. He is welcome there, heaven knows. More welcome, perhaps, than I, to whom the property comes in natural reversion. But, as I told him, I doubt how his wife would like our colony," George said with a blush and a hesitation in his sentence. The old lady laughed shrilly. "Nephew Warrington," she said, "you need not scruple to speak your mind out. I shall tell no tales to your mother, though 'tis no news to me that she has a high temper and loves her own way. Harry has held his tongue too. But it needed no conjurer to see who was the mistress at home, and what sort of a life my sister led you. I love my niece, my Lady Molly, so well that I could wish her 2 or 3 years of Virginia, with your mother reigning over her. You may well look alarmed, sir. Harry has said quite enough to show me who governs the family." "Madam," said George, smiling, "I may say as much as this, that I don't envy any woman coming into our house against my mother's will, and my poor brother knows this perfectly well." "What, you two have talked the matter over? No doubt you have. And the foolish child considers himself bound in honour. Of course he does, the gaby! He says Lady Maria has behaved most nobly to him. When he was sent to prison, she brought him her trinkets and jewels, and every guinea she had in the world. This behaviour has touched him so, that he feels more deeply than ever bound to her ladyship. But I own my brother seems bound by honour rather than love. Such, at least, is his present feeling." "My good creature," cries Madame Bernstein, "don't you see that Maria brings a few twopenny trinkets and a half-dozen guineas to Mr. Esmond, the heir of the great estate in Virginia, not to the second son, who is a beggar, and has just squandered away every shilling of his fortune? I swear to you, on my credit as a gentlewoman, that knowing Harry's obstinacy, and the misery he had in store for himself, I tried to bribe Maria to give up her engagement with him, and only failed because I could not bribe high enough. When he was in prison, I sent my lawyer to him, with orders to pay his debts immediately, if he would but part from her. But Maria had been beforehand with us, and Mr. Harry chose not to go back from his stupid word. Let me tell you what has passed in the last month." And here the old lady narrated at length the history which we know already, but in that cynical language which was common in her times, when the finest folks and the most delicate ladies called things and people by names which we never utter in good company nowadays. And so much the better, on the whole. We mayn't be more virtuous, but it is something to be more decent. Perhaps we are not more pure, but of a surety we are more cleanly. Madame Bernstein talked so much, so long, and so cleverly, that she was quite pleased with herself and her listener; and when she put herself into the hands of Mrs. Brett to retire for the night, informed the waiting maid that she had changed her opinion about her eldest nephew, and that Mr. George was handsome, that he was certainly much wittier than poor Harry, whom Heaven, it must be confessed, had not furnished with a very great supply of brains;
and that he had quite the bel air, a something melancholy, a noble and distinguished je ne sais quoi, which reminded her of the Colonel. Had she ever told Brett about the Colonel? Scores of times, no doubt. And now she told Brett about the Colonel once more. Meanwhile, perhaps, her new favourite was not quite so well pleased with her as she was with him. What a strange picture of life and manners had the old lady unveiled to her nephew! How she railed at all the world round about her! How unconsciously did she paint her own family, her own self! How selfish, one and all! Pursuing what mean ends? Grasping and scrambling frantically for what petty prizes? Ambitious for what shabby recompenses? Trampling, from life's beginning to its close, through what scenes of stale dissipations and faded pleasures? Are these the inheritors of noble blood? Thought George, as he went home quite late from his aunt's house, passing by doors whence the last guests of fashion were issuing, and where the chairmen were yawning over their expiring torches. Are these the proud possessors of ancestral honours and ancient names, and were their forefathers, when in life, no better? We have our pedigree at home, with noble coat of arms emblazoned all over the branches, and titles dating back before the conquest of the Crusaders. When a knight of old found a friend in want, did he turn his back upon him, or an unprotected damsel, did he delude her and leave her? When a nobleman of the early time received a young kinsman, did he get the better of him at dice, and did the ancient chivalry cheat in horseflesh? Can it be this wily woman of the world, as my aunt has represented, has inveigled my poor Harry into an engagement, that her tears are false, and that as soon as she finds him poor she will desert him? Had we not best pack the trunks, and take a cabin in the next ship bound for home? George reached his own door revolving these thoughts, and Gumbo came up yawning with a candle, and Harry was asleep before the extinguished fire, with the ashes of his emptied pipe on the table beside him. He starts up. His eyes, for a moment dulled by sleep, lighten with pleasure as he sees his dear George. He puts his arm round his brother with a boyish laugh. "There he is in flesh and blood, thank God!" he says. "I was dreaming of thee but now, George, and that Ward was hearing us our lesson. Dost thou remember the ruler, Georgy? Why, bless my soul, 'tis 3 o'clock! Where have you been a-gadding, Mr. George? Hast thou supped?" "I supped at White's, but I'm hungry again." "I did not play, sir. No, no. No more of that for younger brothers. And my Lord March paid me 50 he lost to me. I bet against his horse and on the Duke of Hamilton's. They both rode the match at Newmarket this morning, and he lost because he was underweight. And he paid me, and he was as sulky as a bear. Let us have one pipe, Georgy, just one." And after the smoke the young men went to bed, where I, for one, wish them a pleasant rest, for sure it is a good and pleasant thing to see brethren who love one another. End of chapter 54.